Section 52 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Coal Heavers, Part 7. I will now proceed to speak of the coal porters. Coal porters are employed in filling the wagons of the merchants at their respective wharfs, and in conveying and delivering the coal at the residence of the customers. Their distinguishing dress is a fantail hat and an outer garment, half smock frock and half jacket, heavy and black with coal dust. This garment is often left open at the breast, especially, I am told, on a Monday, when the porter generally has a clean shirt to display. The narrative I give will show how the labour of these men is divided. The men themselves have many terms for the same employment. The man who drives the wagon I heard styled indifferently the wagoner, carman, or shooter. The man who accompanies him to aid in the delivery of the coals was described to me as the trimmer, trouncer, or pullback. There are also the scurfs and the sifters, of whom a description will be given presently. The coal porters form a rude class, not perhaps from their manners being ruder than those of other classes of labourers whose labour cannot be specified under the description of skilled. It is indeed but the exertion of animal strength, the work of thew and muscle, but from their being less educated. I was informed that not one man in 6, the manager in a very large house in the coal trade estimated it at but 1 in 8, could read or write, however imperfectly. As a body, they have no fellowship or union among themselves, no general sick fund, no organisation in rules for their guidance as an important branch, numerically, of an important traffic. Indeed, as it was described to me by one of the class, no nothing. The coal porters thus present a striking contrast to the coal whippers, who, out of means not exceeding those of the porters, have done so much for the sick among them, and for the instruction of their children. The number of men belonging to the Benefit Society of Coal Whippers is 436, and there are about 200 coal whippers belonging to another society that was instituted before the new office. There are 200 more in connection with other offices. There were 130 sick men relieved by the Coal Whippers Society last year. There were 14 deaths out of the 436 members. Each sick man receives 10 shillings a week, and on death there is a payment of £5 a man, and £3 in the case of a wife. The amount of subscription to the fund is 3d per week, under 40 years of age, 4d to 50, 5d to 60, and above that 6d. On account of the want of any organisation among the coal porters, it is not easy to get at their numbers with accuracy. No apprenticeship is necessary for the coal porter, no instruction even, so long as he can handle a shovel or lift a sack of coals with tolerable celerity, he is perfect in his calling. The concurrent testimony of the best informed parties gave me the number of the porters, exclusive of those known as sifters, scurfs, or oddmen, as 1,500. That is, 1,500 employed thus. In large establishments on the water side, 5 men are employed as backers and fillers, 2 to fill the sacks, and 3 to carry them on their backs from the barge to the wagon. In smaller establishments there are only 2 to carry. There are 2 more then employed to conduct the load of coal to the residence of the purchaser, the wagoner or carman, and the trimmer or trouncer. Of these the wagoner is considered the picked man, for he is expected to be able to write his name. Sometimes he can write nothing else, and more frequently not even so much, carrying his name on the customer's ticket ready written, and he has the care of the horses as driver, and frequently as groom. At one time, when their earnings were considerable, these coal porters spent large sums in drink. Now their means are limited, and their drunkenness is not in excess. The men, as I have said, are ill-informed. They have all a preconceived notion that beer, sometimes in large quantities, one porter said he limited himself to a pint an hour when at work, is necessary to them for support. Even if facts were brought conclusively to bear upon the subject to prove that so much beer, or any allowance of beer, was injurious, it would, I think, be difficult to convince the porters, for an ignorant man will not part with a preconceived notion. I heard from one man, more intelligent than his fellows, that a temperance lecturer once went among a body of the coal porters and talked about alcohol and fermentation and the like, until he was pronounced either mad or a Frenchman. The question arises, why is this ignorance allowed to continue as a reproach to the men, to their employers, and to the community? Of the kindness of masters to the men, of discouragement of drunkenness, of persuasions to the men to care for the education of their children, I had the gratification of hearing frequently, but of any attempt to establish schools for the general instruction of the coal porters' children, of any talk of almshouses for the reception of the worn-out labourer, or any other provision for his old age, which is always premature through hard work, or any movement for the amelioration of this class, I did not hear. Rude as these porters may be, machines as they may be accounted, they are the means of wealth to their employers, and deserve at least some care and regard on their part. The way in which the barges are unladen to fill the wagons is the same in the rivers as in the canals. 2 men standing in the barge fill the sacks, and 3 or 2 carry them along planks, if the barge be not moored close ashore to the wagon, which is placed as near the water as possible. In the canals, this work is carried on most regularly, as the water is not influenced by the tide, and the work can go on all day long. I will describe therefore what I saw in the City Basin, Regent's Canal. This canal has been opened about 20 years. It commences at the Grand Junction at Paddington and falls into the Thames above the Limehouse dock. Its course is circuitous, and in it are 2 tunnels, one at Islington, 3/4 of a mile long, the other at the Harrow Road, 1/4 of a mile long. If a merchant in the Regent's Canal has purchased the cargo of a collier, such cargo is whipped into the barge. For the conducting of this laden barge to the Limehouse basin of the canal, the merchant has to employ licensed lightermen, members of the Watermen's Company, as none else are privileged to work on the river. The canal attained, the barge is taken into charge by 2 men who, not being regular watermen, confine their labours to the canal. These men, a steerer and a driver, convey the barge, suppose to the City Basin, Islington, which, as it is about midway, gives a criterion as to the charge and the time when other distances are concerned. They go back with an empty barge. Each of these bargemen has 2 shillings a barge for conveyance to the City Basin. The conveyance of the loaded barge occupies 3 hours, 64 tons of coal being an average cargo. 2 barges a day in fine weather can be thus conducted, giving a weekly earning to each man in full work of 24 shillings. This is subject to casualties and deductions, but it is not my present intention to give the condition of these bargemen. I reserve this for a future and more fitting occasion. In frosty weather, when the ice has caused many delays, as much as 6 shillings a barge per man has been paid, and I was told hard-earned money too. A barge at such times has not been got into the City Basin in less than 48 hours. The crowded state of the canal at the wharfs at this time of the year gives it the appearance of a crowded thoroughfare, there being but just room for 1 vessel to get along. From the statement with which I was favoured by a house carrying on a very extensive business, it appears that the average earnings of the men in their employ was, the year through, upwards of 28 shillings. I give the payments of 12 men regularly employed as a criterion of their earnings on the best paid description of coal porter's labour for 4 weeks at the busiest time. December 22nd, £21 5 shillings and 5 pence. December 15th, £21 17 shillings and 3 pence. December 8th, £22 10 shillings and a penny. November 17th, £28 8 shillings. This gives an average of more than £1 19 shillings per man a week for this period, but the slackness of trade in the summer, when coals are in smaller demand, reduces the average to the amount I have stated. In the 2 weeks omitted in the above statement, namely those ending December 1st and November 24th, 14 men had to be employed on account of the briskness of trade. Their joint earnings were £39 12 shillings and 5 pence 1 week and £33 6 shillings and 7 pence the other. By this firm each waggoner is paid £1 a week and 6 shillings extra if he do 100 tons, that is 6 shillings between him and the trimmer. For every ton above 100 carried out by their waggoner and trimmer, a penny extra is paid, and sometimes 130 are carried out, but only at a busy time. 142 have been carried out, but that only was remembered as the greatest amount at the wharf in question. For each waggon sent out, the waggoner and the trimmer together receive 4 pence for beer money from their employers. They frequently receive money, if not drink, from the customers, and so the average of 28 shillings and upwards is made up. I saw 2 waggoners fully employed, and they fully corroborated this statement. Such payment, however, is not the rule. Many give the waggoner 21 shillings a week, and employ him in doing whatever work may be required. A waggoner at what he called poor work 3 or 4 days a week told me he earned about 13 shillings on the average. The scurfs are looked upon as, in many respects, the refuse of the trade. They are the men always hanging about the wharfs, waiting for any odd job. They are generally coal porters who cannot be trusted with full and regular work, who are described to me as tonguey or drunken, anxious to get a job just to supply any pressing need, either for drink or meat, and careless of other consequences. Among them, however, are coal porters seeking employment, some with good characters. These scurfs, with the sifters, number, I understand, more than 500, thus altogether making, with the coal-backers and other classes of coal porters, a body of more than 2,000. I now come to the following statement made by a gentleman who, for more than 30 years, has been familiar with all matters connected with the coal merchant's trade. I cannot say, he began, that the condition of the coal porter, not referring to his earnings, but to his moral and intellectual improvement, is much amended now, for he is about the same sort of man that he was 30 years ago. There may be, and I have no doubt is, a greater degree of sobriety, but I fear chiefly on account of the men's earnings being now smaller and their having less means at their command. 35 years ago, before the general peace, labourers were scarce, and the coal porters then had full and ready employment, earning from £2 to £3 a week. I have heard a coal porter say that 1 week he earned £5. Indeed, I have heard several say so. After the peace, the supply of labour for the coal trade greatly increased, and the coal porters' earnings fell gradually. The men employed in a good establishment 30 years ago, judging from the payments in our own establishment as a fair criterion, were in the receipt of nearly £3 a week on the average. At that time, coal was delivered by the chaldron. A chaldron was composed of 12 sacks, containing 36 bushels, and weighing about 2,500 hundredweight, a ton and a quarter. For the loading of the waggons, a gang of 4 men, called fillers, was, and is, employed. They were paid 1 shilling and 4 pence per chaldron, that is, 4 pence per man. This was for measuring the coal, putting it into sacks, and putting the sacks into the wagon. The men in this gang had nothing to do with the conveyance of the coal to the customers. For that purpose, two other men were employed, a waggoner and a man known as a trimmer or trouncer, who accompanied the waggoner and aided him in carrying the sacks from the wagon to the customer's coal cellar, and in arranging the coal when delivered, so as properly to assort the small with the large, or indeed making any arrangement with them required by the purchaser. The waggoner and the trimmer were paid 1 shilling and threepence each per children for delivery, but when the coal had to be carried up or down stairs any distance, their charge was an extra shilling, 2 shillings and threepence. Many of the men have at that time, when work was brisk, filled and delivered 15 chaldrons day by day, provided the distance for delivery was not very far. Drink was sometimes given by the customers to the waggoner and trimmer who had charge of the coal sent to their houses, perhaps generally given, and I believe it was always asked for, unless it happened to be given without asking. At that time I did not know one teetotaler. I do not know one personally among those parties now. Some took the pledge, but I believe none kept it. In this establishment we discourage drunkenness all that we possibly can. In 1832, wages having varied from the time of the peace until then, a great change took place. Previous to that time, a reduction of 4p. per ton had been made in the payment of the men who filled the wagons, the fillers, but not in that of the waggoner or the trimmer. The change I allude to was that established by Act of Parliament, providing for the sale of all coals by the merchant being by weight instead of by measure. This change, it was believed, would benefit the public by ensuring them the full quantity for which they bargained. I think it has benefited them. Coal was, under the former system, measured by the bushel, and there were frequently objections as to the way in which the bushel was filled. Some dealers were accused of packing the measure so as to block it up with large pieces of coal, preventing the full space being filled with the coal. The then Act provided that the bushel measure should be heaped up with the coal so as to form a cone 6 inches above the rim of the measure. When the new Act came into operation, the coal porters were paid 10p. a ton among the gang of 4 fillers, and the same to the waggoner and trimmer. Before 2 years, this became reduced, generally to 9p. The gang could load 25 tons a day without extra toil. 40 tons, and perhaps more, have been loaded by a gang, but such labour continued would exhaust strong men. With extra work there was always extra drink, for the men fancy that their work requires beer for support. My opinion is that a moderate allowance of good malt liquor, say 3 pints a day when work is going on all day, is of advantage to a coal porter. In the winter they fancy it necessary to drink gin to warm them. At one time all the men drank more than now. I estimate the average earnings of a coal porter fully employed now at £1 a week. There are far more employed at present than when I first knew the trade, and the trade itself has been greatly extended by the new wharfs on the Regent's Canal and up and down the river. I had heard from so many quarters that beer was a necessity of the coal labourers' work, that finding the coal whippers the most intelligent of the whole class, I thought it best to call the men together and to take their opinion generally on the subject. Accordingly, I returned to the basketman's waiting room at the coal whippers' office, and as before it was soon crowded. There were 80 present. Wishing to know whether the coal backers' statement already given, that the drinking of beer was a necessity of hard labour, was a correct one, I put the question to the men there assembled. Is the drinking of fermented liquors necessary for performing hard work? How many present believe that you can work without beer? Those who were of opinion that it was necessary for the performance of their labour were requested to hold up their hands, and 4 out of the 80 did so. A basketman, who had been working at the business for 4 years, and for 2 of those years had been a whipper, and so doing the heaviest labour, said that in the course of the day he had been one of a gang who had delivered as many as 189 tons. For this he had required no drink at all. Cocoa was all he had taken. 3 men in the room had likewise done without beer at the heaviest work. One was a coal whipper and had abstained for 6 years. Some difference of opinion seemed to exist as to the number in the trade that worked without beer. Some said 250, others not 150. One man stated that it was impossible to do without malt liquor. 1 shilling a day properly spent in drink would prolong life full 10 years, he said. This was received with applause. Many present declared that they had tried to do without beer and had injured themselves greatly by the attempt. Out of the 80 present, 14 had tried teetotalism and had thrown it up after a time on account of its injuring their health. One man, on the other hand, said he had given the total abstinence principle a fair trial for 7 months and had never found himself in such good health before. Another man stated that to do a day's work of 98 turns, 3 pints of beer were requisite. All but 3 believed this. The 3 pints were declared to be requisite in winter time, and 4 pints, or 2 pots, were considered to be not too much in a hot summer's day. Before the present office was instituted, each man, they told me, drank half a pint of gin and 6 pots of beer daily. That was the average. Many drank more. Then they could not do their work so well. They were weaker from not having so much food. The money went for drink instead of meat. They were always quarrelling on board a ship. Drunken men could never agree. A portion of beer is good, but too much is worse than none at all. This was the unanimous declaration. Since this meeting, I have been at considerable pains to collect a large amount of evidence in connection with this most important question. The opinion of the most intelligent of the class seems to be that no kind of fermented drink is necessary for the performance of the hardest labour. But I have sought for and obtained the sentiments of all classes, temperate and intemperate, with the view of fairly discussing the matter. These statements I must reserve till my next letter. At present I shall conclude with the following story of the sufferings of the wife of one of the intemperate class. I have been married 19 or 20 years. I was married at Penton in Oxfordshire. We came to London 15 years ago. My husband first worked as a sawyer. For 11 years he was in the coal trade. He was in all sorts of work, and for the last 6 months he was a scurf. What he earned all the time I never knew. He gave me what he liked, sometimes nothing at all. In May last he only gave me 2 shillings and 8pence for the whole month, for myself and 2 children. I buried 4 children. I can't tell how we lived then. I can't express what we've suffered, all through drink. He gave me 20 years of misery through drink. Note, this was repeated 4 or 5 times. End note. Some days that May we had neither bit nor sup. The water was too bad to drink cold, and I had to live on water put through a few leaves in the teapot, old leaves. Poor people, you know, sir, helps poor people, and but for the poor neighbours we might have been found dead some day. He cared nothing. Many a time I have gone without bread to give it to the children. Was he ever kind to them, do you say, sir? No. They trembled when they heard his step. They were afraid of their very lives, he knocked them about so. Drink made him a savage. Drink took the father out of him. This was said with a flush and a rapid tone, in strong contrast with the poor woman's generally subdued demeanour. She resumed, 20 miserable years through drink. I've often gone to bring him from the public house, but he seldom would come. He would abuse me, and would drink more because I'd gone for him. I've often whispered to him that his children was starving, but I dursn't say that aloud when his mates was by. We seldom had a fire. He often beat me. I've 9 shillings in pawn now. Since we came to London, I've lost £20 in the pawn shop. This man had died a fortnight before, having ruptured a blood vessel. He lay ill 6 days. The parish doctor attended him. His comrades gathered for his burial, but the widow had still some funeral expenses to pay by instalments. The room she and the children occupied was the same as in the husband's lifetime. There was about the room a cold, damp smell, arising from bad ventilation and the chilliness of the weather. 2 wretched beds almost filled the place. No article was worth a penny, nor could a penny have been obtained at a sale or a pawn shop. The woman was cleanly clad, but looked sadly pinched, miserable, and feeble. She earns a little as a washerwoman, and did earn it while her husband lived. She bears an excellent character. Her repetition of the words 20 years of misery through drink was very pitiful. I refrained from a prolonged questioning, as it seemed to excite her in her weak state. End of section 52. Section 53 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Ballast Men, Part 1. Having finished with the different classes of coal labourers in London, the whippers, backers, pullbacks, trimmers, and waggoners, I propose now dealing with the ballast men, including the ballast getters, the ballast lightermen, and the ballast heavers of the metropolis. My reason for passing from the coal to the ballast labourers is because the latter class of the workpeople are suffering under the same iniquitous and pernicious system of employment as that from which the coal labourers have recently been emancipated, and the transition will serve to show not only the present condition of the one class of men, but the past state of the other. After treating of the ballast labourers, I propose inquiring into the condition and income of the stevedores, or men engaged in the stowing or unstowing of vessels, and of the lumpers and riggers, or those engaged in the rigging and unrigging of them. It is then my intention to pass to the corn labourers, such as the corn porters, corn runners, and turners, touching incidentally upon the corn meters. After this, I mean to devote my attention to the timber labourers engaged at the different timber docks, as for instance the Commercial, the Grand Surrey, and the East Country docks. Then, in due course, I shall come to the wharf labourers and porters, or men engaged at the different wharfs in London. Thence I shall digress to the bargemen and lightermen, or men engaged in the transit of the different cargoes from the ships to their several points of destination, up and down the river. And finally I shall treat of the watermen, the steamboatmen, and piermen, or those engaged in the transit of passengers along the Thames. These, with the dock labourers, of whom I have before treated, will, I believe, exhaust the subject of the long-shore labourers, and the whole will, I trust, form, when completed, such a body of facts and information in connection with this particular branch of labour as has never before been collected. I am happy to say that, with some few exceptions, I have received from the different official gentlemen not only every courtesy and consideration, but all the assistance and co-operation that it lay in their power to afford me. Every class seems to look upon the present inquiry as an important undertaking, and all, save the clerk of the Coal Exchange and the deputy superintendent of the London docks, have shown themselves not only willing, but anxious to lend a hand towards expediting the result. Before quitting the subject of the coal market, let me endeavour to arrive at an estimate as to the amount of wealth annually brought into the Port of London by means of the colliers, and to set forth, as far as possible, the proportion in which it is distributed. I have already given some statistics, which, notwithstanding the objections of a coal merchant, who in a letter to a journal stated that I had reckoned the number of ships at twice the real quantity, were obtained from such sources, and I may add with so much care and caution, as to render them the most accurate information capable of being procured at present on the subject. The statistics of the number of tons of coals brought into the Port of London in the year 1848, the number of vessels employed, of the voyages made by those vessels collectively, and of the seamen engaged in the traffic, were furnished by the clerk of the Coal Exchange at the time of the opening of the new building. Had the coal merchant therefore made it his duty to devote the same time and care to the investigation of the truth of my statements that I have to the collection of them, he would not only have avoided committing the very errors he condemns, but would have displayed a more comprehensive knowledge of his business. In 1848 there were imported into the London coal market 3,418,340 tons of coal. These were sold to the public at an average rate all the year round of 22 shillings and sixpence a ton. Hence, the sum expended in the metropolis for coal in that year was £3,848,632 10 shillings. There are 21,600 seamen engaged in the coal trade, and getting on an average £3 10 shillings per man per voyage. Each of these men makes between 4 and 5 voyages in the course of the year. Hence the average earnings of each man per year will be £15 18 shillings, exclusive of his keep. Calculating that at 5 shillings per week, or £13 per year, we have £28 18 shillings for the expense of each of the seamen employed. Hence, as there are 21,600 sailors in the coal trade, the total yearly cost would be £624,240. There are 170 coal meters, earning on an average £2 per week, or £104 per year each man. This would make the total sum paid in the year to the coal meters £17,680. There are 2,000 coal whippers, earning 15 shillings and a penny halfpenny each per week, or £39 6 shillings and sixpence per man. Hence, the total sum paid in the course of last year to the coal whippers was £78,650. There are 3,000 coal porters, earning on an average £1 per week, or £52 per year per man, so that they receive annually £156,000. Hence, the total amount paid per year to the working men engaged in bringing and delivering coals in the London market is £876,570. The area of all the coal fields of Great Britain has been roughly estimated at 9,000 square miles. The produce is supposed to be about 32 million tonnes annually, of which 10 million tonnes are consumed in the ironworks, 8.5 million tonnes are shipped coastwise, 2.5 million tonnes are exported to foreign countries, and 11 million tonnes distributed inland for miscellaneous purposes. Near upon 4 million tonnes were brought to London by ships and otherwise in the year 1848, and it is computed that about 1/8 part of this, or 500,000 tonnes, were consumed by the gasworks. The price of coals, as quoted in the London market, is the price up to the time when the coals are whipped from the ships to the merchants' barges. It includes, first, the value of the coals, second, the expense of transit from the pit to the ship, third, the freight of the ship to London, fourth, the Thames dues, and fifth, the whipping. The difference between the market price and that paid by the consumer is made up of the expense incurred by the coal merchant for barges, wharfs, wagons, horses, wages, coal porters, and so on, to his profit and risk. In 1836, the expenses incurred by the merchant from the time he bought a shipload of coals to the deposition of them in the cellars of his customers amounted on an average, it was said, to 7 shillings a ton. These expenses comprise commission, lighterage, porterage, cartage, shooting, metage, market dues, land metage, and other items. At the present time the expenses must be considerably lower, the wages of the labourers and the meters having been lowered full 50%, though the demand for and consumption of coal has increased at nearly the same rate. Indeed, the law of the coal market appears to be that in proportion as the demand for the article rises, so do the wages of the men engaged in the supply of it fall. As the ballast heavers are under the thraldom of the same demoralising and oppressive system as that which the coal whippers recently suffered under, it may be as well, before going further, to lay before the reader the following concise account of the terms on which the latter were engaged before the coal whippers' office was established. Until the last few years, the coal whippers suffered themselves to be duped in an extraordinary way by publicans and petty shopkeepers on shore. The custom was, for a captain of a coal ship, when he required a cargo to be whipped, to apply to one of these publicans for a gang, and a gang was accordingly sent from the public house. There was no professed or prearranged deduction from the price paid for the work. The captain paid the publican, and the publican paid the coal whippers. But the middleman had his profit another way. The coal whipper was expected to come to the public house in the morning, to drink while waiting for work, to take drink with him to the ship, to drink again when the day's work was over, and to linger about and in the public house until almost bedtime before his day's wages were paid. The consequence was that an enormous ratio of his earnings went every week to the publican. The publicans were wont to divide their dependents into 2 classes, the constant men and the stragglers, of whom the former were first served whenever a cargo was to be whipped. In return for this they were expected to spend almost the whole of their spare time in the public house, and even to take up their lodgings there. The captains preferred applying to the publicans to engaging the men themselves, because it saved them trouble, and because, as was pretty well understood, the publicans curried favour with them by indirect means. Grocers and small shopkeepers did the same, and the coal whippers had then to buy bad and dear groceries instead of bad and dear beer and gin. The legislature tried by various means to protect the coal whippers, but the publicans contrived means to evade the law. At length, in 1843, an Act was passed, which has placed the coal whippers in a far more advantageous position. The transition from coal labour to ballast labour is gradual and easy, and would be even if the labourers were not kindred in suffering. The coal ships, when discharged by the whippers, must get back to the north, and as there are not cargoes enough from London to freight them, they must take in ballast to make the ships heavy enough to sail in safety. This ballast is chiefly ballast or sand, dredged up from the bed of the Thames at and near Woolwich Reach. The Trinity House takes upon itself this duty. The captain, when he requires to sail, applies to the ballast office, and the required weight of ballast is sent to the ship in lighters belonging to the Trinity House, the captain paying so much a ton for it. About 80 tons on an average are required for each vessel, and the quantity thus supplied by the Trinity House is about 10,000 tons per week. Some of the ships are ballasted with chalk taken from Purfleet. All ballast taken from higher up the river than that point must be supplied by the Trinity House. When the ship reaches the Tyne, the ballast is of no further use, but it must not be emptied into that river. It has therefore to be deposited on the banks, where huge mounds are now collected 200 or 300 feet high. New places on the banks of the river have to be discovered for this deposit as the ballast mounds keep increasing, for it must be recollected that the vessels leave these ports, no matter for what destination, with coal, and may return in ballast. Indeed, a railway has been formed from the vicinity of South Shields to a waste place on the seashore hard by the mouth of the Tyne, where the ballast may be conveyed at small cost. its further accumulation on the river bank being found an encumbrance. It is really something more than a metaphor, it has been said, to designate this a transfer of the bed of the Thames to the banks of the Tyne. We may add, as another characteristic, that some of the older ballast mounds are overgrown with herbage, as the vessels from foreign ports returning to the coal ports in ballast have not unfrequently to take soil on board for ballast, in which roots and seeds are contained. Some of these struggle into vegetation, so that Italian flowers not unfrequently attempt to bloom in Durham, Yorkshire, or Northumberland, while some have survived the climate and have spread around, and thus it is that botanists trace the history of plants which are called indigenous to the ballast hills. Before treating of the ballast labourers themselves, I shall give a brief history of the ballast laws. Ships are technically said to be in ballast when they sail without a cargo, having on board only the stores and other articles requisite for the use of the vessel and crew, as well as of any passengers who may be proceeding with her upon the voyage. In favour of vessels thus circumstanced, it is usual to dispense with many formalities at the custom houses of the ports, and to remit the payment of the dues and charges levied upon ships having cargoes on board. A foreign vessel proceeding from a British port may take chalk on board as ballast. Regulations have at various times been made in different ports and countries, determining the modes in which ships may be supplied with ballast, and in what manner they may discharge the same, such regulations being necessary to prevent injury to harbours. Charles I published a proclamation in 1636, ordering that none shall buy any ballast out of the river Thames but a person appointed by him for that purpose, and this appointment was sold for the king's profit. Since then, the soil of the River Thames has been vested in the Corporation of the Trinity House, and a fine of £10 may be recovered for every ton of ballast taken out of the river without the authority of the Corporation. Ships may take on board land ballast from any quarries or pits east of Woolwich by paying 1 penny per ton to the Trinity House. For river ballast, the Corporation are authorised by Act of Parliament to make other charges. The receipts of the Trinity House from this source were £33,591 in the year 1840, and their expenses were £31,622, leaving a clear profit of £1,969. The ballast of all ships or vessels coming into the Thames must be unladen into a lighter, and if any ballast be thrown into the river, the master of the vessel whence it is thrown is liable to a fine of £20. Some such regulation is usually enforced at every port. Before proceeding further with my present subject, it is proper that I should express my acknowledgments of the ready courtesy with which the official information necessary for the full elucidation of my subject was supplied to me by the Secretary of the Principal Ballast Office at Trinity House, Tower Hill. I have always observed that when the heads of a department willingly supply information to go before the public, I find in the further course of my investigations that under such departments the claims of the labourer are not only acknowledged but practically allowed. On the other hand, if official gentlemen neglect, which is to refuse, to supply the returns and other information, it is because the inquiry is unpalatable to them, as the public may find that in their departments the fair claims of the labourers are not allowed. Were the poor ballast heavers taken under the protection of the Corporation of the Trinity House, something in the same way that Parliament has placed the coal whippers under the guardianship of a board of commissioners, the good done would be great indeed, and the injury would be none, for it cannot be called an injury to prevent a publican forcing a man to buy and swallow bad drink. By charter of Queen Elizabeth in the 36th year of her reign, the lastage and ballastage, and office of lastage and ballastage, of all ships and other vessels betwixt the bridge of the City of London and the main sea, I am informed by the Secretary of the Trinity Company, was granted to the Master Wardens and Assistants of the Trinity House of Deptford Strand. This was renewed, and the gravel, sand, and soil of the River Thames granted to the said Master Wardens, and so on, for the ballasting of ships and vessels in the 15th year of Charles II, and again in the 17th year of the reign of that monarch. This last named charter remains in force, and has been confirmed by Acts of Parliament at different times, by which acts also various regulations in relation to the conduct of the ballast service, the control of the persons employed therein, and the prices of the ballast supplied, have been established. The Act now in force is the 6th and 7th Victoria, Cap 57. The number of men employed in lighters as ballast getters, or in barges conveying it from the dredgers, is 245, who are paid by the ton raised. The number of vessels entered for ballast in the year 1848 was colliers 6,480, British merchant vessels 3,690, aliens 1,054. Total vessels 11,224. The total quantity of ballast supplied to shipping in the year 1848 was 615,619 tons, or thereabouts, such ballast being gravel raised from the bed of the River Thames and delivered alongside of vessels, either lying in the different docks or being afloat in the stream between London Bridge and Woolwich. The number of vessels employed in this service is 69, namely 3 steam dredging vessels having 8 men in each, 24 men, 43 lighters having 4 men in each, 172 men, 9 lighters having 5 men in each, 45 men, 14 barges having 2 men in each, 28 men. Total 69 vessels, 269 men. The ballast is delivered into the vessels from the lighters and barges by men called ballast heavers, who are employed by the vessel and are not in the service of the Trinity House. I now come to the nature of the ballast labour itself. This is divisible into 3 classes: that performed by the ballast getters, or those who are engaged in raising it from the bed of the Thames; by the ballast lighters, or those who are engaged in carrying it from the getters to the ships requiring it; and by the ballast heavers, or those who are engaged in putting it on board of such ships. The first and second of these classes have, according to their own account, nothing to complain of, being employed by gentlemen who, judging by the wanton neglect of labouring men by their masters, so general in London, certainly exhibit a most extraordinary consideration and regard for their work-people, and the change from the indifference and callousness of the coal merchants to the kindness of the corporation of the Trinity House is most gratifying. The ballast heavers constitute an entirely different class. They have, every one to a man, deep and atrocious wrongs to complain of, such as I am sure are unknown, and which, when once made public, will at once demand some remedy. I must, however, first deal with the ballast getters. Of these there are 2 subclasses, namely those engaged in obtaining the ballast by steam power, and those who still procure it, as of old, by muscular power. Of 7 dredging engines employed in the collecting of ballast from the bed of the Thames, there are 3, the Hercules, the Goliath, and the Samson. These are now stationed respectively in Barking Reach, Half Reach, near Dagenham, and the bottom of Halfway Reach, off Rainham. Most persons who have proceeded up or down the Thames will have perceived black, unshapely masses, with no visible indications that they may be classed with steam vessels, except a chimney and smoke. These are the dredging vessels. They are of about 200 tons burden. The engines of the Hercules and the Samson are of 20 horsepower, those of the Goliath are 25. When the process of dredging is carried on, the use of the dredging vessel is obvious to any spectator, but I believe that most persons imagine the object to be merely to deepen the river by removing inequalities in its bed, and so to render its navigation easier by equalising its depth, and in some degrees checking the power of cross currents. Few are aware that an ulterior object is gained. I visited one of these steam dredgers and was very courteously shown over it. The first feeling was an impression of the order, regularity, and trimness that prevailed. In the engineers department, too, there was an aspect, as well as a feeling, of extreme snugness, the more perceptible both to the eye and the body from its contrast with the intense cold on the muddy river outside, then running down in very strong ebb. In the engineers department there was more than cleanliness. There was a brightness about the brass handles attached to the machinery, and indeed about every portion of the apparatus at all susceptible of brightness, which indicated a constant and systematic attention by well-skilled hands. Each dredger carries 8 men, the master, called the captain commonly enough on the river, 2 engineers, an engineer's assistant, 2 legsmen, who attend to the ladders, and 3 men for general purposes. They are all called engine men. The master of the dredger I visited had the weather-beaten look of the experienced seaman, and the quiet way of talking of past voyages which is found generally in men who have really served, whether in the merchant service or Royal Navy. He resided on board the dredger with his wife and family, the principal cabin being a very comfortable parlour. All the men live on board, having their turns for visit to the shore from Saturday morning, noon, or evening, as their business permits, to Monday morning. Their sleeping places are admirable for cleanliness. All the dredgers are under the control of the Corporation of the Trinity House. They are, as it was worded to me, as strong as wood and iron can make them. But for secure anchorage, these dredgers would soon go adrift. Colliers beating up or down occasionally run against the dredgers. This happens mostly in light winds, when the masters of these colliers are afraid to let go their anchors. The machinery consists of a steam engine and spur gear for directing the buckets. The application of the steam power I need not minutely describe, as it does not differ from other applications where motion has to be communicated. It is connected with strong iron beams, having cogged and connected wheels, which when put into operation give upward and downward motion to the buckets. These buckets are placed on ladders, as they are called, one on each side the vessel. These ladders, or shafts, consist of 3 heavy beams of wood, firmly bolted together and fitted with friction wheels. To each ladder 29 buckets are attached, each bucket holding 2½ hundredweight of gravel. Each bucket is attached by joints to the next, and a series of holes permits the water drawn up with the deposit to ooze out. When the bucket touches the bottom of the river, it dips, as it is called. A rotary motion being communicated, the construction ensures the buckets being brought up flat on the ladder until a due height is attained, when the rotary or circular motion again comes into play, and the contents of the bucket are emptied into a lighter moored alongside, and the empty bucket is driven down to be refilled. The contents so drawn up are disposed of for ballast, which is the ulterior purpose I have alluded to. Upon an average, the buckets revolve once in 2 minutes. That time, however, varies from the nature of the bed of the river. The Goliath and the Samson, being fitted up with marine engines, drive the fastest. The 3 vessels have for the last year worked within a circle of a mile. The quantity of ballast raised depends upon the demand, as well as upon the character of the deposit at the bottom of the river. Between 900 and 1,000 tons have been raised in 7½ hours. Sometimes in a like period less than 300 tons have been raised. The dredger I was on board of has taken in a year from 180,000 to 190,000 tons. A stratum of mud 2½ feet had been raised, then 3 feet of gravel, and a chalk bottom was anticipated. In some places 15 feet have been so cleared away to a chalk bottom. In others 15 feet have been so worked off and no bottom but gravel reached. The gravel lies in shoals. Sometimes the dredgers come to hard conglomerate gravel, as compact as a rock. No fossils have been found. In a few places a clay bottom has been met with. The men in the dredgers are paid according to the number of tons raised, the proceeds being duly apportioned. They work as frequently by night as by day, their labour depending upon the time when an order for a supply of ballast is received. Each lighter holds 60 tons of ballast. The dredgers above bridge are the property of individuals working with the concurrence of the Civic Corporation of London. Those below bridge are, as I have said, under the control of the Corporation of the Trinity House. The Hercules was the first Trinity House dredger worked by steam. Private individuals, however, employed steam sooner than the Trinity House authorities to draw up materials to mix with lime for building purposes. The first Trinity House steam dredger was started in 1827. I had some conversation with a man employed on one of the steam dredgers. He described the process carried on there as I have given it, estimating the tons of ballast raised at about 4,000 a week. He expressed a sense of his good fortune in having the employment he had. He was well used and wouldn't like to change. He declined stating his earnings. Otherwise than that, he had his fair share, until he saw his master, and of course I did not press him further on the subject. The ballast getters are men employed in raising ballast from the bed of the river by bodily labour. The apparatus by which this is effected consists of a long staff or pole about 35 feet in length. At the end of this is an iron spoon, or ring, underneath which is a leathern bag holding about 20 hundredweight. The ballast is raised on board the working lighters by means of this spoon. The working lighters carry 6 hands, that is, a staffsman, whose duty it is to attend to the staff, a bagman, who empties the bag, a chainsman, who hauls at the chain, a heelsman, who lets go the pawl of the winch, and 2 trimmers, who trim the ballast in the lighter as fast as it comes in. Previous to the men getting at work, the staffsman takes hold of the spoon to feel whereabout the ballast bed lies. When this is found, he puts down his sets, as it is termed, that is to say, he drives the iron-tipped spars that he has with him in the lighter into the ground so as to steady the craft. This done, the staffsman seizes hold of the middle of the staff, while the bargeman takes the bag and the chainsman the chain, which is fastened to the iron ring or spoon. The staff is thus thrown overboard into the water about midway of the lighter, and the tide carries the spoon down towards the stern. The staffsman then fastens the staff to the lighter by means of the gaff string or rope attached to the side of the vessel. At the same time, the men go forward to heave at the winch, round the roll of which the chain attached to the spoon itself is wound. All the men, with the exception of the staffsman, then heave away, and so drag the spoon along the bed of the river. When the staffsman feels that the bag is full, he leaves go of the gaff string and goes forward to heave with the men as well. Immediately the gaff string is undone, the top part of the staff falls back on an oar that projects from the after part of the vessel, and the bag is then raised by means of the winch and chain to the level of the gunwale of the craft. Then the bagsman hauls it in and empties it into the lighter, while the 2 trimmers spread the ballast discharged. The spoon can only be worked when the tide is nearly down, because the water would be too deep for the set to bring the craft steady. To hoist the 20 hundredweight of ballast in the bag will require the whole force of the 6 men, and none but the very strongest are of use. The ballast getters are all very powerful men. They are mostly very tall, big-boned and muscular. Many of them are upwards of 6 feet high and have backs 2 feet broad. "I lifted 7 half-hundredweights with one of my hands," said one whom I saw. He was a man of 39 years of age and stood half an inch over 6 feet, while another was 6 feet 2 inches. They were, indeed, extraordinarily fine specimens of the English labourer, making our boasted Life Guardsmen appear almost weak and effeminate in comparison with them. Before the steam dredging engines were introduced, I am informed the ballast getters were even bigger and heavier men than they are now. The ballast getters seldom or never fish up anything besides ballast. 4 or 5 years back, they were lucky enough to haul up a box of silver plate, but they consider a bit of old iron or a bit of copper very good luck now. The 6 men generally raise 60 tons 18 feet high in the course of the tide, which is at the rate of £22,400 each man in 3 hours. This makes the quantity raised per hour by each man upwards of £7,400. The price paid is 8p per ton, or £2 for 60 tons. This is shared equally among 5 of the men, who receive 8 shillings apiece as their proportion, and out of this they pay 3 shillings and 6p a tide to the stern trimmer whom they employ, the Trinity Company allowing only 5 men, and the ballast getters engaging the 6th man themselves. Upon an average, the ballast getters do about 3 loads in the week throughout the year. This, deducting the money paid to the 6th man, makes the earnings of each ballast getter come to about 22 shillings throughout the year. The staffsman is allowed £20 a year to keep the craft in gear. The ballast getters usually work above the dredging engines, mostly about Woolwich. There the cleanest ballast is to be got. The Trinity Company they speak most highly of. Indeed, the corporation are universally spoken of as excellent masters. The men say they have nothing to complain of. They get their money on every Friday night and have no call to spend a farthing of their earnings otherwise than as they please. They only wish, they add, that the ballast heavers were as well off. It would be a good job if they was, poor men, say one and all. End of section 53. Section 54 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Ballast Men, Part 2. The second class of ballast labourers are the ballast lightermen. These are men engaged by the Trinity Company to carry the ballast in the company's barges and lighters from the steam dredging engines to the ship's side. The corporation has 52 lighters and 14 barges, all 60-ton craft. Each lighter carries 4 men, and there are 2 men in each barge, so that altogether 108 lightermen and 28 bargemen are employed in bringing the ballast from the engines. These men are not required to have a licence from the Watermen's Company like other lightermen and bargemen on the Thames, and that is one of the reasons for my dealing with them at present. They form a class of labourers by themselves, and I treat of them here because it appears the fittest place for a statement of their condition and earnings. Besides the lightermen and bargemen engaged in carrying the ballast from the steam dredging engines, there are others employed on board what are called the working lighters. These are vessels in which ballast is got up from the bed of the river by muscular labour. There are 10 of these working lighters and 6 men engaged in each, or in all 60 men employed in raising ballast by such means. There are 3 steam dredging engines employing each 8 men, or 24 in all, so that there are altogether 220 labouring men engaged in the ballast service of the Trinity Company. Each of the carrying lighters has a staffsman, or master, and 3 men. The lighters all carry 60 tons of ballast, and make upon an average between 3 and 4 voyages a week, or about 7 in the fortnight. There is no place of deposit for the ballast brought up the river from the engines. It is left in the lighter until required. The ballast chiefly consists of gravel. Indeed, the ships will mostly refuse anything else. When there is a plentiful supply of ballast, they will refuse clay in particular. Clay ballast is what is termed bad ballast. Upon an average, there are 30 loads, or 1,800 tons of ballast brought up by the lighters every day from the engines. In the course of the year, there are between 550,000 and 600,000 tons of ballast supplied by the 3 steam dredging machines. It is about 23 years since the steam dredging engine first came out, said the party who gave me the above information. For the last 20 years, I should think, the company have been raising about 500,000 tons of gravel from the bed of the river. 30 years ago, I thought the ballast would soon be out, but there appears to be little or no difference, and yet the shoals do not fill up again after being once taken away. In Barking Reach, I am sure there is 6 feet more water now than there was 30 years ago. There was at that time a large shoal in that part of the river called Barking Shelf. It was certainly a mile long and half a mile wide. The vessels would ground upon it long before low water. At some tides it used to strip dry, and at low tide generally there was about 6 foot of water over it. That part of the river is now the deepest about Barking, and as deep as the best of places in the Thames. When I first came to London, we were prevented from getting the ballast from anywhere else than Barking, on account of the great shoals there. But now the great ballast bed is between 4 and 5 miles lower down. The river has been very nearly cleared of shoals by the dredging engines from Limehouse Reach to the bottom of Half Reach. The only shoal in the way of the navigation below the pool is what is called Woolwich Shelf. There is indeed another shoal, but this consists of stiff clay or conglomerate, and the engines cannot work through it. The men on board the carrying lighters are paid 5p a ton for bringing the ballast from the dredging engines to the ships. This is equally divided among the 4 men. The staffsman, in addition to his 4th share, receives £10 a year for his extra duties, but out of this he has to buy oars for the boat and lighter, locks, fenders, and shovels. Upon an average, the cost of these will be about 30 shillings a year. Each man's share of the 60-ton load is 6 shillings and 3p, and there are about 7 loads brought up by each lighter in the fortnight. Some weeks the men can earn as much as 37 shillings, but at others they cannot get more than 12 shillings and 6p. I did myself only 2 loads last week, said my informant. When there is little or no vent, as we call it, for the ballast, that is, but a slight demand for it, we have but little work. Upon an average, each lighterman makes from 21 shillings to 22 shillings a week. At the time of the strike among the pitmen in the north, the lightermen generally only did about 2 load a week throughout the year, but then the following year we had as much as we could do. The Trinity Company, whom I serve, and have served for 30 years, are excellent masters to us when we are sick or well. The Corporation of the Trinity House allow the married lightermen in their service 10 shillings, and the single ones 7 shillings and 6p a week, as long as they are ill. I have known the allowance given to men for 2 years, and for this we pay nothing to any benefit society or provident fund. If we belong to any such society, we have our sick money from them, independent of that. The superannuation money is now £6 a year, but I understand, continued the man, that the company intend increasing it next Tuesday. Some of the old men were ordered up to the house a little while ago, and were asked what they could live comfortably upon, and one of the gentlemen there promised them that no more of us should go to the workhouse. They do not provide any school for our children. A great many of the lightermen neither read nor write. I never heard any talk of the company erecting a school, either for the instruction of their men or their men's families. All I can say is that in all my dealings with the Trinity Corporation, I have found them very kind and considerate masters. They are always ready to listen to the men, and they have hospitals for the sick in their employ, and midwives for the wives of the labourers, and they bury, free of expense, most of the men that die in their service. To the widows of their deceased servants they allow £6 a year, and if there be any children, they give 2 shillings a month to each under 14 years old. I never knew them to reduce the lightermen's wages. They have rather increased than lowered them. After the introduction of the steam dredging machines, we were better off than we were before. Previous to that time, the lightermen were getters as well, and then the labour was so hard that the expenses of the men for living were more than they are now. I now come in due order to the ballast heavers. Of these I can at present give but a general description. The individual instances of oppression that I sought out I must reserve for a subsequent page, when I most heartily hope that the publication of the iniquity of which these poor fellows are the victims will be at least instrumental in putting an end to a most vile and wicked plan for the degradation and demoralization of our fellow creatures. The tales I have to tell are such as must rouse every heart not positively indurated by the love of gain. I must, however, be here content, as I said before, with merely describing the system. The duty of the ballast heaver is to heave into the holds of the ship the ballast brought alongside the vessel by the Trinity lighters from the dredging engines. The ships take in ballast either in the docks or in the pool. When the ship is cranky built and cannot stand steady after a portion of her cargo has been discharged, she usually takes in what is called shifting or stiffening ballast. The ballast is said to stiffen a cranky vessel because it has the effect of making her firm or steady in the water. The quantity of ballast required by cranky vessels depends upon the build of the ships. 60 tons of cargo will stiffen the most cranky vessel. I am informed by those who have been all their lives at the business that they never knew a vessel, however cranky, but what 60 tons weight would stiffen her. Some vessels are so stiff-built that they can discharge the whole of their cargo without taking in any ballast at all. These are generally flat-bottomed vessels, whereas cranky vessels are built sharp towards the keel. The colliers are mostly flat-bottomed vessels, and could in calm weather return to the north without either ballast or cargo in them. This, however, is not allowed by the owners. The generality of ships discharge all their cargo before they take in any ballast. The cranky-built ships form the exception and begin taking in ballast when they are about 3 parts discharged. When a ship requires ballast, the owner or one of his agents or servants applies to the Trinity House for the quantity needed. If the ship belonged to the merchant service and is lying in any of the docks, the owner has to pay 1 shilling and 7p per ton to the Trinity Company for the ballast supplied. But if the merchant vessel be lying in the pool, then the price is 1 shilling and 3p per ton, and if the vessel be a collier, the price is 1 shilling per ton. On application being made at the ballast office, the party is supplied with a bill specifying the name and situation of the vessel, the quantity of ballast required for her, and the price that has been paid for it. The bill is then taken to the ruler's office, where it is entered in a book and the ship supplied with the ballast, according to the place that she has on the books. If the weather is rough, a ship has to remain 3 or 4 days without receiving the ballast she wants. The application for ballast is seldom made directly from the captain or ship owner himself. There are parties living in the neighbourhood of Wapping and Ratcliffe who undertake for a certain sum per score of tons to have the requisite quantity of ballast put aboard the ship. These parties are generally either publicans, grocers, butchers, lodging-house keepers, or watermen, and they have a number of labourers dealing with them whom they employ to heave the ballast on board. The publicans, butchers, grocers, or lodging-house keepers are the ballast contractors, and they only employ those parties who are customers at their houses. It is the owner or captain of the vessel who contracts with these truckmen for the ballasting of the ship at a certain price per score of tons, and the truckmen for that sum undertake not only to procure the ballast from the Trinity Company and save the owner or captain all the trouble of so doing, but also to carry it from the Trinity lighters on board the ship. The reason of the publicans, grocers, butchers, or lodging-house keepers undertaking the job is to increase the custom at their shops, for they make it a rule to employ no heavers but those who purchase their goods from them. The price paid to these truckmen varies considerably. Their principal profit, however, is made out of the labourers they employ. The highest price paid to the contractors for putting the ballast on board colliers, exclusive of the cost of the ballast itself, is 10 shillings per score tons. Many contractors charge less than this. Not a few, indeed, undertake to do it for 9 shillings, and there are one or two who will do it for 8 shillings the score. But these, I am informed, quote, are men who are trying to get the work away from the other contractors, end quote. The highest price paid to the contractors for ballasting small merchant vessels is 12 shillings per score as well. For large vessels, the price varies according to their size, and consequently the number of heavers required to put the ballast on board. The lowest price paid per score to the contractors for small merchant vessels is 10 shillings. 8 or 9 years ago, the price for ballasting small merchant vessels was much higher. Then the highest price paid to the contractor was 15 shillings. Since that time, the prices both for merchant vessels and colliers have been continually falling. This, I am told, arises from the number of contractors increasing and their continual endeavours to underwork one another. Before the establishment of the coal whippers' office, the contractors for ballast were solely publicans, and they not only undertook to put ballast on board, but to deliver the coals from the ships as well. At this time, the publicans engaged in the business made rapid and large fortunes, and soon became ship owners themselves. But after the institution of the coal whippers' office, the business of the publicans, who had before been the contractors, declined. Since that period, the contracts for ballasting ships have been undertaken by butchers and grocers as well as publicans, and the number of these has increased every year, and according as the number of the contractors has increased, so have the prices decreased, for each one is anxious to undersell the other. In order to do this, the contractors have sought everywhere for fresh hands, and the lodging-house keepers in particular have introduced labouring men from the country who will do the work at a less price than those who have been regularly brought up to the business. And I am credibly informed that whereas 9 or 10 years ago every ballast heaver was known to his mates, now the strangers have increased to such an extent that at least 2/3 of the body are unacquainted with the rest. There is treble the number of hands at the work now, I am told, to what there was but a few years back. The prices paid by the contractors to the ballast heavers are very little below what the owners pay to them. Indeed, some of the publicans pay the heavers the same price that they themselves receive, and make their profit solely out of the beer and spirits supplied to the workmen. The butchers and grocers generally pay the men 6pence and some 1 shilling in the score less than they themselves get. But, like the publican, their chief profit is made out of the goods they supply. The lodging-house keepers seldom contract for the work. They are generally foremen employed by the publican, butcher or grocer contracting, and they make it a rule that the ballast heavers whom they hire shall lodge at their house, as well as procure their beer, meat or grocery, as the case may be, from the shop of the contractor by whom they are employed. All the English ships that enter the port of London are supplied with ballast in this manner. The owners always make it a rule to contract with some publican, butcher, grocer or lodging-house keeper for the ballasting of their vessels, and it is impossible for the ballast heaver to obtain employment at his calling but by dealing at the shops of some or other of these parties. According to the government returns, there were 170 ballast heavers in the metropolis in 1841, and I am assured that there are more than double that number at present, or nearly 400 labourers engaged in the business. There are now 27 publicans who make a regular business of contracting for the supply of ballast. Besides these, there are 4 butchers, the same number of grocers, and as many lodging-house keepers. Further than this, there is a foreman attached to each of the public houses or butchers' or grocers' shops, and these foremen are mostly lodging-house keepers as well. The foremen, in general, have the engagement of the heavers, and the first hands they employ are those who lodge at their houses. These hands are expected also to deal with the contractor under whose foreman they serve. The heavers generally, therefore, are obliged to lodge at the house of some foreman and to obtain their meat, beer and grocery from the different ballast contractors in order to obtain work. Indeed, with the exception of clothing, the heaver is compelled to obtain almost every article he consumes through the medium of some contractor. The greater the number of contractors the heaver deals with, the greater is his chance of work. The rule with each of the contractors is to give credit to the hands they employ, and those who are the most in debt with them have the preference in labour. The butchers and grocers generally charge a penny per pound weight extra for everything they sell to the heavers, and the publicans make it up in adulteration. Each of the publicans, butchers and grocers who make a rule of contracting for the supply of ballast has on an average 2 gangs of men dealing at his house, and if he have more ships to supply than his regular hands are capable of doing, then he sends the foreman to either of the places of call where the unemployed men wait for hire throughout the day. Each ship requires from 4 to 6 heavers to put the ballast on board, and the men generally ship about 50 tons in the course of the day. They often do as much as 100 tons, and sometimes only 20 in the day. The heavers are divided into constant and casualty men. The constant men are the first gang working out of the public house or butchers' or grocers' shops. The constant men with the publicans are those that are the best customers. If they didn't drink, said my informant, they'd be thought of very little use. These constant men make 3 times as much as the casualty men, or in other words, they have 3 times as much to drink. Generally, 1/5 part of what the publicans' constant men earn is spent in drink. The casualty men are those who belong to no regular houses, but these, if taken on by a publican, are expected to spend the same amount in drink as the constant men. There are no ballast heavers who are teetotalers. Indeed, it would be madness, says my informant, for a man to think of it, for to sign the pledge would be entirely to deprive himself and his family of bread. To complete the different classes of ballast labourers, I will conclude with the statement of a casualty man. I'm about 57, said my informant, who was 6 feet high and looked like a man far older than 57. And have been 35 years a ballast heaver, with the exception of 7 or 8 years when I had the care of some horses used in coal wagons. When I first knew the trade, earnings was good. I might clear my £1 a week, On that I brought up 4 sons and 1 daughter, all now married. At that time, I mean when I first worked at ballast heaving, the men were not so much employed by publicans and other tradesmen. A gang of men could then get work on their own account, a good deal easier than they can get it now through the tradesmen who supply the ballast. As the trade got more and more into the hands of the publicans and such like, it grew worse and worse for such as me. We earned less, and were not anything like to call free men. Instead of my pound, I had to stir myself to make 15 shillings, or as low as 12 shillings a week. Lately I have been what is called a casualty man. There's constant men and casualties. Each publican has a foreman to look out and get men and see after them. These foremen, all of them that I know of, keep lodgers, charging them 2 shillings and 6pence or 3 shillings a week for a room they could get but for this tie for 2 shillings. Aye, that they could. Suppose now a publican has a ship to supply with ballast. He acquaints his foreman, and the foreman calls on his lodgers and sets them to work. These are the constant men. They have always the first turn out of the house. If they return from work at 4 and there's another job at 5, they get it. That's interest, you see, sir. The more such men earn this way, the more they're expected to spend with the publican. It's only bad stuff they have to drink at a full price. It's only when all the constant men are at work and a job must be done at once that me and such as me can get work. If I hear of a chance of a job, I call on the foreman. If I have money, why, I must drink myself and treat the foreman with a drop of gin or what he fancies. If I haven't the money, I have the worse chance for a job. Suppose I get a job and earn 6 shillings out of 60 tons of ballast. Out of that 6 shillings, I may have 4 shillings, or at most 4 shillings and 6pence, to take home with me, after paying for what I must drink at the publican's, what I'm forced to spend. Casualty men have sad trouble to get any work. Those that belong to the houses have all the call. Last week I was on the lookout every day and couldn't get a single job, nor earn a single farthing. Last night I had to get a bite of supper at my son's, and a bite of breakfast this morning as well, and I had to borrow a pair of shoes to come out in. The best week's work I've had this winter was 15 shillings. I had 5 days in one ship. For that 5 days I was entitled, I fancy, to 20 shillings, or maybe 21 shillings, so that the difference between that and the 15 shillings went for drink. I only wanted a pint of beer now and then at my work, 2 or 3 a day. The worst of it is, we don't get drink at our work so much as at the public house we're employed from. If we want to go home, some of the constant men want to have more, and so the money goes. Other weeks I have carried home 10 shillings, 8 shillings, 5 shillings, and many a week nothing, living as I could. It would be a deal better for poor men like me if tradesmen had nothing to do with ballast work. If the men that did the work were paid by the gentleman what wants the ballast, there might then be a living for a poor man. As it is, it's a very bad, hateful system, and makes people badly off. A ballast man may sit in a tap room, wet and cold and hungry, I've felt it many a time, and be forced to drink bad stuff, waiting to be paid. It always happens, unless they're about shutting up, that we have to wait. We have no sick fund or benefit societies. I declare to you that if anything happened to me, if I was sick, I have nothing to call my own but what I've on. And not all that, as I've told you, and there's nothing but the parish to look to. Note, here the man somewhat shuddered. End note. I pay 2 shillings a week rent. Then again, sir, there's the basket men at the docks, all the docks. They're as bad to the poor man as the publican, or worse. The way they do is this. They're not in any trade, and they make it their business to go on board ships, foreign ships, American generally. In better times, 20 or 25 years ago, there used to be 1 shilling and as high as 1 shilling and sixpence paid for a ton from such ships to a gang of 6 ballast men. I've earned 6, 7, and 8 shillings a day myself then. We heaved the ballast out of the lighters with our shovels onto a stage, and from that it was heaved into the hold. 2 men worked in the lighter, 2 on the stage, and 2 in the hold of the vessel. The basket men managed to fill the hold now by heaving the ballast up from the lighter in baskets by means of a windlass. The basket man contracts with the captain and then puts us poor men at the lowest rate he can get. He picks them up anywhere, anything in the shape of men. For every half-crown he pays these men, he'll get 9 shillings for himself and more. An American liner may require 300 tons of ballast, and maybe a captain will give a basket man 8p a ton. That would be £10. The basket man employs 6 men, and he makes another. He never works himself, never, not a blow, but he goes swaggering about the ship when his men are at work, and he's on the lookout in the streets at other times. For the £10 he'll get for the 300 tons, he'll pay his men each 2 shillings and sixpence for 60 tons, that is £3 15 shillings, and so there's £6 5 shillings profit for him. Isn't that a shame, when so many poor men have to go without dinner or breakfast? There's 5 basket men to my knowledge. They are making money all out of poor men that can't help themselves. The poor suffers for all. In order to assure myself of the intensity of the labour of ballast heaving, of which I heard statements on all sides, I visited a gang of men at work, ballasting a collier in the pool. My engagements prevented my doing this until about 6 in the evening. There was a very dense fog on the river and all along its banks. So thick was it indeed that the water which washed the steps where I took a boat could not be distinguished, even with the help of the adjacent lights. I soon, however, attained the ballast lighter I sought. The ballast heavers had established themselves alongside a collier to be filled with 43 tons of ballast, just before I reached them, so that I observed all their operations. The first step was to tie pieces of old sail, or anything of that kind, round their shoes, ankles, and half up their legs, to prevent the gravel falling into their shoes, and so rendering their tread painful. This was rapidly done, and the men set to work with the quiet earnestness of those who were working for the morrow's meal, and who know that they must work hard. 2 men stood in the gravel, the ballast, in the lighter. The other 2 stood on a stage, as it is called, which is but a boarding placed on the partition beams of the lighter. The men on this stage, cold as the night was, threw off their jackets and worked in their shirts, their labour being not merely hard, but rapid. As one man struck his shovel into the ballast thrown upon the stage, the other hove his shovelful through a small porthole in the vessel's side, so that the work went on as continuously and as quickly as the circumstances could possibly admit. Rarely was a word spoken, and nothing was heard but an occasional gurgle of the water, and the plunging of the shovel into the gravel on the stage by one heaver, followed instantaneously by the rattling of the stones in the hold shot from the shovel of the other. In the hold the ballast is arranged by the ship's company. The throwing of the ballast through the porthole was done with a nice precision. A tarpaulin was fixed to prevent any of the ballast that might not be flung through the porthole being wasted by falling into the river, and all that struck merely the bounds of the porthole fell back into the lighter. But this was the merest trifle. The men pitched the stuff through most dexterously. The porthole might be 6 feet above the stage from which they hove the ballast. The men in the lighter have an average heave of 6 feet onto the stage. The 2 men on the stage and the 2 on the lighter fill and discharge their shovels 12 times in a minute. That is, one shovelful is shot by each man in every alternate 5 seconds, so that every one of the 4 men engaged at the work flings the height of 36 feet every minute, or 2,160 feet in an hour. And in that time, according to the concurrent computation of the heavers, the 4 men may easily fling in 10 tons, or 5,600 pounds a man. The men work with the help of large lanterns, being employed mostly by night. End of section 54. Section 55 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Ballast Men, Part 3. I shall now state the sentiments of the men generally and then individually upon the subject of their grievances. To be certain as to the earnings of the men, to see their condition, and to hear from a large number of them their own statements as to the hardships they suffered and the sums they gained, I met 2 bodies of the ballast heavers assembled without pre-arrangement. At one station 50 were present, at the other 30. The men were chiefly clad in coarse, strong jackets, some of them merely waistcoats, with strong blue flannel sleeves, and coarse trousers, thick with accumulated grease from long wear. They had, notwithstanding their privations, generally a hardy look. There was nothing squalid in their appearance, as in that of men who have to support life on similar earnings with indoor employment. Their manners were quiet and far from coarse. At the first meeting, 50 were present. One man said, "Well, I think I am the oldest man at present, and I don't get above 5 shillings a week, but that's because I'm an old man and cannot work with the young ones." Upon an average, the common men earned 10 shillings a week the year through, and took home 5 shillings. I inquired, "Are you all compelled to spend a great part of all you earn in drink with the publican?" The answer was simultaneously, "All of us, all." Of the remainder of their earnings, after the drink deductions, the men were all satisfied they spent so much that many only took 2 shillings and 6pence a week home to their wives and families on an average. Last week 2 earned 20 shillings, the publican taking 10 shillings from each. 3 earned 15 shillings. One of these took 1 shilling and 6pence home, the other 3 shillings, both working for publicans. The third, who worked for a grocer, took home 13 shillings, the other 2 shillings being spent in tea and sugar, he being a single man. 3 earned 10 shillings. One working for a publican carried home 6 shillings, the difference going in compulsory drink. Another 4 shillings, and another 5 shillings. 6 did 1 load of ballast, receiving 7 shillings and 6pence each for it. One took home 4 shillings and 11pence, another 6 shillings and 6pence, a private job. Another, who did a load for 5 shillings and 3pence, took home 2 shillings and 3pence. The other 2 took home 5 shillings each. One man earned 3 shillings and took it all home, having worked at a private job for a foreigner. 15 earned nothing in the course of the last week. For the last fortnight, 9 had earned nothing. There were 9 present that had earned something in the last 3 weeks. "The fortnight before Christmas," said one, "I didn't earn 5 shillings all that fortnight." Nor I," said several others. On being asked, "Are you compelled to spend half of your earnings in drink?" there was a general cry of, "More than that, sir, more than that." I asked if men were forced to become drunkards under this system. There was a general cry of, "We are, and blackguards too." 17 were married men. Of them, 3 had no children, 3 had 1 child, 4 had 2 children, 2 had 3, 3 had 4, 1 had 5, 1 had 6. The men all said that to get away from the publican would be a new life to them, all to their benefit. No force to waste money in drink, and the only thing that would do them good. Many threw away the drink they had from the publicans, it was so bad. They drank Thames water rather. They were all satisfied they earned 10 shillings a week the year through, spending of that sum what they must spend, and what they were induced to spend, from 5 shillings to 7 shillings and sixpence a week. Another thing, they said, if you get a job, the publican will advance 1 shilling, now and then he may. They hate to give money. There's trust for as much grog as you like. All hailed with delight the least possible chance of being freed from the publican. One man said he was compelled often enough to pawn something of his own or his wife's to go and spend it at the public house, or he would have no chance of a job. All declare such a system never was known to have been carried on for years. Many said, we shall be discharged if they know we have told you the truth. They stated that the ballast heavers numbered between 300 and 400. There were 60 craft, each requiring 4 heavers, and many men were idle when all the others were at work. 30 were present when I counted the other meeting. A man said there might be 3 times that number looking for work then, and as many at work belonging to that station alone. In 1841, the census returns showed that there were 170 ballast heavers. The men assembled declared that their numbers had more nearly trebled than doubled since then. Within the last 2 or 3 years, many new hands had got to work on account of the distress in Ireland. The men agreed with the others I had seen that they earned 1 week with another 10 shillings, taking home but 5 shillings at the outside, and often only 2 shillings and sixpence. In answer to my questions, they said the winter is the best season. The trade is very slack in summer. Earnings in winter are pretty well double what they are in summer. Many agricultural labourers work among the heavers in winter, when they cannot be employed on the land. Of this body all said they were sober men till they took to ballast heaving, and would like to become sober men again. A general assent. 3 of the men had taken the pledge before becoming ballast heavers, and were obliged to break it to get work. They had to drink 5 pots of beer, they declared, where, if they were free men, they would only drink 1. When asked if the present system made drunkards, they answered with one voice, all, every ballast heaver in it. 20 were married men. All their wives and children suffered. This was affirmed generally with a loud murmur, and often had nothing to eat or drink, while their husbands had but the drink. It was computed, with general concurrence, that 150 ballast heavers paid foremen for lodgings, not half of them ever seeing the bed they paid for. About 12 years ago, they could earn twice or 3 times as much as they can now, but prices were higher, 12 shillings per score for what is now 8 shillings, and the men were far less numerous. The following is a precise statement of the sums to which each ballast heaver present was entitled, followed by the amount he had carried home the week before, after payment of his compulsory drinkings, and of what he might be induced to drink at the house of his employer while waiting to be paid. Earned 12 shillings, took home 7 shillings and sixpence. Earned 7 shillings, took home 3 shillings and sixpence. Earned 15 shillings, took home 9 shillings. Earned 12 shillings, took home 6 shillings. earned 13 shillings, took home 4 shillings, earned 11 shillings, took home 5 shillings, earned 5 shillings, took home 2 shillings and sixpence, earned 8 shillings, took home 5 shillings, earned 9 shillings and sixpence, took home 5 shillings, earned £1, took home 10 shillings, earned 12 shillings and sixpence, took home 3 shillings and sixpence, earned £1, took home 9 shillings, earned 12 shillings, took home 4 shillings, earned 15 shillings, took home 9 shillings, earned 15 shillings, took home 8 shillings and sixpence, earned 16 shillings, took home 6 shillings, earned 15 shillings, took home 5 shillings. 4 men earned nothing, took home nothing, earned 12 shillings, took home 2 shillings and sixpence, earned 9 shillings, took home 5 shillings, earned £1, took home 4 shillings and sixpence, earned £1, took home 10 shillings, earned 10 shillings, took home 3 shillings, earned 10 shillings, took home 5 shillings, earned 12 shillings, took home 2 shillings and sixpence, earned 8 shillings, took home 3 shillings and sixpence, earned 14 shillings, took home 9 shillings. Total earned £16 13 shillings. Total taken home £7 7 shillings. This statement shows out of 11 shillings and a penny halfpenny earnings, a receipt of less than 5 shillings a week. According to the returns of the Trinity House, there were 615,619 tons of ballast put on board 11,234 ships in the year 1848. The ballast heavers are paid at the rate of 6p per ton for shovelling the ballast out of the Trinity Company's lighters into the holds of the vessels. Hence, the total earnings of the ballast heavers in that year were £15,390, 9 shillings and sixpence, and calculating 2/3, the men say they always get rid of a half and often 3/4 of their earnings in drink. Of this sum to have been spent in liquor, it follows that as much as £10,260, 6 shillings and 4p went to the publican, and only £5,130, 3 shillings and 2p to the labouring men. According to this estimate of their gross earnings, if we calculate the body of the ballast heavers as numbering 350 men, the average wages of the class are about 16 shillings and 6p per week each man, or if we reckon the class at 400, then the average wages of each person would be about 14 shillings and 6p per week. From all I can learn, this appears to be about the truth, the earnings of the men being about 15 shillings a week, and their real income about 5 shillings. The men shall now speak for themselves. The first that I saw were 2 of the better class of foremen, who volunteered to give me an account of the system. "I am a foreman, or ganger, of the ballast heavers," said one. "I work under a man who is a publican and butcher, and I also work under another who is only a butcher. I moreover work under a grocer. I engage the different gangs of men for the parties under whom I work. I also pay the men. The publican, butcher, or grocer, as the case may be, agrees to give me 9 shillings a score tons. The foreman often gives the men the same money as they themselves receive, barring a pot of beer or a quartern of gin that they may have out of the job. Some foremen take much more." Another foreman, who was present while I was taking the statement of this man, here observed that "many foremen claim toto, or a fifth-handed proportion, that is, they will have 10 shillings when the working men have only 2 shillings. There is a great deal of imposition on the working classes here, I can assure you. The general thing, when we go to a job out of a public house, is that the publican expects the men to drink to the amount of 4 shillings out of every pound, and 6 shillings out of every 30 shillings that's coming to them. That is, 1/5 part of the men's money must be spent in liquor. The drink is certainly not the best. Indeed, if there is any inferior stuff, they have it. It's an obligation on them that they drink. If they refuse to drink, they won't get employed, and that's the plain truth of it. Oh, it's long wanted looking to, and I'm glad at last to find someone inquiring into it. If they went to get the regular beer from the fair public houses, they would have to pay 3d a pot for it, and at the contracting publicans they must give 4d a pot, and have short measure, and the worst of stuff too. Every 6 pots of beer they give to the men is only 5 pots fair measure, and the rum they charge them 2d, half a pint more than the regular public houses would, and far worse rum into the bargain. Besides the profit on their drink, some publicans charge 6d per score tons as well. Out of the money coming to the men after the publican has been paid his score, many foremen claim 1/5 part over and above their regular share, or in other words, the foreman takes 2 shares and the men only 1 each. When the men have been paid, the publican paying them expects them to spend a further sum in drink, looking black at the man who goes away without calling for his pint or his pot, and not caring if they drink away the whole of their earnings. There's a good many would be glad if the men sat in their houses and spent their last farthing, and then had to go home penniless to their wives and families. I am a ganger to a butcher as well as a publican, said one of the foremen. His practice is just the same as the publican's. He receives 10 shillings per score tons, and pays me for the men 9 shillings. The men and myself are all expected to spend about 1/2 of our earnings with the butcher in meat. He charges 6d halfpenny per pound weight, and at other houses with ready money I and the men might get it for 4d as good. His meat is at least 1/3 dearer than other butchers. I am also ganger to a grocer, and he gets about the same profit out of the men he employs. That is to say, the articles he supplies the men with are at least 1/3 dearer than at other shops. If anything, he makes more out of the men than the butcher. For if any man goes a score, which he always encourages, he stops the whole out of the man's earnings, and often leaves him without a penny after the job is done. When the publican, grocer, butcher, or lodging-house keeper has a contract for ballast, he directs the foreman working under him to get together the gang that regularly work from his house. This gang are men who always deal at the shop, and the contractor would dismiss me if I was to engage any other men than those who were his regular customers. Many a time a publican has told me that some man was a good hard drinker, and directed me to engage him whenever I could. If a man sticks up a score, he also tells me to put him on first of all. The grocer and the butcher do the same. This system is the cause I know of much distress and misery among the men. The publicans make the men drunkards by forcing them to drink. I know many wives and children who starve half their time through it. They haven't a bit of shoe or clothing, and all through the publican compelling the men to spend their earnings in drink. After the gang is paid, at least 3 out of the 4 get drunk, and often the whole 4. Many a time I have seen the whole of the men reeling home without a penny to bless themselves, and the wife and children have to suffer for all this. They are ill-treated and half-starved. This I can safely say from my own knowledge. I next saw 2 men who stated that they were oppressed by the publican, and the foreman also. The first said, I work under a publican and have to pay the foreman 1/5 of my earnings. I only have 4 pence out of every shilling I earn, and I must be a sober man indeed to get that. Both the publican and the foreman get 8 pence out of a shilling, and make their money out of my sweat. 9 years ago I was left to my sorrow with 9 motherless children, and I am the slave of the publican. He is my destruction, and such are my sufferings that I don't care what I do if I can destroy the system. I shall die happy if I can see an end to it. I would go to bed supperless tonight, and so should my children, if I could stop it. After I have had a job of work, many's the time I have not had a penny to take home to my children. It is all gone betwixt the foreman and the publican. And what is more, if I had brought anything home, I should have stood a worse chance of work the next day. If I had gone away with 6 pence in my pocket, the work that should have come to me would have gone to those who had spent all in the house. I can solemnly say that the men are made regular drunkards by the publicans. I am 29 years dealing with this oppression, and I wish from my heart I could see an end to it, for the sake of my children and my fellow creatures' children as well. But I suffer quite as much from the foreman as I do from the publican. I am obliged to treat him before I can get a job of work. The man who gives him the most drink he will employ the first. Besides this, the foreman has 2/5 parts of the money paid for the job. He has twice as much as the men if he does any of the work, and if he does none of the work, he takes 1/5 of the whole money. Besides this, the men do 3 times the foreman's labour. If I could get the full value of my sweat, I could lay by tomorrow and keep my family respectably. In the room of that, now, my family want bread often, worse luck, for it hurts my feelings. I have been idle all to-day. For hearing of this, I came to make my statement, for it was the pride of my heart to do all that I could to put an end to the oppression. The publicans have had the best of me, and when the system is done away with, I shan't be much the better for it. I have been 29 years at it, and it has ruined me both body and soul. But I say what I do for the benefit of others and those who come after me. The other man said that he worked under a publican and a grocer as well, and lodged with a foreman. I pay 2 shillings a week for my lodgings, he said. There are 2 beds in the room, and 2 men in each. The room where we all sleep is not more than 7 feet long by 5 feet wide, and barely 7 feet high. There is no chimney in it. It is a garret with nothing in it but the 2 beds. There hadn't need be much more, for it wouldn't hold even a chair besides. There's hardly room, in fact, for the door to open. I find it very close, sleeping there at night time with no ventilation, but I can't help myself. I stay there for the job of work. I must stay. I shouldn't get a day's work if I didn't. The lodgings are so bad I'd leave them tomorrow if I could. I know I pay twice as much as I could get them for elsewhere. That's one way in which I, for one, am robbed. Besides this, I am obliged to treat the foreman. I am obliged to give him 2 glasses of rum, as well as lodging at his house, in order to get employment. I have also to drink at the public house. 1/5 of my money is kept, first and foremost, by the publican. That goes for the compulsory drink, for the swash which he sends us on board, and that we think the Thames water is sweet and wholesome to it. It is expressly adulterated for our drink. If we speak a word against it, we should be left to walk the streets for a week and more forward. Even if we were known to meet a friend and have a pint or a pot in another public house, we should be called to an account for it by the publican we worked under, and he would tell us to go and get work where we spent our money. and God knows very little money we would have coming out of his house after our hard sweat. After the compulsory drink and the publican has settled with us, and his fifth part of our hard-earned money for the swash, it's nothing else, that he has given us to drink, then I should be thought no man at all if I didn't have 2 pots of beer or half a pint of gin, so that I would count myself very lucky indeed if I had a couple of shillings to take home, and out of that I should have to spend 2/3 of it to get another job. I am a married man, and my wife and 3 children are in Ireland. I can't have them over, for it is as much as I can do to support myself. I came over here thinking to get work and to send them money to bring them over after me, but since I have been here, I have been working at the ballast work, and I have not been able to keep myself. I don't complain of what is paid for the work, the price is fair enough, but we don't get a quarter of what we earn. And the Irish ballast heavers suffer more here than in their own country. When I came over here, I had a good suit of clothes to my back, and now I'm all in rags and tatters. And yet I have been working harder and earning more money than I did in all my life. We are robbed of all we get by the foremen and publicans. I was 8 years a teetotaler before I went to ballast work, and now I am forced to be a drunkard, to my sorrow, to get a job of work. My wife and children have a bit of land in Ireland to keep them, and they're badly off enough, God knows. I can neither help them nor send money to bring them over to me, nor can I get over to them myself. The grocers whom we work under rob us in the same manner. I have worked under one. He supplied bread, butter, tea, sugar, coffee, candles, tobacco, cheese, and so on. It is a larger kind of chandler's shop. He charges us 5 pence halfpenny for the same bread as I can buy for 4 pence halfpenny at other shops. The tea, sugar, and other articles he supplies us with are at the same rate. They are either worse or dearer than at other shops. They generally manage to get a fifth part of our earnings wherever we go. But the grocers are best of all, for they don't ruin our health, as what they give us don't make us sick. I work for these 2 houses because the foreman that I lodge with has work out of both houses, and we are obliged to deal at the houses that he works under. For if we didn't, we shouldn't get the job, so that if we are not robbed by the publican, we are by the grocer. They will have it out of the poor hard-working man, and the foreman must have the gain out of it as well. I only wish to God it was done away with, for it is downright oppression to us all, and if I never have another stroke of work, I will strive all I can to have it done away with, for the sake of my fellow men. After these 2 cases came one who said, I have been 3 years a ballast heaver. Just before that I came to this country. When I came, I got to be a lodger with a foreman to a publican. I paid him 2 shillings and 6 pence a week. My family, a wife and 2 children, came over when I had got work as a ballast heaver. I couldn't take them to the lodgings I then had. They were all for single men. So I had to take another place, and there I went to live with my family. But to keep my work, I had to pay the foreman of the publican, him that lets these lodgings to the ballast heaver, 2 shillings and 6 pence a week, all the same as if I had been living there. That I had, and I had to do it for 2 years. Yes, indeed. I didn't earn enough to pay for 2 lodgings, so 2 or 3 months back I refused to pay the 2 shillings and 6 pence a week for a place I hadn't set my foot in for 2 years, and so I lost my work under that foreman and his publican. If me and my children was starving for want of a bite of bread, neither of them would give me a farthing. There's plenty as bad as them too, and plenty used like me. And it's a murdering shame to tax poor men's labour for nothing. The man reiterated the constant story of being compelled to drink against his will. hating the stuff supplied to him, being kept for hours waiting before he was paid, and being forced to get drunk, whether he would or no. The man also informed me that he now works under a butcher who pays 8 shillings a score to the hands he employs, he, the butcher, receiving from the captain 10 shillings. Suppose, he said, I have a 60-ton job. I'd be entitled to 7 shillings and sixpence without beer or such like, but under this butcher I get only 5 shillings and threepence, and out of that 5 shillings and threepence, that's all I get in hard money. I'm expected to spend 4 shillings or thereabouts in meat, such as he chooses to give. I have no choice. He gives what he likes, and charges me 6 halfpenny a pound for what I could get at 4 in a regular way. Very inferior stuff he keeps. Working under a butcher, we must all live on this poor meat. We can't afford bread or vegetables to it. This same butcher, I was afterwards informed, had been twice fined for using false weights to customers, such as the man whose statement I have given. He even used wooden weights made to look like lead. The following is an instance of the injustice done to the men by those who contract to whip rather than to heave the ballast on board. I now work, said the man whom I was referred to as an exponent of the wrong, for Mr. Blank, a publican who contracts to supply ships with ballast by the lump. He'll contract to supply a ship with all the ballast she'll want by the lump, that is, so much money for all she wants, instead of so much by the ton. Or he may contract with a ship at 2 shillings and sixpence a ton. We, that is, a gang of 8 men, may put 2 loads, or 120 tons, on board in the course of a day. For those 120 tons, he will receive 120 half-crowns. That's £15. For putting in those 120 tons, we, that is, the 8 ballast heavers employed, receive 2 shillings and sixpence a day of 12 or 14 hours. That is 8 half-crowns, or 20 shillings, with 3 shillings and sixpence a day for a basket man, in addition to the 8, so leaving the publican a profit of £13, 16 shillings and sixpence. I could hardly believe in the existence of such a system, yielding a mere pittance to the labourer and such an enormous profit to the contractor, and I inquired further into the matter. I found the statement fully corroborated by many persons present, but that was not all I learned. When the men, by incessant exertion, get in 120 tons in a day, as they often do, nothing is charged them for the beer they have had, 4 or 5 pints a day each. But if only 60 tons be got in, as sometimes happens through the weather and other circumstances, then the men employed on the half a crown a day must pay for their own beer, and pay their private scores for treating a friend, or the like. There's no chance of a job, said my informant, not a bit of it. He continued, very bad drink it is, the worst. It makes me as sick as a dog. There's 2 brothers there, what they call bloodhounds. They're called so because they hunt up the poor men to get them to work, and to see that they spend their money at their employer's public house when work's done. If you don't spend something, no bread to cut the next morning, not a bit of it, and no chance of another job there. He employs us ballast heavers when we are not at the ballast, in backing coals into the steamers. I have given the statement of a ballast heaver as to the system pursued by those whom he called basket men. The employer here alluded to is one of that class, the difference being that the ballast heavers shovel the ballast out of the lighter onto the stage, and from the stage through a porthole into the hold. 4 men are thus employed, 2 on the lighter and 2 on the stage. With a large ship, 5 men are employed, and 2 stages. When the basket man, or the man contracting by the lump, is employed, this process is observed. There are 2 men in the lighter alongside the vessel to be ballasted, whose business it is to fill 5 baskets. There are 5 men at the winch aboard ship employed heaving up these baskets, and a basket man to turn them over and empty out their contents. To ascertain that there was no provident fund, no provision whatever for sickness, I investigated the case of a man who, in consequence of illness occasioned by his trade, was afflicted with a pulmonary complaint. This man was formerly one of the wine cellarmen in the London dock. He was then made a permanent man at the St. Catherine dock, and was dismissed for having taken a lighted pipe in while at his work, and for the last 14 years and upwards he has been a ballast heaver. I now give his wife's statement. My husband has been ill for 3 months, and he has been 6 weeks in Guy's Hospital, and I am afraid he'll never get out again, for he kept up as long as he could for the sake of the children. We have 5 at home, one of them, 12 years old, I hope to get to sea, having 2 older sons at sea, and being the mother of 12 children altogether. I will tell you what led to my poor husband's illness. He was a kind husband to me. I consider it was his hard work that made him ill, and his not getting his rights, not his money when entitled to it. After doing a heavy day's work, he had to go and sit in a cold tap room, drinking bad beer. But it wasn't beer, muck I call it. And he had to wait to be paid, aye, and might have had to wait till the day after, and then come home cold and have to go to bed without a bit of victuals. His illness is owing to that. No horse could stand it long. Ballast men are worse than slaves in the West Indies. When at work, he earned what the others did. He only drank what he couldn't help, the worst of stuff. No drink, no work. 6 weeks ago he went to the hospital, I conveying him. When I returned home, I found 3 strange men had turned my 4 children into the street, doing it in a brutal way. I rushed into the house, and one said, "Who are you?" I seized the fellow who said this by the handkerchief and put him out. One of them said, "Be off, you old Irish hag, you have no business here, we have possession." When I saw the children in the street, passion made me strong, and so I put him out. The collector of the rent, who employed the broker, is a publican for whom my husband worked as a ballast heaver until he was unable to work from illness. I was given into custody for an assault and taken before Mr. Yardley. He considered the assault proved, and as an honest woman I couldn't deny it, and so I had 14 days with bread and water. My children were placed in the workhouse, where they were well treated. I was very glad they were so taken care of. As soon as I got out, I went to see about my children. That was the first thing I did. I couldn't rest till I did that. I brought them home with me, though it was only to bread and water, but I was with them. I only owed about 15 shillings rent, and had been 4 years in the house at the time the publican put the broker in. We paid 6 shillings and sixpence a week. It was no use asking such a man as that any mercy. He was in the habit of employing ballast heavers for many years, and if that doesn't harden a man's heart, nothing will. In general, these ballast publicans are cruel and greedy. At present, I go out washing or charring, or doing anything I can to maintain my children, but work's very slack. I've had a day and a half this fortnight, earning 2 shillings and sixpence. That's all for a fortnight. The parish allows me 4 loaves of bread a week. The children, all boys, just get what keeps a little life in them. They have no bed at night, and are starved almost to death, poor things. I blame the system under which my husband had to work, his money going in drink, for leaving me destitute in the world. On Christmas Day we lived on a bit of workhouse bread, nothing else, and had no fire to eat it by. But for the money gone in drink, we might have had a decent home, and wouldn't so soon have come to this killing poverty. I have been tenderly reared, and never thought I should have come to this. May God grant the system may be done away with, for poor people's sake. End of section 55. Section 56 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Ballast Men, Part 4. I now give the statement of two women, the wives of ballast heavers, that I may further show how the wives and families of these men are affected by the present system. I have been 11 years married, said one, and have had 5 children, 4 being now living. The other woman had been married 23 years, but has no children living. We are very badly off, said the woman with a family. My husband drinking hard. When I first knew him, when we were sweethearts in a country part of Ireland, he was a farm labourer, and I was a collier's daughter. He was a sober and well-behaved man. 2 years after, we were married, and he was a sober man those 2 years still. We came to London to better ourselves, worse luck. The first work he got was ballast heaving. Then he was obligated to drink, or he couldn't get work, and so, poor man, he got fond of it. This winter, oft enough, he brings me and the children home 2 shillings or 1 shilling 6pence after a job, and on that we may live for 2 or 3 days. We're half-starved, in course. The children have nothing to eat. It's enough to tear any poor woman's heart to pieces. What's gone into the publican's till would get the children bread, and bedding, and bits of clothes. Nothing but his being employed at ballast heaving made him a drunkard, for he is a drunkard now. He often comes home and ill-uses me, but he doesn't ill-use the children. He beats me with his fists. He strikes me in the face. He has kicked me. When he was a sober man, he was a kind, good husband. And when he's sober now, poor man, he's a kind, good husband still. If he was a sober man again with his work, I'd be happy and comfortable to what I am now. Almost all his money goes in drink. We can't get shoes to our feet, said the second woman. When my husband is sober and begins to think, continued the first, he wishes he could get rid of such a system of drinking. He really does wish it, for he loves his family. But when he goes out to work, he forgets all that. It's just the drink that does it. I would like him to have a fair allowance at his work. He requires it. But beyond that, it's all waste and sin. But he's forced to waste it, and to run into sin, and so we all have to suffer. We are often without fire. Much in the pawn shop, do you say, sir? Indeed, I haven't much out. We, interposed the elder woman, haven't a stitch but what's in pawn, except what wouldn't be taken. We have 50 shillings worth in pawn altogether, all for meat and fire. I can't, I daren't, the younger woman said, expect anything better while the present system of work continues. My husband's a slave, and we suffer for it. The elder woman made a similar statement. After his score is paid, she said, her husband has brought her 4 shillings, 3 shillings, 2 shillings, 1 shilling, and often nothing, coming home drunk with nothing at all. Both women stated that the drink had made their husbands sick and ill, and for sickness there was no provision whatever. They could have taken me to numbers of women situated and used as they were. The rooms are 4 bare walls, with a few pieces of furniture and bedding, such as no one would give a penny for. The young woman was perfectly modest in manner, speech, and look, and spoke of what her husband was, and still might be, with much feeling. She came to me with a half-clad and half-famished child in her arms. I then took, for the sake of avoiding repetition, the statements of 2 ballast heavers together, constant men, working under different publicans. The account they gave me of the way in which the publicans contracted to ballast a ship was the same as I have given elsewhere. "I have been 20 years a ballast heaver," said one, "and all that time I have worked for a publican, and haven't a coat to my back. 20 years ago the publicans had the same number of hands, but had more work for them, and I might then earn 20 shillings a week. But I couldn't fetch that home from the publican. He expected me to spend one half of my earnings with him, and when I left his house drunk, I might spend the other half. I've drunk gallons of drink against my will. I've drunk stuff that was poison to me. I turned teetotaler about 6 months ago, and the publican, my employer, sacked me when he found it out, saying he'd be D if he'd have such men as me. He didn't make his living by teetotalers." "Yes," added the other man, "and so my publican told me, for I turned teetotaler myself somewhere about 7 years ago, and took the pledge from Father Mayhew in the Commercial Road. The publican told me that if Father Mayhew chose to interfere with me, why Father Mayhew might get employment for me, for he, that's the publican, wouldn't. So I was forced to break my pledge to live, me and my youngsters. I had 6 then, and I've buried 2 since." "Work," resumed the man who first gave me the statement, "keeps getting worse. Last week I carried only 8 shillings home, and if I'd got paid by the captain of the ship for the amount of work I did, and on the same terms as the publican, I should have taken home at the very least 16 shillings. The publican that employs us gives us only 8 shillings a score, and receives 10 shillings from the captain. All the publicans don't do this. Some give what they get from the captain, but some publicans takes 2/3, and that's the truth." Note, the second man assented. End note. "1 week with another, I've taken home, this winter, from 12 shillings to 13 shillings. And but for this shameful starvation system, having to work for a publican's profit and to drink his drink, I take home my 20 shillings every week. It makes a man feel like a slave. Indeed, I'm not much better. We should be in heaven if we got away from the publican or butcher either. It's compulsion one's life through. Some of the publicans have as many as 60 single men lodging in their houses, paying half a crown a week. Aye, and men that don't lodge with them, when the house is full, must pay half a crown all the same, to get a job of work, as well as paying for the places where they do lodge." The first man continued, "The gin and rum is the worst that can be supplied, but we must drink it or waste it. We often spill it on the ballast, it's that bad." "Often, often," was the response of the other man. "And that's not the worst. When we get a job of putting 60 tons of ballast on board, we are forced to take 6 pots of beer with us to our work, but only 4 pots are supplied, and we must pay for 6. We are robbed on every side. I cannot describe how bad it is. A man would hardly believe it, but all will tell you the same, all the men like us." Note, so indeed the poor fellows did afterwards. End note. "When we call to be paid, we are kept for hours in a cold tap room, forced to drink cold stuff, without being let have a strike of fire to take the chill off it." The other man then made a further statement. "I've been forced to put my sticks in pawn, what I had left, for I was better off once, though I was always a ballast heaver, and have worked for the same publican 14 years. I have £3 in pawn now. I blame this present system for being so badly off. Sorrow a thing else. Now just look at this. A single man, a lodger, will go into a publican's and call for 1 shilling worth of rum, and the publican will call me a scaly fellow if I don't do the same. That will be when I'd rather be without his rum, if I got it for nothing." One publican, the men gave me this account concurrently, and it was fully confirmed by a host of others, married the niece of a waterman employed to pull the harbour master about the river. He kept a public house and carried on the system of lodgers for ballast heaving, making a great deal of money out of them. By this means he got so much work at his command that the rest of the publicans complained to the harbour master, and the man was forced to give up his public house. When he had to give it up, he made it over to his niece's husband, and that man allowed him 1 shilling for every ship he brought him to ballast. I've known him, that's the publican that succeeded the man I've been telling you of, have 40 ships in a day. 1 week with another, he has had 100 ships. That's £5, and he has them still. It's the same now. We've both worked for him. His wife's uncle, the harbour master's waterman, says to the captains, and he goes on board to see them after the harbour master's visit to them, "Go to blank. Get your ballast of him, and I'll give you the best berth in the river." I next obtained an interview with a young man who was the victim of a double extortion. He made the following statement. I work under a publican and lodge in his house. I have done so for 5 years. I pay 2 shillings and 6pence a week, there being 10 of us in 2 rooms. We're all single men. These 2 rooms contain 4 beds, 3 in the larger room and 1 in the other. We sleep 2 in a bed, and should have to sleep 3 in some, only 2 of the men don't occupy the lodgings they pay for. The bigger room may be 16 feet by 10, the smaller about a quarter that size. You cannot turn in it. The bed cannot be brought out of the room without being taken to pieces. We must cook in the tap room, which is a room for the purpose. It contains forms and an old table with a large grate. We are found frying pans and gridirons and pans and fire and candle, but we must find our own knives and forks. The room is shamefully dirty. I mean the tap, cooking room. It looks as if it hadn't been washed for years. It's never been washed, to my knowledge. The bedrooms are very little better. The bedding is very bad. A flock bed, with a pair of blankets and quilt, and a sort of sheet, clean once a fortnight. There's very bad ventilation, and very unpleasant smells. It's a horrid den altogether. None of us would stop there if we could help it, but we can't help it, for if we leave, we get no work. We are forced to find locks for our rooms to keep our bits of things from being stolen. 1 man was robbed. My clothes was in the box with his. The box was broken open, but the clothes was left, and a few halfpence put away in the box was taken. There's lots of bugs. We can only sleep after hard work, and we must drink when we're at work. I've poured my beer into the river many a time. It was so bad. It tasted poisonous. We've drank Thames water rather than the bad beer we're all forced to drink. To show how we're treated, I'll tell you this. I owe so much, and so much a week's stopped to pay it. But it never gets less. I am always charged the same. There it is, the same figures are on the slate. Keep paying off as you will. They won't rub it off. Or if they do rub it off, it's there again the next time. Only last week a man was discharged for grumbling because he objected to paying twice over. He hasn't had a day's work since. Then came one who was the employé of a publican and grocer. He said, I work under a publican and grocer. I'm any man's man. I stand with my fingers in my mouth at Ratcliffe Cross, watching, and have done it these last 9 years. Half of us is afraid to come and speak to you. When I volunteered, the big whiskered and fat-faced men, foremen, were looking at me and threatening me for coming to you. No matter, I care for nobody. Worse nor I am I can't be. No more I can't. I go to one publican's to work 60 tons, and for that I get 4 shillings, but 6 shillings is my rights. The remainder, 2 shillings, is left. I'm forced to leave it, for me to drink out on Sunday night. If I was in a fair house, the publican would pay me 7 shillings and 6pence. As it is, I get 4 shillings, and 2 shillings must be drunk. It's the rule at that house. He's in opposition, and works low. If I was at liberty, It wasn't to his house I'd go for a drink. The hardest drinking man gets work first, and when a man's drunk, he doesn't care what stuff he puts into his belly. Before we go to a job, the four of us are expected to drink half a pint of rum or gin. The publican expects it. If I was a teetotaler, I must pay my whack, and the other men may drink it, for the score against the ship is divided among the men equal. Suppose two foremen were to meet and have a drop of rum or brandy together, and a little talk about a ship's ballast. That's charged to us, poor fellows. It's stuck up to us. But we mustn't say nothing, though we know we never had a sup of it. But if we say a word, it's all up. No more work. Once on a time, I worked for a publican close by here, and when I came to the house, I had nothing to drink. My oldest mate whispered to me as we were on our way from the London dock, and told me to speak my mind, for he knew there was a false score chalked against the ship, and the others was afraid to say a word. Well, I did speak when I got into the house, and the foreman was there, and he asked me what business I had to speak more than another. There was 6 shillings charged to the score for drink that we never touched or even saw, not a sup of it. He, that's the foreman, told me I shouldn't go to finish the ship. I said I would, in spite of him. I told the missus I expected she wouldn't give any more drink but what we had ourselves, or would get when we came home, and she said she wouldn't. And that's 2 years ago, but I haven't had a job from them parties since. Suppose I get to the public house for my money at 6 in the evening. I am forced to wait there till 11, until I am drunk very often, drunk from vexation, stopped when I'm hungry after 5 or 6 hours' work on the river, and not let take the money home to my wife and family, nor let have anything to eat, for I'm waiting for that money to get a bit of grub. But when I'm half drunk, the hunger goes off just for a time. I must go and drink in the morning, if my children go without breakfast, and starve all day till I come home at night. I can get nothing from my employers but drink. If I ask them for a shilling, I can't get it. I've finished my load of ballast without breaking my fast, but on the beer we're forced to take with us. I found grocers better to work under than publicans. There's a great deal more honesty in them. They charge a middling fair price, but they'll have taureau out of it. That's dry money, so much a score. They'll stop 6pence a score only for giving us a job. I can get as good sugar as I get out of them at 4pence for 3pence halfpenny. But then the difference between the grocer and publican is that the wife and family can have a bit of something to eat under the grocer, but not under the publican. All goes in drink with the publican, but we cannot carry drink home. When I go home drunk from the publicans, I tumble on the floor perhaps, and say, "Is there anything to eat for me?" And my old woman says, "Where's the money? Give me that, and I'll give you something to eat." Then a man gets mad with vexation, and the wife and children runs away from him. They are glad to get away with their lives, they're knocked about so. It makes a man mad with vexation to see a child hungry. It kills me. But what the foreman gives me, I must take. I dare never say no. If I get nothing, if all is gone in drink, I must go from him with a blithe face to my starving children, or I need never go back to him for another job. I shall now set forth, as fully as possible, the nature of the system by which the ballast heaver is either forced by the fear of losing all chance of future employment, or induced by the hope of obtaining the preference of work from the publican, his employer, to spend at least 1/2 of his earnings every week in intoxicating drinks. Let me, however, before proceeding directly to the subject of my present communication, again lay before the reader the conclusions which I lately drew from the Metropolitan Police Returns for 1848 concerning the intemperance of the labouring classes of London. It is essential that I should first prove the fact and show its necessary consequences. This done, the public will be more ready to perceive the cause, and to understand that until this and similar social evils are removed, it is worse than idle to talk of the elevation of the masses, and most unjust, to use the mildest term, to condemn the working men for sins into which they are positively forced. To preach about the virtues of teetotalism to the poor, and yet to allow a system to continue that compels them to be drunk before they can get work, not to say bread, is surely a mockery. If we would really have the industrious classes sober and temperate men, we must look first, it seems, to their employers. We have already seen that the intemperance of the coal labourers is the fault of the employer, rather than the men. But we have only to go among the ballast labourers to find the demoralisation of the working man arising not from any mere passive indifference, but from something like a positive conspiracy on the part of the master. According to the criminal returns for the metropolis, there were 9,197 males and 7,264 females, making altogether a total of 16,461 individuals charged with drunkenness in the year 1848. This makes 1 in every 110 individuals in London a drunkard, a proportion which, large as it seems, is still less than one half what it was some 10 or 15 years back. For the sake of comparison, I subjoin in the following page a table taken from the Government Report on Drunkenness, being a return of the number of charges of drunkenness which have been entered upon the books of the Metropolitan Police in the years 1831, 1832 and 1833, with the number of officers employed in and the locality of each division, also the amount of population in each, according to the Parliamentary Returns of 1831. Number of charges of drunkenness each year in the years 1831, 1832, 1833. Reader's note. There follows a table with the headings locality of each division, number of officers employed in each division, computed population in each division according to the Parliamentary Returns, males, females and total for each of the 3 years, public houses and beer shops in each division and total. A. Whitehall. Number of officers 120. Population 6,238. 1831 males 406, females 230, total 636. 1832 males 384, females 243, total 627. 1833 males 371, females 228, total 599. Public houses 32, beer shops 5, total 37. B. Westminster. Number of officers 168. Population 53,147. 1831 males 1,596, females 800, total 2,396. 1832 males 1,829, females 831, total 2,660. 1833 males 1,864, females 1,193, total 3,057. Public houses 186, beer shops 58, total 244. C. St James's. Number of officers 188. Population 105,862. 1831 males 2,290, females 1,127, total 3,417. 1832 males 2,119, females 1,055, total 3,174. 1833 males 2,208, females 1,256, total 3,464. Public houses 302, beer shops 20, total 322. D. St Marylebone. Number of officers 166. Population 122,206. 1831, males 1,375, females 727, total 2,102. 1832, males 1,300, females 650, total 1,950. 1833, males 1,019, females 605, total 1,624. Public houses 148, beer shops 54, total 202. E. Holborn. Number of officers 168, population 75,241. 1831, males 1,785, females 1,079, total 2,864. 1832, males 1,241, females 897, total 2,138. 1833, males 879, females 618, total 1,497. Public houses 249, beer shops 19, total 368. F. Covent Garden. Number of officers 168. Population 41,010. 1831, males 2,238, females 1,555, total 3,793. 1832, males 2,165, females 1,617, total 3,782. 1833, males 1,665, females 1,388, total 3,053. Public houses 309, beer shops 28, total 332. G. Finsbury. Number of officers 236. Population 115,266. 1831, males 2,141, females 1,423, total 3,564. 1832, males 2,192, females 1,440, total 3,632. 1833, males 1,916, females 1,270, total 3,186. Public houses 368, beer shops 100, total 468. H. Whitechapel. Number of officers 191. Population 119,042. 1831, males 1,253, females 812, total 2,065. 1832, males 1,631, females 1,268, total 2,899. 1833, males 1,803, females 1,295, total 3,098. Public houses 359, beer shops 102, total 461. K. Stepney. Number of officers 296. Population 143,137. 1831, males 899, females 574, total 1,473. 1832, males 1,387, females 732, total 2,119. 1833, males 1,125, females 762, total 1,887. Public houses 437, beer shops 131, total 568. L. Lambeth. Number of officers 191. Population 101,561. 1831, males 1,732, females 1,271, total 3,003. 1832, males 1,581, females 1,234, total 2,815. 1833, males 1,291, females 944, total 2,235. Public houses 183, beer shops 70, total 153. M. Southwark. Number of officers 189. Population 107,537. 1831, males 1,655, females 1,050, total 2,705. 1832, males 1,470, females 982, total 2,452. 1833, males 1,284, females 843, total 2,127. Public houses 321, beer shops 66, total 387. N. Islington. Number of officers 269. Population 140,407. 1831, males 850, females 373, total 1,223. 1832, males 1,165, females 573, total 1,738. 1833, males 826, females 409, total 1,235. Public houses 267, beer shops 144, total 311. P. Camberwell. Number of officers 243, population 77,825. 1831, males 256, females 87, total 343. 1832, males 201, females 75, total 276. 1833, males 203, females 80, total 283. Public houses 138, beer shops 96, total 234. R. Greenwich. Number of officers 212, population 58,778. 1831, males 363, females 137, total 500. 1832, males 513, females 240, total 753. 1833, males 418, females 210, total 628. Public houses 283, beer shops 51, total 334. S. Hampstead. Number of officers 223, population 112,136. 1831, males 573, females 301, total 874. 1832, males 613, females 326, total 939. 1833, males 697, females 319, total 1016. Public houses 138, beer shops 74, total 212. T. Kensington. Number of officers 184, population 70,296. 1831, males 124, females 24, total 148. 1832, males 303, females 109, total 412. 1833, males 464, females 137, total 601. Public houses 220, beer shops 93, total 313. V. Wandsworth. Number of officers 186. Population 62,039. 1831, males 212, females 35, total 247. 1832, males 210, females 60, total 270. 1833, males 235, females 55, total 290. Public houses 133, beer shops 76, total 209. Total number of officers 3,398. Total population 1,511,728. 1831, total males 19,748. Total females 11,605. Combined total 31,353. 1832, total males 20,304. Total females 12,332. Combined total 32,636. 1833, total males 18,268. total females 11,612, combined total 29,880. Total number of public houses 4,073. Total number of beer shops 1,187. Total of both 5,155. Now, comparing these returns with those of the year before last, we find that the decrease of intemperance in the metropolis has been most extraordinary. In the year 1831, 1 in every 48 individuals was drunk. In 1832, the number increased to 1 in 46, whereas in 1833 it decreased to 1 in 50. And in 1848, the average had again fallen to 1 individual in every 110. This decrease of intemperance was attended with a similar decrease in the number of metropolitan beer shops. In 1833, there were 1,182, and in 1848, only 779 beer shops in London. Whether this decrease preceded or succeeded, and so was the cause or the consequence of the increased sobriety of the people, it is difficult to say. The number of public houses in London, however, had increased during the same period from 4,073 to 4,275. Upon the cause and effect of this, I leave others to speculate. Of the total 16,461 persons, male and female, who were charged with being intoxicated in the year 1848, no less than 1 individual in every 7 belonged to the labouring class. And excluding the females from the number, we shall find that, of the males, every 4th individual that was taken up for drunkenness was a labouring man. Taking the whole population of London, temperate and intemperate, only 1 in every 110 is a drunkard. But with the labouring classes, the average is as high as 1 in every 22. Of course, where the habit of drinking is excessive, we may expect to find also excessive pugnacity. That it is the tendency of all intoxicating liquors to increase the irritability of the individual is well known. We might infer, therefore, a priori, that the greater number of common assaults would be committed by the greatest drunkards. In 1848, there were 7,780 individuals assaulted in London, and nearly 1/4 of these, or 1,882, were attacked by labouring men, 1 in every 26 of the entire body of labourers having been charged with this offence. The simple larceny, of which the labouring classes appear by the same returns to be more guilty than any other body of individuals, is also explained by their inordinate intemperance. When a man's bodily energy is destroyed by drink, labour is so irksome to him that he would sooner peril his liberty than work. What wonder, then, that as many as 1 in every 28 labourers should be charged with theft, whereas of the rest of the population there are only 1 in every 226 individuals. Thus, of the labouring classes, 1 in every 22 is charged with being drunk, 1 in every 26 with committing an assault, and 1 in every 28 with being guilty of simple larceny. For the truth of the connection existing between drink, pugnacity, and theft, I would refer to the statement of one of the most intelligent and experienced of the coal whippers, one indeed to whose unceasing and heroic exertions that class principally owe their redemption. The children of the coal whippers, he told me, were under the old system almost reared in the tap room. He himself had known as many as 500 youths that were transported, and this, be it remembered, out of a class numbering only 2,000 men. Such, then, are the proved consequences of an inordinate use of intoxicating liquors. It becomes, therefore, the duty of every one who is anxious for the well-being of the people to diminish the occasions for drinking wherever possible, to permit the continuance of certain systems of employment and payment which are well known both to tempt and compel the men to indulge in intoxicating liquors, is at once to breed the very crimes that it is the office of government to suppress. The custom pursued by the coal merchants of paying the labourers in their employ in public houses, as I lately exposed, appeared bad enough. The backer, jaded and depressed with his excessive work through the day, was entrapped into the public house in the evening under the pretence of receiving his wages. Once inside, he was kept waiting there hour after hour by the publican, who of course was out of silver and had to send some distance for it. Beer is called for by the men in the meantime. Under the influence of the stimulant, the fatigue and the depression begin to leave the labourers, the burden that is still on their backs. It will be remembered that such is the description of the men themselves, is shaken off, and their muscles no longer ache and are stiff, but relax, while their flagging spirits gradually revive under the potent charm of the liquor. What wonder, then, that the poor creatures, finding it so easy, and when the habit is once formed so pleasant, a cure for their ills, should be led to follow up one draught with another and another. This system appeared to me to be vicious enough, and to display a callousness on the part of the employers that quite startled me. But the system under which the ballast labourers are now suffering is an infamy hardly to be credited as flourishing in these days. I have therefore been at considerable pains to establish such a mass of evidence upon the subject as shall make all earnest men look upon the continuance of such a system as a national dishonour. End of section 56. Section 57 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Ballast Men, Part 5. Meeting of the Ballast Heavers' Wives. Before dealing with the lumpers, or those who discharge the timber from ships, in contradistinction to the stevedores, or those who stow the cargoes of vessels, I will give the following report of a meeting of the ballast heavers' wives. It is the wife and children who are the real sufferers from the intemperance of the working man, and being anxious to give the public some idea of the amount of misery entailed upon these poor creatures by the compulsory and induced drunkenness of the husbands, I requested as many as could leave their homes to meet me at the British and Foreign School in Shakespeare Walk, Shadwell. The meeting consisted of the wives of ballast heavers and coal whippers. The wives of the coal whippers had come there to contrast their present state with their past, with a view of showing the misery they had endured when their husbands were under the same thraldom to the publican as the ballast heavers are now, and the comparative happiness which they have experienced since they were freed from it. They had attended unsolicited, in the hope, by making their statements public, of getting for the ballast heavers the same freedom from the control of the publican which the coal whippers had obtained. The meeting consisted of the wives of the ballast heavers and coal whippers. 31 were present. Of the 31, 9 were the wives of coal whippers, the remaining 22 the wives of ballast heavers. Many others who had expressed a desire to attend were prevented by family cares and arrangements. But, small as the meeting was comparatively, it afforded a very fair representation of the circumstances and characters of their husbands. For instance, those who were coal whippers' wives appeared comfortable and well-to-do. They wore warm gowns, had on winter bonnets and clean tidy caps underneath. The ballast heavers' wives, on the contrary, were mostly ragged, dejected, and anxious-looking. An endeavour was made to ascertain in the first instance how many children each person had. This was done by questioning them separately, and from the answers it appeared that they all had families. 8 had 1 child each, the rest varied from 2 to 8, and one woman stated that she had 12 children, all of whom were living, but that only 4 resided now with her and her husband. 5 had infants in their arms, and several had children sick, either at home or in some hospital. In the next place, the ballast heavers' wives were asked whether their husbands worked under publicans. All of them, was the reply, work under publicans, and, said one, worse luck for us. A sentiment that was very warmly concurred in by all the rest. This fact having been specifically ascertained from each woman, we proceeded to inquire from them separately how much their husbands earned, and how much of their earnings was spent at the publicans' houses through which they obtained work, or where they were paid. My husband, said the first woman, works under a publican, and I know that he earns now 12 shillings or 13 shillings a week, but he brings home to me only half a crown, and sometimes not so much. He spends all the rest at a public house where he gets his jobs, and often comes home drunk. My husband, exclaimed the second, will sometimes get from 24 shillings to 28 shillings a week, but I never see anything the likes of that money from him. He spends it at the publicans, and when he has earned 24 shillings, he will sometimes bring home only 2 shillings or 2 shillings and sixpence. We are badly off, you may be sure, when the money goes in this way. But my husband cannot help spending it, for he is obliged to get his jobs at the public house. Last week, interposed another, we had not 1 penny coming into our house, and the week before, which was Christmas week, my husband got 2 jobs, which would come, he told me, to 8 shillings or 9 shillings, if he had brought it all home, but he only brought me 1 shilling. This was all the money I had to keep me and my 5 children for the whole week, and I'm sure I don't know how we got through. This is all owing to the public house, and when we go to fetch our husbands at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, they shut us out and say they are not there, though we know very well they are inside in a back place. My husband has been kept in that back place many a time till 2 or 3 in the morning. Then he has been turned out and come home drunk, without sixpence in his pocket, though the same day he has received 8 shillings or 9 shillings at the same public house. They go to the public house, added another woman, to get jobs, and to curry favour they spend their money there, because if they did not spend their money, they would never get a job. The men who will drink the greatest quantity of money will get the most jobs. This leaves their families and their wives miserable, and I am sure me and my poor family are miserable enough. But this, interposed a quiet elderly woman, is the beginning of the 10th week, in all of which my husband has only had 4 jobs, and all I have received of him during that time is 1 shilling and 3 halfpenny a week, and we stand in 2 shillings and sixpence a week rent. I am sure I don't know how we get along, but our publicans are very civil, for my husband works for 2. Still, if he does not drink a good part of it away, we know very well he will get no more work. It is very little, said a female with an infant in her arms, that my husband earns, and of what little he does earn, he does not fetch much to me. He got 1 job last week, heaving 45 tons, and he fetched me home 1 shilling and sixpence for it. I was then in lodgings at 1 shilling and sixpence a week, but I could not afford them. But now I'm in lodgings at 9 pence a week. This week he has no work yet. In Christmas week my man told me he earned 25 shillings, and I believe he did, but he only fetched me home 8 shillings or 9 shillings on Saturday. My husband works for a publican, and it was at his house he spent his money. One day last week he asked the publican to give him a job, and he said, I cannot give you a job, for there is nothing against you on the slate but 1 shilling. And so he got none there. My infant is 6 weeks old today, and this woman by me, note, appealing to the female next to her, end note, knows well it is the truth that I tell, that for 2 nights in last week my child and myself were obliged to go to bed breadless. We had nothing, neither of those 2 days. It was the same in one night the week before Christmas, though my husband received that night 8 shillings, but all was spent at the public house. On Christmas night we could not get any supper. We had no money, and I took the gown off my back and pawned it for 2 shillings to provide something for us to eat. I have nothing else to say but this, that whatever my husband earns, I get little or nothing of it, for it goes to the public house where he gets his jobs." An infirm woman, approaching 50 years of age, who spoke in a tone of sorrowful resignation, said, "We have had very little money coming in of late. My husband has been very bad for 10 weeks back. He throws up blood. I suppose he has strained himself too much. All the money I have had for 6 weeks to keep us both has been 8 shillings. If he was earning money, he would bring it to me." Another woman, "Not without the publican's allowance, I am sure." The first woman, "No, the publican's allowance would be taken off. But the publican, you see, must have a little. I do not know how much it is, but they must have something if they give us their jobs." This woman was here asked if her husband ever came home drunk. "Yes," she replied, "many a time he comes home drunk, but he must have the drink to get the jobs." A number of other women having made statements confirmatory of the above. "Do you think," the meeting was asked, "your husbands would be sober as well as industrious men if they could be got away from the public house system of employment and payment of wages?" "God Almighty bless you!" exclaimed one woman. "They would love us and their families all the better for it. We should all be much the better for it." "And so say all of us," was the next and perfectly unanimous exclamation. "If we could see that day," said one who had spoken before, "our families would have little to complain of." Another added, "The night houses ought to be closed. That would be one good thing." Some inquiries were then made as to whether these poor women were ill-treated by their husbands when they came home in a state of intoxication. There was a good deal of hesitation before any answers could be obtained. At last one woman said, her husband did certainly beat her, of course. "But then," she added, "he did not know what he was doing." "I," said another, "should not know what it was to have an angry word with my husband if he was always sober. He is a quiet man, very when the drink is out of him. But we have many words together when he is tipsy, and—" She stopped without completing the sentence. Several others gave similar testimony, and many declared that it was the public house system which led their husbands to drink. One woman here said that the foreman of gangs, as well as the publican, helped to reduce the ballast heavers' earnings, for they gave work to men who took lodgings from them, though they did not occupy them. This was confirmed by another woman who spoke with great warmth upon the subject. She said that married men who could not afford to spend with the publican and lodge with the foreman in the manner pointed out would be sure to have no work. Other men went straight from one job to another, while her own husband and other women's husbands had been 3 or 4 weeks without lifting a shovelful of ballast. She considered this was very hard on men who had families. A question was here asked whether any women were present whose husbands, in order to obtain work, were obliged to pay for lodgings which they did not use. One immediately rose and said, "They do it regularly at a publican's in Wapping, and I know the men that have paid for them have had 6 jobs together, when my husband has had none for weeks." "There are now," added another, 14 at that very place who never lodge there, though they are paying for lodgings." They were next asked who had suffered from want owing to their husbands drinking their earnings, as described at the public houses in question. "Starvation has been my lot," said one. "And mine," added another. "My children," said a third, "have often gone to bed at night without breaking their fast the whole length of the day." "And mine," said another, "have many a time gone without a bit or sup of anything all the day, through their father working for the publican." "I cannot," exclaimed the next, "afford my children a ha'porth of milk a day." "Many a time," said one who appeared to be very much moved, have I put my 4 children to bed, when the only meal they have had the whole day has been 1 pound of bread. But it's of no use opening my mouth." "I," said the last, "have been in London 27 years, and during that time I can safely say I have never taken myself a single glass of spirits or anything else. But in that time I have suffered the martyrdom of 40 years, all through my husband and the public house. I have 2 children who bring me in, one of them 2 shillings and sixpence, and the other 6 shillings and sixpence a week, which is all we have, for my husband gets nearly nothing. If he could bring his earnings home instead of spending them at a public house, we should be very comfortable." These questions led to one concerning the late hour system at the public houses frequented by the ballast heavers. "I often go for my husband," said one, "at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, after I know he has been paid. But they have kept him in a back apartment away from me, till I have threatened to smash the windows if they did not let him out. I threatened to smash the windows because my children were wanting the money for bread, which he was spending there. If our husbands were inclined to come home sober, there is little chance, for they have cards and bagatelle to keep them till they become heady, and when they are become heady there is nothing left for their families. Then the publicans kick our poor men out and lock the doors." This statement was confirmed, and after several other persons had described their feelings, the coal whippers' wives were asked whether or not their condition and that of their families had been improved since the system of carrying on the trade had been altered by the legislature. The answer was a most decisive affirmative. Their husbands, they said, used to spend all, or very nearly all, their earnings with the publicans. But now, when they got a good ship, they brought home the greatest part of their earnings, which was sufficient to make their families comfortable. Their husbands had become quite different men. They used to ill-treat them when they were paid at a public house, very much so because of the drink. But now they were very much altered, because they were become sober men to what they were. None were now distressed to provide for their families, and if there was plenty of work, they would be quite happy. The improvement, one woman said, must be very great, otherwise there would not be so many institutions and benefit societies, pension societies, and schools for their children. This declaration was very warmly applauded by the wives of the ballast heavers. They declared that similar measures would produce similar benefits in their case, and they hoped the day would soon come when they should be secure in the enjoyment of them. So terminated the proceedings. End of section 57. Section 58 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Lumpers, Part 1. The lumpers are, if possible, in a more degraded state than the ballast heavers. They are not, it is true, under the same amount of oppression from the publican, but still they are so besotted with the drink which they are tempted to obtain from the publicans who employ them, as to look upon the man who tricks them out of their earnings rather as a friend than an enemy. The lumpers make, I am informed, during 6 months in the year, as much as 24 shillings, and during the other 6 months they have nothing to do. Of the 24 shillings that they earn in their busy time, 20 shillings, it will be seen, is spent in the public house. One master lumper, who is a publican, employs as many as 100 men. This information I have not only from the men themselves, but from the managers of the commercial docks, where the greater number of the lumpers are engaged. The 100 men in the publican's employ, as will be seen from the evidence of the wives, spend upon an average £1 a week in the house, taking generally but 4 shillings home to their wives and families, so that no less a sum than £100 a week is squandered in the publican contractor's house by the working men in drink. There is not only a pay night, but 2 draw nights are appointed in the week as a means of inveigling the men to their master's taproom, and indeed the same system which gives the greatest drunkard the best chance of work prevails among the lumpers as among the ballast heavers. The effect of this is that the lumpers are the most drunken, debased, and poverty-stricken of all the classes of labouring men that I have yet seen. For earning more than the ballast heavers, they of course have more to spend in the public house. I made it a point of looking more minutely into the state of these men on the Sunday, for I have found that on that day it is easy to tell the habits of men by their external appearance. The greater part that I saw were either intoxicated or else reeking of liquor as early as 11 o'clock on the Sunday morning. One foreman was decently dressed, it was true, but then he was sent to me, I was credibly informed, by the master publican, who had heard of my previous investigations, to give me a false impression as to the state of the labourers. The rest of the men that I saw were unwashed and unshaven, even up to 5 and 6 in the afternoon of that day. Their clothes were the same tattered and greasy garments that I had seen them in the day before. Indeed, the wives of the lumpers appeared to be alone alive to the degradation of their husbands. At one house that I visited late on the Sunday evening, I found 2 of the children in one corner of the small close room on the bare boards, covered with a piece of old carpet, and 4 more boys and girls stowed away at the top and bottom of the one bed in which the rest of the family slept. Dirty wet clothes were hanging to dry on lines across the room, and the face of the wife, who was alone in all her squalid misery, was black and gashed with cuts and bruises. Not a step I took, but I was dogged by some foreman or other, in the hopes of putting me on the wrong scent. I had arranged with the men on Saturday morning to have a meeting with them on that night after their labour, but on going to the appointed place I found not one labouring man there, and I learnt the next day that the publican had purposely deferred paying them till a late hour, so that they might have no chance of meeting me. On Monday morning, while at the office of the superintendent of the Commercial Dock Company, one of the lumpers staggered drunk into the room, intent upon making some insolent demand or other. That this drunkenness, with all its attendant vices, is not the fault of the lumpers, but the necessary consequence of the system under which they are employed. No man who has seen the marked difference between the coal whippers and that class of labourers who still work out of the public house can for a moment doubt. The sins of the labouring man, so far as I have seen, are in this instance most indisputably the sins of his employer. If he is drunken, it is his master who makes him so. If he is poor, his house bare, his wife ragged, his children half clothed, half fed, and wholly uneducated, it is mainly because his master tricks him out of his earnings at the public house. Let me now give a description of the lumpers' labour, and then of their earnings. The timber trade is divided by the custom of the trade into 2 classes, called timber and deals. By timber is meant what is brought in uncut logs. This is American red pine, yellow pine, elm, ash, oak, and birch. The teak trade is more recent and seems to be an exception to the classification I have mentioned. It is generally described as teak. Mahogany and dyewoods again are not styled timber. The deals are all sawn ready for the carpenter or joiner's use. At the custom house the distinctions are hewn and sawn woods, that is, timber and deals. On timber there is now a duty of 1 shilling per load, a load being 50 cubic feet, and on deals of 2 shillings. The deals are sawn in Canada, where immense steam mills have been erected for the purpose. The advantage to the trader in having this process effected in Canada rather than in this country seems to be this: The deals brought over prepared, as I have described, of different lengths, varying from 6 feet to 20, while 3 inches is a usual thickness, are ready for the workman's purpose, and no refuse matter forms a part of them. Were the pine brought in logs, the bark and the unevenness of the tree would add to the freight for what was only valueless. Timber and deals require about the same time for their discharge. The largest vessels that enter into this trade in the Port of London are to be found in the West India South Dock, formerly the City Canal. On one occasion in this dock, a vessel of 800 tons, containing 24,000 deals and ends, was discharged in 26 working hours, 45 men being employed. I am informed that 20 men would discharge a ship of 600 tons of timber and deals in 7 days. 40 men will do it in 4 days. In order to become acquainted with the system of lumping, I went on board a vessel in the river where a gang of 20 men were at work. She was a vessel of 600 tons, from Quebec. She lay alongside the Flora, a Norwegian vessel, the first timber ship that had reached the Port of London since the change in the navigation laws had come into operation. The Flora's cargo was 900 pieces of timber, which would be discharged by her crew, as the lumpers are only employed in British vessels. The vessel that I visited, and which lay next the Flora, had her hold and the between decks, which might be 38 yards in length, packed closely with deals. She held between 17 and 18,000 deals. She was being lightened in the river before going into dock. 20 men were at work in 2 barges, well moored alongside, close to the portholes in the stern of the ship. There were 3 men in each barge who received and packed the deals into the barge as they were thrust out of the portholes. The larger deals were carried along by 2 men as soon as a sufficient clearance had been made to enable them to run along, at first bent half double. The 2 men who carried the deals ran along in a sort of jog-trot motion, keeping time so that the motion relieved the pressure of the weight. The men all said it was easier to run than to walk with the deals. The shorter deals, note ends, end note, were carried one by each man, who trotted on in the same measured steps. Each man, or each 2 men employed, delivering his or their deal to one especial man in the barge, so that a constant communication from the ship to the barge was kept up, and the work went on without hitch or stoppage. This same vessel, on a former occasion, was discharged in 36 hours, which shows, as there were between 17,000 and 18,000 carryings and deliverings of the deals, how rapidly the work is conducted. The timber is all dragged from the holds or the between decks of the ship by machines. The lumpers house it from its place in the ship by means of winches, tackles, and dogs, which latter are iron links to lay hold of the logs. 3 of these winches and tackles are stationed at equal distances on each side of a large ship, and thus with the aid of crowbars the several pieces of timber are dragged along the hold and then dropped gently into the water, either in the dock or in the river, and floated in rafts to its destination. All timber is floated as a rule. Sometimes when the ship is discharged in dock, timber or deals are let down a slide onto a platform and so carried to the pile or the wagon. Contractors are employed by the ship owners in the West India docks, as they will do some ships cheaper by £10 than the company could afford to do it. The ship owners bear the expense of discharging the ship. The following evidence of a lumper was given unwillingly. Indeed, it was only by a series of cross-questionings that any approximation to the truth could be extracted from him. He was evidently in fear of losing his work, and the tavern to which I had gone to take his statement was filled with foremen, watching and intimidating him. He said, "I am a working lumper, or labourer at discharging timber or deal ships. I have been 16 years at the work. I should think that there are more than 200 men at Deptford who are constantly engaged at the work. There are a great many more working lumpers living at Limehouse, Poplar and Blackwall. These do the work principally of the West India docks, and when the work is slack there and brisk at the Commercial, East Country or Grand Surrey Canal docks, the men cross the water and get a job on the Surrey side of the river. In the summer a great many Irish labourers seek for work as lumpers. They come over from Ireland in the Cork boats. I should say there are altogether upwards of 500 regular working lumpers, but in the summer there are at least 200 more, owing to the number of Irish who come to England to look for work at that time of the year. The wages of the regular lumpers are not less when the Irish come over in the summer, nor do the men get a less quantity of work to do. There are more timber and deal ships arriving at that season, so more hands are required to discharge them. The ships begin to arrive in July, and they continue coming in till January. After that time they lay up till March, when they sail for the foreign ports. Between January and July the regular working lumpers have little or nothing to do. During that time there are scarcely any timber or deal ships coming in, and the working lumpers then try to fall in with anything they can, either ballasting a ship or carrying a few deals to load a timber carriage, or doing a little tide work. Between July and January the work is very brisk. We are generally employed every day for those 6 months. Sometimes we lose a day after lightening a ship in the river while the vessel is going into dock. We call it lightening a ship when she is laden too heavy and draws too much water to enter the docks. In such a case we generally begin discharging the timber or deals in the river, either off Deptford or Blackwall, according as the ship may be for the docks on the Middlesex or Surrey side. In the river we discharge the deals into lighters, whereas when the ship is in the dock we generally discharge along a stage onto the shore. Timber we put overboard in both cases, and leave it for the raftsmen to put together into rafts and float into the timber ponds of the different docks. The deals we merely land. It is our duty to put them ashore and nothing more. After that the deal porters take them and sort them and pile them. They sort the white from the yellow deals, and each kind into different lengths, and then arrange them in piles all along the dock. Our usual time of working is from 6 to 6 in the summer time, and from daylight to dark in the winter. We always work under a foreman. There are 2 foreman lumpers to almost every ship that we discharge, and they engage the men who work in gangs under them. Each gang consists of from 4 to 12 men, according as the size of the ship is large, or she is wanted to be discharged quickly. I have known as many as 30 lumpers engaged on one ship. She was 1,000 tons and wanted to be got out quick, so that she might make another voyage before the winter set in abroad. The foreman and men are employed by the master lumper. Some of the master lumpers are publicans, some others keep chandlers' shops, and others do nothing else that I know of. The master pays the working men 3 shillings and 6pence a day, and the foreman 1 shilling extra. We are settled with every Saturday night. We have 2 draw nights in each week, that is, the master advances either a part or the whole of our earnings, if we please, on Tuesday and Thursday nights. I work under a publican. My master has only gone into the public line very lately. I don't think he's been at it more than 18 months. He has been a master lumper, I should say, for these 10 or 12 years past. I worked under him before he had a public house. Then he paid every Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday nights at the same house he is now proprietor of. The master lumper always pays the men he employs at the public house, whether they are publicans or not. My master employs, I should say, in the spring season, from 80 to 100 hands regularly, and most of these meet at his house on Tuesday and Thursday nights, and all of them on Saturday night, either to be settled with in full or have a part of their wages advanced. We are usually paid at 7 o'clock in the evening. I have been paid as late as 3 o'clock on Sunday morning, but that was some years ago, and I was all that time in the public house. We go straight to the public house after we have done our work. At this time of the year we knock off work at dark, that is at 5. Note: I am informed at the commercial docks that the usual hour is 4 o'clock, and we remain at our masters until pay time, that is 7 o'clock. This we do for 3 nights a week certain, and after our work at other nights we mostly meet at our master's public house. The men generally draw from 2 shillings to 4 shillings, and on a Thursday night the same sum is advanced to them. The men are not enforced to spend anything in the house. Each man has a little beer while the master is getting ready to pay him on the draw nights, and he generally remains in the house after he has received his money some time, as he thinks proper. On a draw night, in the brisk season, many out of the 100 he employs will stop drinking till 10 o'clock. Some go away immediately after they have drawn their money. At least half stop for some time, that is, till 10 o'clock. Some sit there and spend all they draw. All the beer that the lumpers have on board ship is supplied by the master. He supplies any quantity that is wanted. The reason why he keeps the public house is to have the right of supplying the men with beer. He wouldn't, of course, like to see us take beer from any other house than his. If we did, he would give us the sack. Every master lumper works out of a public house, and the men must have their beer from the house that he works out of, and if they don't, why they ain't wanted. We generally take about 2 pots per man a day from the house when we go to our work in the morning. On a Saturday night we mostly stop longer than on the draw nights. Upon an average, the working lumpers, I should say, spend about 2 shillings a day in the season in the public house. Note: it will have been seen that the lumpers' wives, whom I saw, declare that the men spend 20 shillings out of every 24 shillings. End note. After a hard week's work, I think they have generally 8 shillings or 9 shillings out of the £1 4 shillings that they earn at the busiest time of the year. I myself have taken home as little as 5 shillings. Note: according to this statement, assuming that there are 100 hands, many say that there are more, regularly employed out of this public house in the spring season, and spending each upon an average from 12 shillings to 20 shillings, or say 16 shillings a week, as much as £80 a week is squandered in beer. End note. I should say, taking all the year round, the men make 10 shillings and 6pence a week. For at least 4 months in the year there is no work at all, and for 2 months more it is very slack. I am a married man with 1 child. When I am in full work, I take home 5 shillings a week at the least. My wife and child has to suffer for it all. Let me now cite the following table, which I have been at considerable trouble in obtaining, as the only means of arriving at a correct estimate as to the collective earnings of the journeymen lumpers, or men generally engaged in discharging the cargoes of the British timber and deal ships. The information has, in the 3 principal instances, been derived directly from the books of the dock companies, through the courtesy and consideration of the superintendents and directors, to whom I am greatly indebted. Number of ships, wood laden, discharged at the different docks in 1849. West India Docks. By the Dock Company, 36 ships, 22,556 tons. By lumpers, 69 ships, 24,347 tons. By crews, 24 ships, 6,796 tons. Total, 129 ships, 53,699 tons. Commercial docks, by the Dock Company, 2 ships, 1,186 tons. By lumpers, 154 ships, 63,213 tons. By crews, 259 ships, 75,096 tons. Total, 415 ships, 139,495 tons. Grand Surrey Canal, by the Dock Company, 0. By lumpers, 153 ships, 45,900 tons. By crews, 59 ships, 17,000 tons. Total, 212 ships, 62,900 tons. East Country Docks, by the Dock Company, 0. By lumpers, 11 ships, 3,400 tons. By crews, 64 ships, 19,091 tons. Total, 75 ships, 22,500 tons. Regent's Canal, by the Dock Company, 0. By lumpers, 2 ships, 600 tons. By crews, 0. Total, 2 ships, 600 tons. Total discharged by the Dock Company, 38 ships, 23,742 tons. Total discharged by lumpers, 389 ships, 137,469 tons. Total discharged by crews, 406 ships, 117,983 tons. Total ships discharged, 833. Total tonnage, 279,194. By the above returns, it will be seen that, in the course of that year, 389 timber and deal ships of 137,469 tons burden collectively were discharged by lumpers, this at 9d. per ton, which is the price usually given by the dock companies, would give £5,155, 1 shilling and 9d. as the gross amount paid to the contractors. The master lumper derives little or no profit out of this sum directly. This will be evident from the subjoined statement. A gentleman at the West India Docks, who has been all his life connected with the timber trade, informs us that 20 men will discharge a wood-laden ship in 7 days. Now, 20 men at 3 shillings and 6d. per day for 7 days comes to £24 10 shillings, and 600 tons at 9d. per ton to £22 10 shillings, so that the master lumper by this account would lose by the job at the very least £2. This statement is fully borne out by the fact that the master lumpers will often agree to discharge a ship for £10 less than the company could possibly afford to do it for with their own men. The question then arises, how is it that the master lumper is enabled to do this and live? This is easily answered. He is generally either a publican himself or connected with one, and the journeymen in his employ spend at his public house, according to the account of the wives, 5/6 of their wages in drink, or £1 out of every 24 shillings they earn. Say, however, that only 4/5 of the gross earnings are thus consumed, then 4,000 and odd out of the £5,155 will go to the publican, and 1,000 and odd pounds to the men. End of section 58. Section 59 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Lumpers, Part 2. Timber Dock Labourers. Having already given an account of the supply and consumption of timber throughout the country generally, I shall now speak of the importations into London, and more especially of the condition of the labourers connected with the foreign and colonial timber trade. The quantity of colonial and foreign timber that has been brought into the Port of London since the year 1843 has been as follows. Colonial deals and battens in pieces. 1844, 2,025,000. 1845, 2,349,000. 1846, 2,355,000. 1847, 3,339,000. 1848, 2,740,000. 1849, 2,722,000. Foreign ditto in ditto. 1844, 2,130,000. 1845, 2,290,000. 1846, 1,242,000. 1847, 1,996,000. 1848, 2,044,000. 1849, 1,903,000. Total pieces: 1844, 4,155,000. 1845, 4,639,000. 1846, 3,597,000. 1847, 5,335,000. 1848, 4,784,000. 1849, 4,625,000. Colonial timber in loads. 1844, 57,200. 1845, 55,800. 1846, 53,600. 1847, 49,600. 1848, 38,300. 1849, 38,600. Foreign ditto in ditto. 1844, 58,200. 1845, 68,100. 1846, 86,000. 1847, 79,100. 1848, 69,000. 1849, 61,400. Total loads: 1844, 115,400. 1845, 123,900. 1846, 139,600. 1847, 128,700. 1848, 107,300. 1849, 100,000. The consumption of the metropolis has been little less than the quantity imported. In the 6 years above enumerated, the total importation of foreign and colonial deals and battens was 27,135,000 pieces, of which 26,695,573 were consumed in London, and the total importation of foreign and colonial timber was 714,900 loads, of which 644,224 were consumed. This gives an average annual importation of 4,522,500 deals and battens, of which only 73,238 have been sent out of the country every year. Of timber, the average annual importation is 119,150 loads, and the average annual exportation only 11,779 loads. The number of wood-laden ships that have entered the Port of London since 1840, together with the countries whence they came, is given below. By this we shall perceive that our trade with Norway in this respect has sunk to exactly 1/2 of what it was 10 years back, while that with Sweden and Finland has been very nearly doubled in the same time. The timber ships from the Prussian ports have increased little less than 1/3, while those from Russia have decreased in the same proportion. The trade with Quebec and Montreal also appears to be much greater than it was in 1840, though compared with 1841 there has been a considerable falling off. That of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia remains very nearly the same as it was at the beginning of the decennial period. Altogether, the great change appears to have been the decline of the Norwegian and Russian timber trade and the increase of that with Sweden and Prussia. It is also worthy of notice that, notwithstanding the increase of population, the number of wood-laden ships entering the port of London every year has not materially increased within the last 10 years. The number of cargoes of timber, deals, and battens imported into London in the following years: Christiane and Christensen, 1840, 49, 1841, 50, 1842, 47, 1843, 27, 1844, 36, 1845, 27, 1846, 22, 1847, 32, 1848, 39, 1849, 23. Other ports of Norway: 1840, 52, 1841, 43, 1842, 38, 1843, 36, 1844, 49, 1845, 39, 1846, 17, 1847, 28, 1848, 25, 1849, 27. Gothenburg: 1840, 61, 1841, 64, 1842, 49, 1843, 59, 1844, 59, 1845, 66, 1846, 30, 1847, 67, 1848, 55, 1849, 41. Swedish ports and Finland: 1840, 85, 1841, 84, 1842, 85, 1843, 102, 1844, 90, 1845, 149, 1846, 103, 1847, 101, 1848, 138, 1849, 154. Russian ports: 1840, 181, 1841, 108, 1842, 130, 1843, 119, 1844, 163, 1845, 115, 1846, 146, 1847, 91, 1848, 113, 1849, 134. Prussian ports: 1840, 70, 1841, 70, 1842, 52, 1843, 104, 1844, 143, 1845, 124, 1846, 109, 1847, 167, 1848, 108, 1849, 100. Quebec and Montreal: 1840, 168, 1841, 224, 1842, 188, 1843, 230, 1844, 206, 1845, 206, 1846, 166, 1847, 216, 1848, 179, 1849, 195. New Brunswick and Nova Scotia: 1840, 104, 1841, 97, 1842, 62, 1843, 134, 1844, 90, 1845, 102, 1846, 127, 1847, 145, 1848, 108, 1849, 105. Sierra Leone, Moulmein, and so on: 1840, 16, 1841, 20, 1842, 29, 1843, 31, 1844, 5, 1845, 10, 1846, 20, 1847, 21, 1848, 13, 1849, 20. Totals: 1840, 786, 1841, 760, 1842, 681, 1843, 842, 1844, 841, 1845, 838, 1846, 740, 1847, 868, 1848, 778, 1849, 799. The next step in our inquiry is, what becomes of the 800 wood-laden ships that annually enter the Port of London? Whither do they go to be unladen? To what docks or places of special security are they consigned to be discharged and to have their cargoes delivered or bonded? For this purpose there are 5 docks, 3 of which lie on the Surrey side of the river. These 3 are the Commercial Docks, the Grand Surrey Canal Dock, and the East Country Dock, and they are almost contiguous to each other, the Surrey Canal Dock lying immediately alongside the Commercial, and the East Country at the upper end of it. They are situated in, and indeed occupy, nearly the whole of that small cape of land which is formed by the bending of the river between the Pool and Limehouse Reach. The docks on the Middlesex side of the river, which are used for the reception and unlading of timber ships, are the West India and the Regent's Dock, or the entrance to the Regent's Canal. The number of wood-laden ships that have entered the 3 principal docks for the last 10 years is given below. I am informed by Mr. Jones of the Commercial Docks that for every ship above 100 tons, 6 men are required to sort and pile away. Rafting from ships of the above burden requires 1 or 2 men daily, according to circumstances. Table of the number of wood-laden ships which entered the different docks undermentioned in the following years. 1840. West India Docks, 155 vessels, 62,024 tons. Commercial Docks, 211 vessels, 65,809 tons. Grand Surrey Docks, 135 vessels, 40,447 tons. 1841. West India Docks, 201 vessels, 82,196 tons. Commercial Docks, 265 vessels, 70,438 tons. Grand Surrey Docks, 114 vessels, 34,594 tons. 1842. West India Docks, 136 vessels, 54,931 tons. Commercial Docks, 250 vessels, 87,124 tons. Grand Surrey Docks, 100 vessels, 29,596 tons. 1843. West India Docks, 169 vessels, 71,211 tons. Commercial Docks, 368 vessels, 121,846 tons. Grand Surrey Docks, 108 vessels, 31,299 tons. 1844. West India Docks, 121 vessels, 53,581 tons. Commercial Docks, 480 vessels, 142,223 tons. Grand Surrey Docks, 173 vessels, 48,896 tons. 1845. West India Docks, 149 vessels, 70,514 tons. Commercial Docks, 424 vessels, 137,047 tons. Grand Surrey Docks, 155 vessels, 43,211 tons. 1846. West India Docks, 182 vessels, 88,308 tons. Commercial docks, 351 vessels, 111,189 tonnes. Grand Surrey docks, 195 vessels, 50,908 tonnes. 1847, West India docks, 228 vessels, 124,114 tonnes. Commercial docks, 423 vessels, 143,966 tonnes. Grand Surrey docks, 226 vessels, 62,433 tonnes. 1848, West India docks, 138 vessels, 76,650 tonnes. Commercial docks, 412 vessels, 132,406 tonnes. Grand Surrey docks, 195 vessels, 53,423 tonnes. 1849, West India docks, 138 vessels, 67,860 tonnes. Commercial docks, 410 vessels, 136,329 tonnes. Grand Surrey docks, 212 vessels, 58,780 tonnes. Total, West India docks, 1,617 vessels, 751,389 tonnes. Commercial docks, 3,544 vessels, 1,148,377 tonnes. Grand Surrey docks, 1,613 vessels, 453,587 tonnes. Average number of ships per year and their average tonnage. West India docks, 161 vessels, 4,464 tonnes. Commercial docks, 354 vessels, 324 tonnes. Grand Surrey docks, 161 vessels, 281 tonnes. The foreign and colonial timber trade is then confined to 5 of the 7 docks belonging to the Port of London. Of these 5, 3, the Commercial, the Grand Surrey Canal and the East Country, are situate on the Surrey side of the river, occupying altogether an area of 172.5 acres, of which 100.5 are water and 72 land, and offering accommodation and protection for no less than 678 vessels. Here the principal part of the timber and deal trade is carried on, the Commercial receiving the greatest number of wood-laden vessels, perhaps greater than any other dock in the world. These, together with that portion of the West India dock which is devoted to the same purpose, make the entire extent of the timber docks attached to the Port of London about 250 acres, of which upwards of 140 are water, a space sufficient to give berths to no less than 940 ships. I now come to speak of the condition and earnings of the labourers connected with the timber and hardwood trade. Of these, it appears there are 1,030 men casually employed at all the timber docks, of whom only 132 obtain work all the year round. How the 900 casual deal porters and rafters live during the 6 months of the year that the slack season usually lasts in the timber trade, I cannot conceive. As not a sixpence of their earnings is saved in the brisk season, their fate in the winter is to suffer privations and afflictions which they only know. I shall begin with the state of the dock labourers employed at the foreign and hardwood trade. This trade is confined mainly, if not solely, to the West India dock. Concerning this branch of the wood trade, I give below the statement of a man who has worked at it for many years, and in doing so, I wish to draw attention to the latter part of the narrative as a proof of what I have repeatedly asserted respecting the regard exhibited by the authorities of the West India dock, and in particular by Mr. Knight, the superintendent, for the welfare of all the men, whether directly or even indirectly employed by them. This indirect employment of workmen, however, is the great bane of the industrious classes, Whether the middleman goes by the name of sweater, chambermaster, lumper, or contractor, it is this trading operative who is the great means of reducing the wages of his fellow working men. To make a profit out of the employment of his brother operatives, he must obtain a lower class labour. He cares nothing about the quality of the work so long as the workman can get through it somehow, and will labour at a cheaper rate. Hence it becomes a business with him to hunt out the lowest grades of working men, the drunken, the dishonest, the idle, the vagabond, and the unskilful men, because these, being unable to obtain employment at the regular wages of the sober, honest, industrious, and skilful portion of the trade, he can obtain their labour at a lower rate than what is usually paid. Boy labour, or thief labour, said a middleman on a large scale. What do I care, so long as I can get my work done cheap? I have already shown that the wives of the sweaters not only parade the streets of London on the lookout for youths raw from the country, but that they make periodical trips to the poorest provinces of Ireland in order to obtain workmen at the lowest possible rate. I have shown, moreover, that foreigners are annually imported from the continent for the same purpose, and that among the chambermasters in the shoe trade, the child market at Bethnal Green, as well as the workhouses, are continually ransacked for the means of obtaining a cheaper kind of labour. All my investigations go to prove that it is chiefly by means of the middleman system that the wages of the working men are reduced. This contractor, this trading operative, uses the most degraded of the class as a means of underselling the worthy and skilful labourers, and of ultimately dragging the better down to the abasement of the worst. If men cannot subsist on lower prices, then he takes apprentices or hires children, or if workmen of character and worth refuse to work at less than the ordinary rate, then he seeks out the moral refuse of the trade, those whom none else will employ, or else he flies to the workhouse and the jail to find labour meet for his purpose. Backed by this cheap and refuse labour, he offers his work at lower prices, and so keeps on reducing and reducing the wages of his brethren, until all sink in poverty, wretchedness, and vice. I am therefore the more anxious to impress upon the minds of those gentlemen who are actuated by a sincere regard for the interests and comforts of the men in their employ, the evils of such a system. For however great may be the saving of trouble effected by it, yet unless it be strictly watched, as I must confess it is at the West India and commercial docks, it can only be maintained by the employment of a cheaper and worse class labourer, and therefore must result in the degradation of the workman. I have said thus much because I find this contract system the general practice at all the wood docks, and because I am convinced that the gentlemen to whom the management of those docks is entrusted, Mr. Knight, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Cannon, have the welfare of the men in their employ sincerely at heart. Of the evils of lumping, or discharging wood ships by contract, I have already treated at considerable length. Under that system, it will be remembered, I showed that the contractor, who is commonly a publican, makes his profit not by cheapening the labourer, but by intoxicating him. Like the contractor for ballast, he gets his money out of the drunkenness of the workman, and by this means is enabled to undersell the dock proprietors, or in other words, to discharge the wood-laden ships at a less rate than they could possibly afford to do it for, by the fair and honourable employment of their men. Of the effects of this system, the drunkenness of the men, the starvation of the wives, the squalor and ignorance of the children, the wretchedness and desolation of the homes, I have already treated at some length, and it will be seen hereafter that in those docks where the supervision that is maintained at the West India and Commercial is not kept up, the labourers are reduced to almost the same state of poverty and destitution. But to return. A man living in a small room in a poor neighbourhood, but in a tidy apartment, and with a well-kept little garden at the back, gave me the following account of his earnings and labour in the mahogany department of the West India Docks. I have worked in the West India Docks for 11 years, and for the last half of that time in the mahogany part of the woodyard. Before that, I was 11 years in the merchant service as able seaman, but I got married and thought I could do better in the docks, for after all, what is £18 a year, supposing I had the luck to be at sea 9 months every year at £2 a month? What is £18 a year, sir, to keep a wife and family on, as well as a man himself when he's ashore? At the West India Docks, we unload the mahogany, or logwood, or fancy wood from the ships, and pile them wherever they're ordered. We work in gangs of 6 or 7, with a master at the head of the gang. The logs are got out of the hold with a purchase and a jigger, and heaved ashore by a crane onto a truck, and we drag the truck to the place to stow the timber. In the wood yards, a machine lifts the timber up by us men turning handles to work the machine, and puts it into its place in the warehouse. We are paid 2 shillings and 6pence a day, working from 8 to 4. If only employed for 4 hours, and we are not set to work for less than 4 hours, we have 1 shilling and 4pence. If I could get 2 shillings and 6pence a day all the year through, I'd be a happy man, but I can't. Me and such as me earns 10 shillings, 11 shillings, or as far as 15 shillings a week when we are wanted. But take the year through, I make between 9 shillings and 10 shillings a week. Out of that, I have to keep a wife and 4 children. I've lost 1 child, and my wife can get little or nothing most times to do with her needle. And if she does get work, what can she make at 5 farthings or 3 halfpence a shirt for the slop shops? My eldest child, however, does make 1 shilling or 1 shilling and 6pence a week. I live on bread and butter, with a drop of beer now and then, 6 days out of the 7. On Sundays we mostly have a shilling's worth of meat, bullock's head generally. Sometimes our work is very hard, with heavy lifting. A weakly man's no use, and I've wondered how I have the strength I have on bread and butter. We are all paid in the dock, and there's nobody allowed to get the men to drink, or to traffic with them anyhow, but in a fair, regular way. There's plenty hang about every day who would work a day's work for 2 shillings. There's a good many Irish. I don't know that there's any foreigners, without it be on the sugar side. Sometimes 100 men are employed in our part of the business. Today there was from 40 to 50 at work, and 100 more was to be had if they'd been wanted. Jobs often come in a lump, all at once or none at all, very often with the wind. We run backwards and forwards to the sugar side or the Surrey dock, as we expect to be wanted. We don't know what the foremen of the gangs get, but the company won't allow them to underpay us, and I have nothing to complain about, either of them or the company, though we're bad off. The foreman can pick his men. Many of us has to go to the parish. Once I earned only 3 shillings in 3 weeks. Our best time is from June or July, continuing on for 2, 3, 4 or 5 months, as happens. We live half the year and starve the t'other. There's very few teetotalers among us. Men want beer if they live upon bread and butter. There's many I know lives on a meal a day, and that's bread and butter. There's no drunkards among our men. We're mostly married men with families. Most poor men is married, I think. Poor as I am, a wife and family's something to cling to, like. End of section 59. Section 60 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Lumpers, Part 3. The Timber and Deal Trade. I now come to the timber and deal trade. The labourers connected with this portion of the trade are rafters or raftsmen, and deal or stave porters. These are either permanently or casually employed. I shall give an account of each, as well as of the system pursued at each of the docks, beginning with the commercial, because it does the most extensive business in this branch of the wood trade. And here let me acknowledge the obligations I am under to Mr. Jones, the intelligent and courteous superintendent, for much valuable information. The working lumpers, as I before explained, are the labourers employed to discharge all wood-laden vessels, except foreign ships, which are discharged by their own crews. The vessels unladen by the lumpers are discharged sometimes in the dock, and sometimes, when too heavily laden, in the river. The cargoes of wood-laden vessels are termed either landed or rafted goods. The landed goods are deals, battens, sleepers, wainscot logs, and indeed all but hewn timber, which is rafted. When a vessel is unladen in the river, the landed goods are discharged by lumpers, who also load the lighters, whereas in dock the lumpers discharge them into the company's barges, which are loaded by them as well. With smaller vessels, however, which occasionally go alongside, the lumpers discharge directly to the shore, where the goods are received by the company's porters. The lumpers never work on shore. Of the porters working on shore, there are two kinds, namely deal and stave porters, whose duty it is to receive the landed goods and to pile and sort them, either along the quay or in the building ground, if duty has to be paid upon them. The hewn timber, or rafted goods, the lumbers thrust through the porthole into the water, and there the raftsman receives them, puts them into lengths and sizes, and then arranges them in floats, there being 18 pieces to a float. If the ship is discharged in the river, the rafter floats the timber to the docks, and then to the ponds of the company. If, however, the ship is discharged in dock, then the raftsman floats the timber only from the main dock to the ponds. The rafters are all freemen, for otherwise they could not work on the river. They must have served 7 years to a waterman, and they are obliged to pay 3 shillings a year to the Waterman's Company for a licence. There are 16 or 17 rafters, all preferable men, employed by the Commercial Dock Company, and in busy times there are occasionally as many as 40 casual rafters, or pokers, as they are called, from their poking about the docks for a job. These casual men are not capable of rafting a ship, nor are they free watermen. They are only employed to float the timber from the ship up to the ponds and stow it, or to attend to deliveries. The skill of the rafter lies in gauging and sorting the timber according to size, quality, and ownership, and making it up into floats. It is only an experienced rafter who can tell the different sizes, qualities, and owners of the timber. This the pokers, or casual rafters, are unable to do. The pokers again cannot float the timber from the river to the ponds. This is owing to 2 reasons. First, they are not allowed to do so, on account of not being free watermen, and secondly, they are unable to do so from the difficulty of navigation. The pokers work exclusively in the docks. Neither the rafters nor pokers work under contractors, but the deal and stave porters invariably do. The following statement of a rafter at the commercial dock I had from a prudent, well-behaved, sober man. He was in company with another man employed in the same capacity at the same docks, and they both belonged to the better class of labouring men. I am a rafter at the commercial dock. I have been working at that dock for the last 6 years in the same capacity, and before that I was rafter at the Surrey dock for between 5 and 6 years. I served my apprenticeship to a waterman. I was bound when I was 16. We are not allowed to work till we have served 2 years. In my apprenticeship I was continually engaged in timber towing, lightering, and at times sculling, but that I did only when the other business was slack. After my time was out, I went lightering, and about a dozen years after that I took to rafting. I had been a rafter at the Surrey Canal before then, While I was in my apprenticeship, indeed. I had 18 shillings a week when I first commenced rafting at the Surrey Canal, but that, of course, all went to my master. I was with the Surrey Canal about 2 years as rafter, and then I joined another party at 30 shillings a week in the same capacity. This party rented a wharf of the Surrey Canal Company, and I still worked in the dock. There I worked longer time, 4 hours longer. The wages would have been as good at the Surrey Canal at outside work as they were with the second party I joined. The next place that I went to as rafter was the commercial dock, where I am now, and have been for the last 6 years. I am paid by the week. When I work at the dock, I have £1 1 shilling a week, and when I am rafting short-hour ships, that is, ships from which we work only from 8 till 4, I get 4 shillings per day. When I am working long-hour ships, that is, ships at which the working lasts from 6 till 6, I get 5 shillings a day. The other rafters employed by the company are paid the same. Our wages have remained the same ever since I have been in the business. All the other men have been lowered, such as carpenters, labourers, watchmen, deal porters, and the like, but we are not constant men, or else I dare say ours would have been reduced too. They have lowered the wages of the old hands, who have been there for years, 1 shilling a week. Formerly they had £1 1 shilling, now they get £1. The men are dissatisfied. The wages of the casual dock labourers have been reduced a great deal more than those of the constant men. 3 months ago they all had 18 shillings a week, and now the highest wages paid to the casual labourers is 15 shillings. The reason why the wages of the rafters have not been lowered is, I take it, because we are freemen, and there are not so many to be had who could supply our places. Not one of 100 lightermen and watermen are able to raft. We are only employed at certain times of the year. Our busy time begins at July and ends in October. We are fully employed about 4 months in the year, and get during that time from £1 1 shilling to 30 shillings a week, or say 25 shillings upon an average. The rest of our time we fills up as we can. Some of the rafters has boats, and they look out for a job at sculling, but that's poor enough now. Very poor work indeed, said an old weather-beaten man who was present, and had had 40 years' experience at the business. When I first joined it, it was in the war time, he added, and then I was scarcely a day idle, and now I can't get work for better than half my time. For the other 8 months, continued the other man, I should think the rafters, upon an average, make 5 shillings a week. Some of them has boats, and some gets a job at timber towing, but some, and that's the greatest number, has nothing at all to turn their hands to, excepting the casual dock labour, that is, anything they can chance to get hold of. I don't think those who depend upon the casual labour of the docks, after the fall season is over, note, the fall ships are the last that come, end note, make 5 shillings a week, take one man with another. I should say more likely their weekly earnings is about 4 shillings. There are about 16 rafters at the commercial docks, and only one single man among the number. They none of them save any money during the busy season. They are in debt when the brisk season comes, and it takes them all the summer to get clear, which perhaps they does by the time the fall ships have done, and then of course they begin going on in the old strain again. A rafter's life is merely getting into debt and getting clear of it. That is it. And that is a great part of the life of all the labourers along shore. He then produced the following account of his earnings for the last year. First week, £1 1 shilling. Second week, £1 8 shillings. Note, outside work, end note. Third week, £1 4 shillings. Fourth week, £1 5 shillings and sixpence. Fifth week, nothing. Sixth week, £1 1 shilling. Seventh week, nothing. Eighth week, £1 1 shilling. Ninth week, nothing. 10th week, £1 1 shilling. 11th week, 4 shillings. Note, jobbing, Endnote. 12th week, £1 1 shilling. 13th week, 4 shillings. Note jobbing. Endnote. 14th week, 7 shillings and sixpence. 15th and 16th weeks, nothing. 17th week, £1 1 shilling. 18th week, 10 shillings. Note jobbing. Endnote. 19th week, £1 4 shillings. 20th week, 17 shillings and sixpence. Note jobbing. Endnote. 21st week, 13 shillings. 22nd week, 7 shillings. 23rd week, £1 1 shilling. 24th week, 10 shillings. Note jobbing. Endnote. 25th week, 2 shillings and sixpence. 26th week, 4 shillings. 27th week, 1 shilling. 28th week, £1 1 shilling. Note busy time begins. Endnote. 29th week, £1 4 shillings. 30th week, £1 3 shillings. 31st week, £1 1 shilling. 32nd week, £1 6 shillings. 33rd week, £1 3 shillings. 34th week, £1 1 shilling. 35th week, 14 shillings. 36th week, £1 7 shillings. 37th week, £2. 38th week, £1 5 shillings. Note, working Sunday and nights. Endnote. 39th week, £1 and sixpence. 40th week, £1 4 shillings. 41st week, £1 10 shillings. 42nd week, £1 4 shillings. 43rd week, £1 10 shillings. 44th week, £1 14 shillings. 45th week, £1 5 shillings and sixpence. 46th week, £1 10 shillings and fourpence. 47th week, 5 shillings. 48th week, £1 10 shillings. 49th week, £1 10 shillings. 50th week, £1 10 shillings. 51st week, £1 7 shillings. 52nd week, £1 1 shilling. 1850. First week, £1 10 shillings. Second week, 10 shillings and sixpence. Third week, £1 1 shilling. Fourth week, 12 shillings and sixpence. Fifth week, £2 10 shillings and sixpence. Note, contract job on river. Endnote. Sixth week, £1 1 shilling. Seventh week, £1 7 shillings. Eighth week, £1 8 shillings. Ninth week, 19 shillings. 10th week, £1 1 shilling. Note, dock work. Endnote. 11th week, 3 shillings. Note, jobbing. Endnote. 12th week, 18 shillings. Note, dock work. Endnote. 13th week, 10 shillings. Note, jobbing. Endnote. 14th week, nothing. 15th week, £1. 16th week, 12 shillings. 17th week, £1 1 shilling. 18th week, £1 5 shillings. Note, dock work. Endnote. 19th week, £1. 20th week, nothing. This gives an average for the 72 weeks above cited of 18 shillings and sixpence farthing per week. Where I get £1, the man continued after I had copied his accounts, many don't get 5 shillings. I know many friends on the river, and I get a number of odd jobs which others can't. In the last 6 years, my earnings have been much about the same, but others, I am sure, don't make half what I do. I have earned £1 8 shillings, when I know they have been walking about and not earned a penny. In busy times, as many as 40 pokers are employed, sometimes for as many as 5 weeks in the year. They get 3 shillings and sixpence a day, from 6 to 6. After they are out of work, they do as best they can. It's impossible to tell how one half of them live. Half their time they are starving. The wives of the rafters go some of them charing. Some are glove makers and others dressmakers. None that I know of do slop work. I now come to the deal and stave porters. First, as to those employed at the commercial docks. From a man who has an excellent character given to him by his employers, I had the following account. At our dock, he said, timber and corn are the principal articles, but they are distinct branches and have distinct labourers. I am in the deal part. When a foreign timber ship comes to the dock, the timber is heaved out of the porthole by the crew themselves. The deal ships, too, are sometimes unloaded by the foreigners themselves, but not often. 3 or 4 out of a dozen may. Ours is very dangerous work. We pile the deals sometimes 90 deals high, higher at the busiest time, and we walk along planks with no hold, carrying the deals in our hands, and only our firm tread and our eye to depend upon. We work in foggy weather, and never stop for a fog. At least we haven't for 8 or 9 years to my knowledge. In that sort of weather, accidents are frequent. There was last year, I believe, about 35 falls, but no deaths. If it's a bad accident, the deal porters give 6p apiece on Saturday night to help the man that's had it. There's no fund for sickness. We work in gangs of 5 usually, sometimes more. We are paid for carrying 100 of 12 feet deals, 1 shilling and 9p. 14 feet, 2 shillings and 2p. 20 and 21 feet, 3 shillings. 22 feet, 3 shillings and 8p. And from 24 to 27 feet, 4 shillings and 3p. That's at piecework. We used to have 3p per 100 more for every sort, but it was reduced 3 or 4 months back, or more maybe. In a general way, we are paid nothing extra for having to carry the deals beyond an average distance, except for what we call long runs. That's as far, or about as far, as the dock extends from the place we start to carry the deals from. 1 week with another, the year through, we make from 12 shillings to 15 shillings. The 15 shillings by men who have the preference when work is slack. We're busiest from July to Christmas. I'm the head of a gang or team of 5, and I'm only paid as they are, but I have the preference if work is slack, and so have the men in my team. 5 men must work at the commercial, or none at all. We are paid in the dock at the contractor's office. There are 3 contractors, at 4 o'clock every Saturday evening. Drinking is kept down in our dock, and with my contractor, drunkards are discharged. The men are all satisfied, but for the lowering of their wages. No doubt they can get labour cheaper still, there's so many idlers about. A dozen years back or so, they did pay us in a public house. Our deal porters are generally sober men. The beer men only come into the dock twice a day, 10 in the morning and 3:30 in the afternoon, and the men never exceed a pint at a time. An older man in the same employ said, "I've known deal portering for 20 years back, and then at the commercial dock men was paid in a public house, and there was a good deal of drunkenness. The men weren't compelled to drink, but was expected to. In that point it's far better now. When I was first a deal porter, I could make half as much more as I do now. I don't complain of anybody about the dock. It ain't their fault, but I do complain uncommon about the times. There's so little work, and so many to snap at it." From a stave porter at the same dock, I had the following account. "We are paid by the piece, and the piece varies according to size from 1 shilling and 6p to 10 shillings the 1,000. Quebec staves, 6 feet long by 2 inches thick and a few inches broad, are 10 shillings the 1,000. The other sizes are paid in the same proportion, down to 1 shilling and 6p. We pack the bigger staves about our shoulders, resting one stave on another, more like a jack in the green than anything else, as our head comes out in the middle of 'em. Of the biggest, 5 is a good load, and we pack all sizes alike, folding our arms to hold the smaller staves better. Take it all together, we make at stave work what the deal porters do at their work, and indeed we are deal porters when staves isn't in. There's most staves comes to the Surrey Canal dock." A man who had worked at the West India dock as a deal porter informed me that the prices paid were the same as were paid by the commercial and East Country dock companies before the reduction, but the supply of labour was uncertain and irregular, chiefly at the spring and fall, and in British American ships. As many as 100 men, however, my informant stated, had been so employed at this dock making from 15 shillings to 25 shillings a week, or as much as 30 shillings on occasions, and without the drawback of any compulsory or expected drinking. Such, as far as I could learn, is the condition of the labourers employed at these timber docks, where the drinking system and the payment of men in public houses are not allowed. Concerning the state of the men employed at the other docks, where the public house system still continues, I had the following details. A deal porter at the Surrey Canal dock stated, "I've worked a good many years in the Surrey dock. There were 4 contractors at the Surrey Canal, but now there's 1, and he pays the publican, where we gets our beer, all that's owing to us deal porters, and the publican pays us every Saturday night. I can't say that we are compelled to take beer, certainly not when at our work in the dock, but we're expected to take it when we're waiting. I can't say either that we are discharged if we don't drink, but if we don't, we are kept waiting late on a Saturday night, on an excuse of the publicans having no change, or something like that. And we feel that, somehow or other, if we don't drink, we'll be left in the background. Why don't the superintendent see us paid in the dock? He pays the company's labourers in the dock. They're corn turners and drafters, and they are paid early too. We now have 4 shillings and 4pence a day off from 8 to 4, and 5 shillings and 8pence from 6 to 6. It used to be, till 4 months back, I think, 4 shillings and 10pence, and 6 shillings and 4pence. In slack times, say 6 months in the year, we earns from 10 shillings to 12 shillings a week. In the brisk time, 30 shillings, and sometimes more, but 30 shillings is about the average. We are all paid at the public house. We gathers from after 5 or so on the Saturday night. We are kept now and then till 12 and after 12, and it has been Sunday morning before we've got paid. There is more money spent in course up to 12 than up to 10. To get away at 9:30 is very early. I should say that half our earnings, except in our best weeks, goes to the publican for drink. More than half, oft enough. If it's a bad week, all our earnings, or more. When it waxes late, the wives, who've very likely been without Saturday's dinner or tea, will go to the publicans for their husbands, and they'll get to scold very likely, and then they'll get beaten very likely. We are chiefly married men with families. Pretty well all the deal porters at the docks are drunkards, so there is misery enough for their families. The publican gives credit 2 following weeks, and encourages drinking in course, but he does it quietly. He'll advance any man at work 1 shilling a night in money, besides trusting him for drink. I don't know how many we are. I should say from 50 to 200. In old age or accident, in course, we comes to the parish." Other men whom I saw corroborated this statement, and some of their wives expressed great indignation at the system pursued in paying the labourers. None of them objected to their husbands having 4 pints of beer when actually at their work in the dock. It was against the publican's temptations on Saturday and other nights that they bitterly inveighed. At the earnest entreaty of a deal porter's wife, I called on Saturday evening at the public house, where the men were waiting to be paid. I walked into the tap room, as if I had called casually, and I was then unknown to all the deal porters. The tap room I found small, dark, dirty, and ill-ventilated. What with the tobacco smoke and the heat of the weather, the room was most disagreeably close and hot. As well as I could count, for although it was a bright summer's evening, the smoke and gloom rendered it somewhat difficult. There were 24 men in this tap room, which is fitted up with boxes, and the number completely filled the apartment. In an adjoining room, where was a small bar, there were some 6 or 8 more deal porters lounging about. These numbers, however, fluctuated, for men kept coming in and going out, But all the time I was present, there might have been 30 men in the 2 hot, dirty little rooms. They were strong-looking men enough, and all sunburnt, but amongst them were some with pinched features and white lips. There they sat, each man with his beer before him. There was not the slightest hilarity amongst them. There was not the least semblance of a convivial Saturday night's gathering. The majority sat in silence. Some dozed, others drank or sipped at their pint measures, as if they must do it to while away the time. These deal porters were generally dressed in corduroy, fustian, or strong coarse blue woolen jackets, with trousers of similar material, open big woolen waistcoats, and with coloured cotton handkerchiefs rolled round some thick substance in the way of a stock, and tied loosely round their necks over a striped cotton or loose linen shirt. All had rough, bristly beards, intimating that their shaving was confined to the Sunday mornings. With respect to the system pursued at this dock in the payment of the deal porters, it is right that I should state that I heard from many deal porters praises of the superintendent, though certainly not of the contractor or the publican. I am glad to be able to state, however, that it is the determination of the company to attempt, and that indeed they are now attempting, the abolition of the system of public-house payment. Mr. McCannon, the superintendent of these docks, to whom I am indebted for many favours and courtesies, informed me that an arrangement was once made for the payment of the deal porters in an old box, a sort of wooden office within the dock, but the impatience and struggling of the men who had to wait a little while for their week's earnings almost demolished the frail timbers of the old box, and the attempt was abandoned. Within the dock, the supply of beer is now limited to 3 times a day, with a vend of half a pint a man each visit. A middle-aged man, sunburnt and with much of the look of a seaman, gave me an account of his labour as a deal porter at the East Country Dock. His room, and he with his wife and children had but one, was very sparely furnished, the principal article being a large clean bed. He complained that his poverty compelled him to live in the neighbourhood of some low lodging-houses, which caused all sorts of bad characters to resort to the locality, while cries of "murder" were not uncommon in the night. "I have been a deal porter," he said, "nearly 20 years, and for the last few years I have worked at the East Country Dock. Sometimes we work single-handed, sometimes in gangs of 2, 3, or 4. The distance the deals have to be carried has a good deal to do with it, as to the number of the gang. We are paid nothing extra for distance. Mr. contracts with the dock company to do all the deal portering. There are 3 gangs regularly employed, each with a master or foreman or ganger over them. They have always the preference. If 3 ships was to unload in one day, there would be 1 for each gang. And when more hands are wanted, the men of the regular gangs are put over deal porters such as me, who are not regularly employed, but on the lookout for piecework or a day's work. We reckon, when that happens, that the gangers' men have 9 shillings for our 4 shillings. We are paid at a public house. The house belongs to the company. We pay 4pence a pot for our beer, and we're expected to drink not less than 4 pints a day. We're not obliged, you understand, but we're expected to drink this. And if we don't do as we're expected, why, we're not wanted next time, that's all. But we're only expected to take our regular beer when work's brisk. We're not encouraged to run into debt for drink and work it out. Indeed, if a man be 1 shilling or 1 shilling and 6pence in debt to the publican, he can't get credit for a bit of bread and cheese or a drink of beer. We have good beer, but sometimes we'd rather be without it. But we can't do without some. Many deal porters I know are terrible drunkards. We are paid the same as at the commercial dock, and we're reduced about the same time. If I had a regular week's work now, and no stop, I could make 26 shillings. less by 8p a day or 4 shillings a week for beer. We're not expected to drink any gin. Before wages came down, I could have made 30 shillings. Our beer money is stopped out of our earnings by the masters and paid to the publican. It's very seldom indeed we get a regular week's work, and take it the year through, I don't clear 12 shillings a week. Today there was only 16 men at work, but sometimes there's 80. From June to Christmas is the best time. Sometimes we may wait 3 or 4 days for a job. The regular pay for the custom house hours from 8 to 4 is 4 shillings a day to a deal porter, but there's plenty to do it for what they can catch. Lots of Irish, sir? They'll work for anything, and is underselling all of us, because an Englishman and his family can't live like them. In the winter my family and me lived on 4 shillings or 5 shillings a week, but I kept clear of the parish, though plenty of us have to come on the parish. Much in pawn, sir? I have so. Look at my place. It was a nice place once. Most of what you may call the regular hands has been brought up as deal porters. I don't know how many you may call regular at our dock. It varies, working and waiting for a turn. But we've no regular turn at work. There's 100 perhaps, or near about it. Ours is very hard and very dangerous work. Last year 1 man was killed by a fall, and 2 had broken legs, and 2 had broken thighs. But it was an easy year for accidents. There is no fund to help or to bury us, only the parish. In a bad case, we're carried to the Dreadnought or some hospital. We are all of us dissatisfied. I wish I could have 2 shillings and 6p a day for regular work, and I'd live 20 years longer than I shall now, with nothing to do one day and tearing my soul out with slaving work the others. The result of all my inquiries shows that the deal porters in no wise exaggerated the hardness or the danger of their labours. I saw them at work, walking along planks, some sloping from an elevated pile of timber to one somewhat more elevated, the plank vibrating as 2 men carrying a deal trod slowly and in measure along it. And so they proceed from one pile to another, beginning perhaps from the barge, until the deals have been duly deposited. From a distance, when only the diminished thickness of the plank is visible, they appear to be walking on a mere stick. The space so traversed is generally short, but the mode of conveyance seems rude and primitive. Account of the casual labourers. In the foregoing narratives, frequent mention has been made of the casual labourers at the timber docks, and I now proceed to give some short account of the condition and earnings of this most wretched class. On the platform surrounding the commercial dock basins are a number whom I have heard described as idlers, pokers, and casual labourers. These men are waiting in hopes of a job, which they rarely obtain until all the known hands have been set to work before them. The casual labourers confine themselves to no particular dock, but resort to the one which they account the most likely to want hands, and some, even of the more regularly employed deal porters, change their docks occasionally for the same reason. These changes of locality puzzle the regular deal porters in the estimation of the number of hands in their calling at the respective docks. On my visits, the casual labourers were less numerous than usual, as the summer is the season when such persons consider that they have the best chance in the country. But I saw groups of 10 and 20 waiting about the docks, some standing alone, and some straggling in 2s and 3s as they waited, all looking dull and listless. These men, thus wearisomely waiting, could not be called ragged, for they wore mostly strong canvas or fustian suits, large and seemingly often washed jackets predominating, and rents and tatters are far less common in such attire than in woolen cloth garments. From a man dressed in a large coarse canvas jacket with worn corduroy trousers and very heavy and very brown laced leather boots, I had the following statement in a somewhat provincial tone. My father was a small farmer in Dorsetshire. I was middling educated, and may thank the parson for it. I can read the Bible and spell most of the names there. I was left destitute, and I had to shift for myself. That's 9 year ago, I think. I've hungered, and I've ordered my bottle of wine since, sir. I got the wine when railways was all ago, and I was a navvy. But I didn't like wine drinking. I drank it just for the fun of the thing, or mayhap because gentlemen drink it. The port was like rather rough beer, but stronger certainly. Sherry I only had once or twice, and liked good ale better. I shifted my quarters every now and then till within 2 or 3 years ago, and then I tried my hand in London. At first Mr. a second cousin of my father he was, helped me now and then, and he gave me odd jobs at portering for himself, as he was a grocer, and he got me odd jobs from other people besides. When I was a navvy, I should at the best time have had my 50 shillings a week, and more, if it hadn't been for the tommy shops, and I've had my 15 shillings a week in portering in London for my cousin. But sometimes I came down to 10 shillings, and sometimes to 5 shillings. My cousin died sudden, and I was very hard up after that. I made nothing at portering some weeks. I had no one to help me, and in the spring of last year, and very cold it often was, I've walked after 10, 11 or 12 at night, many a mile, to lie down and sleep in any by-place. I never stole, but have been hard tempted. I've thought of drowning myself, and of hanging myself, but somehow a penny or two came in to stop that. Perhaps I didn't seriously intend it. I've begged sometimes of an evening. I stayed at lodging-houses, for one can't sleep out in bad weather, till I heard from one lodger that he took his turn at the commercial dock. He worked at timber or corn or anything, and so I went, about the cholera time last year, and waited, and run from one dock to another, because I was new and hadn't a chance like the old hands. I've had 14 shillings a week sometimes, and many's the week I've had 3, and more's the week I've had nothing at all. They've said, I don't know you. I've lived on penny loaves, 1 or 2 a day, when there was no work, and then I've begged. I don't know what the other people waiting at any of the docks got. I didn't talk to them much, and they didn't talk much to me. End of section 60. Section 61 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Dock Labourers, Part 1. I shall now pass to the labourers at the docks. This transition I am induced to make, not because there is any affinity between the kinds of work performed at the two places, but because the docks constitute, as it were, a sort of home colony to Spitalfields, to which the unemployed weaver migrates, in the hope of bettering his condition. From this it would be generally imagined that the work at the docks was either better paid, less heavy, or more easily, and therefore more regularly, obtained. So far from such being the fact, however, the labour at the docks appears to be not only more onerous, but doubly as precarious as that of weaving, while the average earnings of the entire class seems to be less. What then, it will be asked, constitutes the inducement for the change? Why does the weaver abandon the calling of his life and forsake an occupation that at least appears to have, and actually had in the days of better prices, a refining and intellectual tendency? Why does he quit his graceful art for the mere muscular labour of the human animal? This, we shall find, arises purely from a desire for some out-of-door employment, and it is a consequence of all skilled labour, since the acquirement of the skill is the result of long practice, that if the art to which the operative has been educated is abandoned, he must take to some unskilled labour as a means of subsistence. I pass then to the consideration of the incomings and condition of the dock labourers of the metropolis, not because the class of labour is similar to that of weaving, but because the two classes of labourers are locally associated. I would rather have pursued some more systematic plan in my inquiries, but in the present state of ignorance as to the general occupation of the poor, system is impossible. I am unable to generalise, not being acquainted with the particulars, for each day's investigation brings me incidentally into contact with a means of living utterly unknown among the well-fed portion of society. All I can at present assert is that the poor appear to admit of being classified, according to their employments, under three heads: artisans, labourers, and petty traders. The first class consisting of skilled and the second of unskilled workmen, while the third comprises hawkers, costermongers, and such other small dealers, who are contradistinguished from the larger ones by bringing their wares to the consumer, instead of leaving the consumer to seek the wares. Of the skilled workmen, few are so poorly paid for their labour as not to obtain a sufficiency for the satisfaction of their wants. The amount of wages is generally considered above the sum required for the positive necessaries of life, that is to say, for appeasing an appetite or allaying a pain rather than gratifying a desire. The class of Spitalfields weavers, however, appear to constitute a striking exception to the rule, from what cause I do not even venture to conjecture. But with the unskilled labourer, the amount of remuneration is seldom much above subsistence point, if it be not very frequently below it. Such a labourer, commercially considered, is as it were a human steam engine, supplied with so much fuel in the shape of food, merely to set him in motion. If he can be made to perform the same amount of work with half the consumption, why, a saving of one half the expense is supposed to be effected. Indeed, the grand object in the labour market of the present day appears to be to economise human fuel. If the living steam engine can be made to work as long and as well with a less amount of coal, just so much the better is the result considered. The dock labourers are a striking instance of mere brute force with brute appetites. This class of labour is as unskilled as the power of a hurricane. Mere muscle is all that is needed, hence every human locomotive is capable of working there. All that is wanted is the power of moving heavy bodies from one place to another. Mr. Stuart Mill tells us that labour in the physical world is always and solely employed in putting objects in motion, and assuredly, if this be the principle of physical labour, the docks exhibit the perfection of human action. Dock work is precisely the office that every kind of man is fitted to perform, and there we find every kind of man performing it. Those who are unable to live by the occupation to which they have been educated can obtain a living there without any previous training. Hence we find men of every calling labouring at the docks. There are decayed and bankrupt master butchers, master bakers, publicans, grocers, old soldiers, old sailors, Polish refugees, broken-down gentlemen, discharged lawyers' clerks, suspended government clerks, almsmen, pensioners, servants, thieves, indeed every one who wants a loaf and is willing to work for it. The London dock is one of the few places in the metropolis where men can get employment without either character or recommendation, so that the labourers employed there are naturally a most incongruous assembly. Each of the docks employs several hundred hands to ship and discharge the cargoes of the numerous vessels that enter, and as there are some 6 or 7 of such docks attached to the metropolis, it may be imagined how large a number of individuals are dependent on them for their subsistence. At a rough calculation, there must be at least 20,000 souls getting their living by such means. The London Dock. Before proceeding to give an account of the London Dock itself, let me thus publicly tender my thanks to Mr. Powles, the intelligent and obliging secretary, for the ready manner in which he placed the statistics of the company at my service. Had I experienced from the Deputy Superintendent the same courtesy and consideration, the present exposition of the state of the labourers employed in the London Dock would doubtless have been more full and complete. But the one gentleman seemed as anxious to withhold information as the other was to impart it. Indeed, I found in the first instance that the orders given by the Deputy Superintendent throughout the dock to each of the different officers were that no answers should be made to any inquiries I might put to them, and it was not until I had communicated my object to the Secretary that I was able to obtain the least information concerning even the number of hands employed at different times, or the amount of wages paid to them. I shall now give a brief statement of the character, condition, and capacity of the London Dock, after which the description of the kind of labour performed there, and then the class of labourers performing it, will follow in due order. The London Dock occupies an area of 90 acres and is situated in the three parishes of St George, Shadwell and Wapping. The population of those three parishes in 1841 was 55,500, and the number of inhabited houses 8,000, which covered a space equal to 338 acres. This is in the proportion of 23 inhabited houses to an acre, and 7 individuals to each house. The number of persons to each inhabited house is, despite of the crowded lodging houses with which it abounds, not beyond the average for all London. I have already shown that Bethnal Green, which is said to possess the greatest number of low-rented houses, had only, upon an average, 17 inhabited houses to each acre, while the average through London was but 5.5 houses per acre, so that it appears that in the three parishes of St George's in the east, Shadwell and Wapping, the houses are more than 4 times more crowded than in the other parts of London, and more numerous by half as many again than those even in the low-rented district of Bethnal Green. This affords us a good criterion as to the character of the neighbourhood, and consequently of the people living in the vicinity of the London Dock. The courts and alleys round about the dock swarm with low lodging houses, and are inhabited either by the dock labourers, sack makers, watermen, or that peculiar class of the London poor who pick up a living by the waterside. The open streets themselves have all more or less a maritime character. Every other shop is either stocked with gear for the ship or for the sailor. The windows of one house are filled with quadrants and bright brass sextants, chronometers, and huge mariners' compasses, with their cards trembling with the motion of the cabs and wagons passing in the street. Then comes the sailor's cheap shoe mart, rejoicing in the attractive sign of Jack and his mother. Every public house is a jolly tar, or something equally taking. Then come sailmakers, their windows stowed with ropes and lines smelling of tar. All the grocers are provision agents, and exhibit in their windows the cases of meat and biscuits, and every article is warranted to keep in any climate. The corners of the streets, too, are mostly monopolised by slop sellers, their windows parti-coloured with bright red and blue flannel shirts, the doors nearly blocked up with hammocks and well-oiled nor'westers, and the front of the house itself nearly covered with canvas trousers, rough pilot coats, and shiny black dreadnoughts. The passengers alone would tell you that you were in the maritime districts of London. Now you meet a satin-waistcoated mate, or a black sailor with his large fur cap, or else a custom house officer in his brass-buttoned jacket. The London Dock can accommodate 500 ships, and the warehouses will contain 232,000 tons of goods. The entire structure cost £4 million in money. The tobacco warehouses alone cover 5 acres of ground. The wall surrounding the dock cost £65,000. One of the wine vaults has an area of 7 acres, and in the whole of them there is room for stowing 60,000 pipes of wine. The warehouses round the wharfs are exposing from their extent, but are much less lofty than those at the St. Catherine's, and being situated at some distance from the dock, goods cannot be craned out of the ship's hold and stowed away at one operation. According to the last half-yearly report, the number of ships which entered the dock during the 6 months ending the 31st of May last was 704, measuring upwards of 195,000 tonnes. The amount of earnings during that period was £230,000 and odd, and the amount of expenditure nearly £121,000. The stock of goods in the warehouses last May was upwards of 170,000 tonnes. As you enter the dock, the sight of the forest of masts in the distance, and the tall chimneys vomiting clouds of black smoke, and the many-coloured flags flying in the air, has a most peculiar effect, while the sheds with the monster wheels arching through the roofs look like the paddle boxes of huge steamers. Along the quay you see now men with their faces blue with indigo, and now gaugers with their long brass-tipped rule dripping with spirit from the cask they have been probing. Then will come a group of flaxen-haired sailors chattering German, and next a black sailor with a cotton handkerchief twisted turban-like round his head. Presently a blue-smocked butcher with fresh meat and a bunch of cabbages in the tray on his shoulder, and shortly afterwards a mate with green paroquets in a wooden cage. Here you will see sitting on a bench a sorrowful-looking woman with new bright cooking tins at her feet, telling you she is an emigrant preparing for her voyage. As you pass along this quay, the air is pungent with tobacco. On that it overpowers you with the fumes of rum. Then you are nearly sickened with the stench of hides and huge bins of horns, and shortly afterwards the atmosphere is fragrant with coffee and spice. Nearly everywhere you meet stacks of cork, or else yellow bins of sulphur, or lead-coloured copper ore. As you enter this warehouse, the flooring is sticky, as if it had been newly tarred, with the sugar that has leaked through the casks. And as you descend into the dark vaults, you see long lines of lights hanging from the black arches, and lamps flitting about midway. Here you sniff the fumes of the wine, and there the peculiar fungus smell of dry rot. Then the jumble of sounds as you pass along the dock blends in anything but sweet concord. The sailors are singing boisterous nigger songs from the Yankee ship just entering. The cooper is hammering at the casks on the quay. The chains of the cranes, loosed of their weight, rattle as they fly up again. The ropes splash in the water. Some captain shouts his orders through his hands. A goat bleats from some ship in the basin, and empty casks roll along the stones with a heavy drum-like sound. Here the heavily laden ships are down far below the quay, and you descend to them by ladders, whilst in another basin they are high up out of the water, so that their green copper sheathing is almost level with the eye of the passenger, while above his head a long line of bowsprits stretches far over the quay, and from them hang spars and planks as a gangway to each ship. This immense establishment is worked by from 1 to 3,000 hands, according as the business is either brisk or slack. Out of this number there are always 400 to 500 permanent labourers, receiving on an average 16 shillings and sixpence per week, with the exception of coopers, carpenters, smiths, and other mechanics, who are paid the usual wages of those crafts. Besides these are many hundred, from 1,000 to 2,500, casual labourers, who are engaged at the rate of 2 shillings and sixpence per day in the summer and 2 shillings and fourpence in the winter months. Frequently, in case of many arrivals, extra hands are hired in the course of the day at the rate of 4 pence per hour. For the permanent labourers, a recommendation is required, but for the casual labourers no character is demanded. The number of the casual hands engaged by the day depends of course upon the amount of work to be done, and I find that the total number of labourers in the dock varies from 500 to 3,000 and odd. On the 4th of May 1849, the number of hands engaged, both permanent and casual, was 2,794. On the 26th of the same month it was 3,012, and on the 30th it was 1,189. These appear to be the extreme of the variation for that year. The fluctuation is due to a greater or less number of ships entering the dock. The lowest number of ships entering the dock in any 1 week last year was 29, while the highest number was 141. This rise and fall is owing to the prevalence of easterly winds, which serve to keep the ships back and so make the business slack. Now, deducting the lowest number of hands employed from the highest number, we have no less than 1,823 individuals who obtain so precarious a subsistence by their labour at the docks that by the mere shifting of the wind they may be all deprived of their daily bread. Calculating the wages at 2 shillings and 6pence per day for each, the company would have paid £376 10 shillings to the 3,012 hands employed on the 26th of May 1849, while only £148 12 shillings and 6pence would have been paid to the 1,189 hands engaged on the 30th of the same month. Hence, not only would 1,823 hands have been thrown out of employ by the chopping of the wind, but the labouring men dependent upon the business of the docks for their subsistence would in 1 day have been deprived of £227 17 shillings and 6pence. This will afford the reader some faint idea of the precarious character of the subsistence obtained by the labourers employed in this neighbourhood, and consequently, as it has been well proved, that all men who obtain their livelihood by irregular employment are the most intemperate and improvident of all. It will be easy to judge what may be the condition and morals of a class who today, as a body, may earn near upon £400, and tomorrow only £150. I had hoped to have been able to have shown the fluctuations in the total amount of wages paid to the dock labourers for each week throughout the whole year, and so by contrasting the comparative affluence and comfort of 1 week with the distress and misery of the other, to have afforded the reader some more vivid idea of the body of men who are performing perhaps the heaviest labour and getting the most fickle provision of all. But still I will endeavour to impress him with some faint idea of the struggle there is to gain an uncertain daily bread. Until I saw with my own eyes this scene of greedy despair, I could not have believed that there was so mad an eagerness to work, and so biting a want of it, among so vast a body of men. A day or two before, I had sat at midnight in the room of the starving weaver, and as I heard him tell his bitter story, there was a patience in his misery that gave it more an air of heroism than desperation. But in the scenes I have lately witnessed, the want has been positively tragic, and the struggle for life partaking of the sublime. The reader must first remember what kind of men the casual labourers generally are. They are men, it should be borne in mind, who are shut out from the usual means of life by the want of character. Hence you are not astonished to hear from those who are best acquainted with the men that there are hundreds among the body who are known thieves, and who go to the docks to seek a living, so that, if taken for any past offence, their late industry may plead for some little lenity in their punishment. He who wishes to behold one of the most extraordinary and least known scenes of this metropolis should wend his way to the London dock gates at 7:30 in the morning. There he will see congregated within the principal entrance masses of men of all grades, looks, and kinds, some in half-fashioned surtouts burst at the elbows, with the dirty shirts showing through, others in greasy sporting jackets with red pimpled faces, others in the rags of their half-slang gentility, with the velvet collars of their paltoes worn through to the canvas, some in rusty black, with their waistcoats fastened tight up to the throat, others again with the knowing thieves' curl on each side of the jaunty cap, while here and there you may see a big whiskered Pole with his hands in the pockets of his plaited French trousers. Some loll outside the gates, smoking the pipe which is forbidden within, but these are mostly Irish. Presently you know by the steam pouring through the gates and the rush towards particular spots that the calling foremen have made their appearance. Then begins the scuffling and scrambling forth of countless hands high in the air to catch the eye of him whose voice may give them work. As the foreman calls from a book the names, some men jump up on the backs of the others so as to lift themselves high above the rest and attract the notice of him who hires them. All are shouting. Some cry aloud his surname, some his Christian name. Others call out their own names to remind him that they are there. Now the appeal is made in Irish blarney, now in broken English. Indeed, it is a sight to sadden the most callous, to see thousands of men struggling for only one day's hire, the scuffle being made the fiercer by the knowledge that hundreds out of the number there assembled must be left to idle the day out in want. To look in the faces of that hungry crowd is to see a sight that must be ever remembered. Some are smiling to the foreman to coax him into remembrance of them, others with their protruding eyes eager to snatch at the hoped-for pass. For weeks many have gone there and gone through the same struggle, the same cries, and have gone away, after all, without the work they have screamed for. From this it might be imagined that the work was of a peculiarly light and pleasant kind, and so when I first saw the scene, I could not help imagining myself. But in reality, the labour is of that heavy and continuous character that you would fancy only the best fed could stand it. The work may be divided into three classes. 1. Wheelwork, or that which is moved by the muscles of the legs and weight of the body. 2. Jigger, or winch work, or that which is moved by the muscles of the arm. In each of these the labourer is stationary, but in the truck work, which forms the third class, the labourer has to travel over a space of ground greater or less, in proportion to the distance which the goods have to be removed. The wheelwork is performed somewhat on the system of the tread wheel, with the exception that the force is applied inside instead of outside the wheel. From 6 to 8 men enter a wooden cylinder or drum, upon which are nailed battens, and the men laying hold of ropes commence treading the wheel round, occasionally singing the while, and stamping time in a manner that is pleasant from its novelty. The wheel is generally about 16 feet in diameter and 8 to 9 feet broad, and the 6 or 8 men treading within it will lift from 16 to 18 hundredweight, and often a ton, 40 times in an hour, an average of 27 feet high. Other men will get out a cargo of from 800 to 900 casks of wine, each cask averaging about 500 weight and being lifted about 18 feet in a day and a half. At trucking, each man is said to go on an average 30 miles a day, and 2/3 of that time he is moving 1.5 hundredweight at 6 miles and a half per hour. This labour, though requiring to be seen to be properly understood, must still appear so arduous that one would imagine it was not of that tempting nature that 3,000 men could be found every day in London desperate enough to fight and battle for the privilege of getting 2 shillings and 6pence by it. And even if they fail in getting taken on at the commencement of the day, that they should then retire to the appointed yard, there to remain hour after hour, in the hope that the wind might blow them some stray ship, so that other gangs might be wanted, and the calling foreman seek them there. It is a curious sight to see the men waiting in these yards to be hired at 4d. per hour, for such are the terms given in the after part of the day. There, seated on long benches ranged against the wall, they remain, some telling their miseries and some their crimes to one another, whilst others doze away their time. Rain or sunshine, there can always be found plenty ready to catch the stray 1 shilling or 8d. worth of work. By the size of the shed, you can tell how many men sometimes remain there in the pouring rain, rather than run the chance of losing the stray hour's work. Some loiter on the bridges close by, and presently, as their practised eye or ear tells them that the calling foreman is in want of another gang, they rush forward in a stream towards the gate, though only 6 or 8 at most can be hired out of the 100 or more that are waiting there. Again, the same mad fight takes place as in the morning. There is the same jumping on benches, the same raising of hands, the same entreaties, and the same failure as before. It is strange to mark the change that takes place in the manner of the men when the foreman has left. Those that have been engaged go smiling to their labour. Indeed, I myself met on the quay just such a chuckling gang passing to their work. Those who are left behind give vent to their disappointment in abuse of him whom they had been supplicating and smiling at a few minutes before. Upon talking with some of the unsuccessful ones, they assured me that the men who had supplanted them had only gained their ends by bribing the foreman who had engaged them. This I made a point of inquiring into, and the deputy warehouse keeper, of whom I sought the information, soon assured me, by the production of his book, that he himself was the person who chose the men, the foreman merely executing his orders. And this indeed I found to be the custom throughout the dock. At 4 o'clock the 8 hours' labour ceases, and then comes the paying. The names of the men are called out of the muster book, and each man, as he answers to the cry, has half a crown given to him. So rapidly is this done that in a quarter of an hour the whole of the men have had their wages paid them. They then pour towards the gate. Here 2 constables stand, and as each man passes through the wicket, he takes his hat off and is felt from head to foot by the dock officers and attendant. And yet, with all the want, misery, and temptation, the millions of pounds of property amid which they work, and the thousands of pipes and hogsheads of wines and spirits about the docks, I am informed, upon the best authority, that there are on an average but 30 charges of drunkenness in the course of the year, and only 8 of dishonesty every month. This may perhaps arise from the vigilance of the superintendents, but to see the distressed condition of the men who seek and gain employment in the London dock, it appears almost incredible that out of so vast a body of men, without means and without character, there should be so little vice or crime. There still remains one curious circumstance to be added in connection with the destitution of the dock labourers. Close to the gate by which they are obliged to leave sits on a coping stone the refreshment man, with his 2 large canvas pockets tied in front of him and filled with silver and copper, ready to give change to those whom he has trusted with their dinner that day until they were paid. As the men passed slowly on in a double file towards the gate, I sat beside the victualler and asked him what constituted the general dinner of the labourers. He told me that he supplied them with pea soup, bread and cheese, saveloys, and beer. Some, he said, had twice as much as others. Some had a pennyworth, some had eatables and a pint of beer, others 2 pints, and others 4, and some spend their whole half-crown in eating and drinking. This gave me a more clear insight into the destitution of the men who stood there each morning. Many of them, it was clear, came to the gate without the means of a day's meal, and being hired, were obliged to go on credit for the very food they worked upon. What wonder, then, that the calling foreman should be often carried many yards away by the struggle and rush of the men around him seeking employment at his hands. One gentleman assured me that he had been taken off his feet and hurried a distance of 1/4 of a mile by the eagerness of the impatient crowd around him. End of section 61. Section 62 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Dock Labourers, Part 2. Having made myself acquainted with the character and amount of the labour performed, I next proceeded to make inquiries into the condition of the labourers themselves, and thus to learn the average amount of their wages from so precarious an occupation. For this purpose, hearing that there were several cheap lodging-houses in the neighbourhood, I thought I should be better enabled to arrive at an average result by conversing with the inmates of them, and thus endeavouring to elicit from them some such statements of their earnings at one time and at another as would enable me to judge what was their average amount throughout the year. I had heard the most pathetic accounts from men in the waiting yard, how they had been 6 weeks without a day's hire. I had been told of others who had been known to come there day after day in the hope of getting 6pence, and who lived upon the stray pieces of bread given to them in charity by their fellow labourers. Of one man I was informed by a gentleman who had sought out his history in pure sympathy from the wretchedness of the man's appearance. The man had once been possessed of £500 a year, and had squandered it all away, and through some act or acts that I do not feel myself at liberty to state, had lost caste, character, friends, and everything that could make life easy to him. From that time he had sunk and sunk in the world, until at last he had found him, with a lodging-house for his dwelling-place, the associate of thieves and pickpockets. His only means of living at this time was bones and rag-grubbing, and for this purpose the man would wander through the streets at 3 every morning to see what little bits of old iron or rag or refuse bone he could find in the roads. His principal source of income, I am informed, from such a source as precludes the possibility of doubt, was by picking up the refuse ends of cigars, drying them, and selling them at 1 halfpenny per ounce as tobacco to the thieves with whom he lodged. However, to arrive at a fair estimate as to the character and the earnings of labourers generally, I directed my guide, after the closing of the docks, to take me to one of the largest lodging-houses in the neighbourhood. The young man who was with me happened to know one of the labourers who was lodging there, and having called him out, I told him the object of my visit, and requested to be allowed to obtain information from the labourers assembled within. The man assented, and directing me to follow him, he led me through a narrow passage into a small room on the ground floor, in which sat, I should think, at least 20 or 30 of the most wretched objects I ever beheld. Some were shoeless, some coatless, others shirtless, and from all these came so rank and foul a stench that I was sickened with a moment's inhalation of the fetid atmosphere. Some of the men were seated in front of a table, eating soup out of yellow basins. As they saw me enter, they gathered round me, and I was proceeding to tell them what information I wished to gather from them, when in swaggered a drunken man in a white canvas suit, who announced himself as the landlord of the place, asking whether there had been a robbery in the house, that people should come in without saying "with your leave" or "by your leave." I explained to him that I had mistaken the person who had introduced me for the proprietor of the house, when he grew very abusive, and declared I should not remain there. Some of the men, however, swore as lustily that I should, and after a time succeeded in pacifying him. He then bade me let him hear what I wanted, and I again briefly stated the object of my visit. I told him I wished to publish the state of the dock labourers in the newspapers, on which the man burst into an ironical laugh, and vowed with an oath that he knowed me, and that the men were a set of B.Y. flats to be done in that way. "I know who you are well enough," he shouted. I requested to be informed for whom he took me. "Take you for?" he cried. "Why, for a B.Y. spy. You come here from the Secretary of State, you know you do, to see how many men I've got in the house and what kind they are." This caused a great stir among the company, and I could see that I was mistaken for one of the detective police. I was located in so wretched a court, and so far removed from the street, with a dead wall opposite, that I knew any atrocity might be committed there almost unheard. Indeed, the young man who had brought me to the house had warned me of its dangerous character before I went. But from the kind reception I had met with from other labourers, I had no fear. At first, the landlord flung the door wide open, and shouted from his clenched teeth, "By G , if you ain't soon mizzled, I'll crack your B.Y. skull open for you." And so saying, he prepared to make a rush towards me, but was held back by the youth who had brought me to the place. I felt that it would be dangerous to remain, and rising, informed the man that I would not trouble him to proceed to extremities. It was now so late that I felt it would be imprudent to venture into another such house by night, so having heard of the case of a dock labourer who had formerly been a clerk in a government office, I made the best of my way to the place where he resided. He lived in a top back room in a small house in another dismal court. I was told by the woman who answered the door to mount the steep stairs, as she shrieked out to the man's wife to show me a light. I found the man seated on the edge of a bed with 6 young children grouped round him. They were all shoeless, and playing on the bed was an infant with only a shirt to cover it. The room was about 7 feet square, and with the man and his wife, there were 8 human creatures living in it. In the middle of the apartment, upon a chair, stood a washing tub, foaming with fresh suds, and from the white, crinkled hands of the wife, it was plain that I had interrupted her in her washing. On one chair close by was a heap of dirty linen, and on another was flung the newly washed. There was a saucepan on the handful of fire, and the only ornaments on the mantelpiece were 2 flat irons and a broken shaving glass. On the table at which I took my notes, there was the bottom of a broken ginger beer bottle filled with soda. The man was without a coat, and wore an old, tattered and greasy black satin waistcoat. Across the ceiling ran strings to hang clothes upon. On my observing to the woman that I supposed she dried the clothes in that room, she told me that they were obliged to do so, and it gave them all colds and bad eyes. On the floor was a little bit of matting, and on the shelves in the corner 1 or 2 plates. In answer to my questionings, the man told me he had been a dock labourer for 5 or 6 years. He was in Her Majesty's stationery office. When there, he had £150 a year, left through accepting a bill of exchange for £871. He was suspended 8 years ago, and had petitioned the Lords of the Treasury, but never could get any answer. After that, he was out for 2 or 3 years, going about doing what he could get, such as writing letters. "Then," said the wife, "you went into Mr. What's-his-name's shop." "Oh, yes," answered the man. "I had 6 months' employment at Camberwell. I had 12 shillings a week, and my board there." Before this, they had lived upon their things. He had a good stock of furniture and clothing at that time. The wife used to go out for a day's work when she could get it. She used to go out shelling peas in the pea season, washing or charring anything she could get to do. His father was a farmer, well-to-do. He should say the old man was worth a good bit of money, and he would have some property at his death. "Oh, sir," said the woman, "we have been really very bad off indeed, sometimes without even food or firing in the depth of winter. It is not until recently that we have been, to say, very badly off, because within the last 4 years has been our worst trouble. We had a very good house, a 7-roomed house in Walworth, and well furnished and very comfortable. We were in business for ourselves before we went there. We were grocers near Oxford Street. We lived there at the time when Aldous, the pawnbroker's, was burnt down. We might have done well if we had not given so much credit." "I've got," said the husband, "about £90 owing me down there now. It's quite out of character to think of getting it. At Clerkenwell I got a job at a grocer's shop. The master was in the Queen's Bench prison, and the mistress employed me at 12 shillings a week until he went through the Insolvent Debtors' Court. When he passed the court, the business was sold, and of course he didn't want me after that. I've done nothing else but this dock labouring work for this long time. Took to it first because I found there was no chance of anything else. The character with the bill transaction was very much against me, so being unable to obtain employment in a wholesale house or anywhere else, I applied to the docks. They require no character at all there. I think I may sometimes have had 7 or 8 days altogether. Then I was out for a fortnight or 3 weeks perhaps, and then we might get a day or 2 again, and on some occasion such a thing as, well, say July, August, September and October. I was in work 1 year, almost the whole of those months, 3 years ago I think that was. Then I did not get anything, excepting now and then, not more than about 3 days' work, until the next March. That was owing to the slack time. The first year I might say that I might have been employed about 1/3 of the time. The second year I was employed 6 months. The third year I was very unfortunate. I was laid up for 3 months with bad eyes and a quinsy in the throat, through working in an ice ship. I've scarcely had anything to do since then. That is nearly 18 months ago, and since then I have had casual employment, perhaps 1 and sometimes 2 days a week. It would average 5 shillings a week the whole year. Within the last few weeks I have, through a friend, applied at a shipping merchant's, and within the month I have had 5 days' work with them, and nothing else, except writing a letter, which I had 2d for. That's all the employment I've met with myself. My wife has been at employment for the last 3 months. She has a place she goes to work at. She has 3 shillings a week for washing, for charring, and for mangling. The party my wife works for has a mangle, and I go sometimes to help, for if she has got 6pence worth of washing to do at home, then I go to turn the mangle for an hour instead of her. She's not strong enough. "We buy most bread," said the wife, "and a bit of firing, and I do manage on a Saturday night to get them a bit of meat for Sunday, if I possibly can. But what with the soap and one thing and another, that's the only day they do get a bit of meat, unless I've a bit given me. As for clothing, I'm sure I can't get them any, unless I have that given me, poor little things." "Yes, but we have managed to get a little bread lately," said the man. "When bread was 11pence a loaf, that was the time when we was worse off. Of course we had the 7 children alive then. We buried one only 3 months ago. She was an afflicted little creature for 16 or 17 months. It was one person's work to attend to her, and was very badly off for a few months then. We've known what it was sometimes to go without bread and coals in the depth of winter. Last Christmas, 2 years, we did so for the whole day, until the wife came home in the evening and brought, it might be 6pence or 9pence, according how long she worked. I was looking after them. I was at home ill. I have known us to sit several days and not have more than 6pence to feed and warm the whole of us for the whole of the day. We'll buy half a quartern loaf, that'll be 4pence halfpenny, or sometimes 5pence, and then we have a penny for coals. That would be pretty nigh all that we could have for our money. Sometimes we get a little oatmeal and make gruel. We had hard work to keep the children warm at all. What with their clothes and what we had, we did as well as we could. My children is very contented. Give 'em bread and they're as happy as all the world. That's one comfort. For instance, today we've had half a quartern loaf, and we had a piece left of last night's after I had come home. I had been earning some money yesterday. We had 2 ounces of butter, and I had this afternoon a quarter of an ounce of tea and a pennyworth of sugar. When I was ill, I've had 2 or 3 of the children round me at a time, fretting for want of food. That was at the time I was ill. A friend gave me half a sovereign to bury my child. The parish provided me with a coffin, and it cost me about 3 shillings besides. We didn't have her taken away from here, not as a parish funeral exactly. I agreed that if he would fetch it and let it stand in an open space that he had got there near his shop until the Saturday, which was the time, I would give the undertaker 3 shillings to let a man come with a pall to throw over the coffin, so that it should not be seen exactly it was a parish funeral. Even the people in the house don't know, not one of them, that it was buried in that way. I had to give 1 shilling and 6pence for a pair of shoes before I could follow my child to the grave, and we paid 1 shilling and 9pence for rent, all out of the half sovereign. I think there's some people at the docks a great deal worse off than us. I should say there's men go down there and stand at that gate from 7 to 12, and then they may get called in and earn 1 shilling, and that only for 2 or 3 days in the week, after spending the whole of their time there. The scenes witnessed at the London dock were of so painful a description, the struggle for 1 day's work, the scramble for 24 hours extra subsistence and extra life were of so tragic a character, that I was anxious to ascertain, if possible, the exact number of individuals in and around the metropolis who live by dock labour. I have said that at one of the docks alone I found that 1,823 stomachs would be deprived of food by the mere chopping of the breeze. It's an ill wind, says the proverb, that blows nobody good. And until I came to investigate the condition of the dock labourer, I could not have believed it possible that near upon 2,000 souls in one place alone lived chameleon-like upon the air, or that an easterly wind, despite the wise saw, could deprive so many of bread. It is indeed a nipping and an eager air. That the sustenance of thousands of families should be as fickle as the very breeze itself, that the weathercock should be the index of daily want or daily ease to such a vast number of men, women, and children, was a climax of misery and wretchedness that I could not have imagined to exist. And since that I have witnessed such scenes of squalor and crime and suffering as oppress the mind even to a feeling of awe. The docks of London are, to a superficial observer, the very focus of metropolitan wealth. The cranes creak with the mass of riches. In the warehouses are stored goods that are, as it were, ingots of untold gold. Above and below ground you see piles upon piles of treasure that the eye cannot compass. The wealth appears as boundless as the very sea it has traversed. The brain aches in an attempt to comprehend the amount of riches before, above, and underneath it. There are acres upon acres of treasure, more than enough, one would fancy, to stay the cravings of the whole world. And yet you have but to visit the hovels grouped round about all this amazing excess of riches, to witness the same amazing excess of poverty. If the incomprehensibility of the wealth rises to sublimity, assuredly the want that coexists with it is equally incomprehensible and equally sublime. Pass from the quay and warehouses to the courts and alleys that surround them, and the mind is as bewildered with the destitution of the one place as it is with the superabundance of the other. Many come to see the riches, but few the poverty, abounding in absolute masses, round the far-famed Port of London. According to the official returns, there belonged to this port on the 31st of December 1842 very nearly 3,000 ships, of the aggregate burden of 600,000 tons. Besides that, there were 239 steamers of 50,000 tons burden, and the crews of the entire number of ships and steamers amounted to 35,000 men and boys. The number of British and foreign ships that entered the Port of London during the same period was 6,400 and odd, whose capacity was upwards of 1.25 million of tons, and the gross amount of customs duly collected upon their cargoes was very nearly £12,000 of money. So vast an amount of shipping and commerce, it has been truly said, was never concentrated in any other single port. Now, against this, we must set the amount of misery that coexists with it. We have shown that the mass of men dependent for their bread upon the business of only one of the docks are, by the shifting of the breeze, occasionally deprived in one day of no less than £220, the labourers at the London dock earning as a body near upon £400 today, and tomorrow scarcely £150. These docks, however, are but one of 6 similar establishments, 3 being on the north and 3 on the south side of the Thames, and all employing a greater or less number of hands, equally dependent upon the winds for their subsistence. Deducting then the highest from the lowest number of labourers engaged at the London dock, the extremes according to the books are under 500 and over 3,000, we have as many as 2,500 individuals deprived of a day's work and a living by the prevalence of an easterly wind, and calculating that the same effect takes place at the other docks, the East and West India for instance, St. Catherine's, Commercial, Grand Surrey and East Country, to a greater or less extent, and that the hands employed to load and unload the vessels entering and quitting all these places are only 4 times more than those required at the London dock, we have as many as 12,000 individuals or families whose daily bread is as fickle as the wind itself, whose wages in fact are one day collectively as much as £1,500 and the next as low as £500, so that 8,000 men are frequently thrown out of employ, while the earnings of the class today amount to £1,000 less than they did yesterday. It would be curious to take an average number of days that easterly winds prevail in London throughout the year, and so arrive at an estimate of the exact time that the above 8,000 men are unemployed in the course of 12 months. This would give us some idea of the amount of their average weekly earnings. By the labourers themselves, I am assured that, taking one week with another, they do not gain 5 shillings weekly throughout the year. I have made a point of visiting and interrogating a large number of them in order to obtain some definite information respecting the extent of their income, and have found in only one instance an account kept of the individual earnings. In that case, the wages averaged within a fraction of 13 shillings per week, the total sum gained since the beginning of the year being £25 odd. I should state, however, that the man earning thus much was pointed out to me as one of the most provident of the casual labourers, and one moreover who is generally employed. "If it is possible to get work, he'll have it," was said of him. "There's not a lazy bone in his skin." Besides this, he had done a considerable quantity of piecework, so that altogether the man's earnings might be taken as the very extreme made by the best kind of extra hands. The man himself gives the following explanation as to the state of the labour market at the London dock. "He has had a good turn of work," he says, "since he has been there. Some don't get half what he does. He's not always employed excepting when the business is in any way brisk, but when a kind of a slack comes, the recommended men get the preference of the work, and the extras have nothing to do. This is the best summer he has had since he has been in London. has had a good bit of piecework, obliged to live as he does because he can't depend on work, isn't certain of the second day's work. He's paid off every night and can't say whether or not they'll want him on the morrow. The account of his wages was written in pencil on the cover of an old memorandum book and ran as follows. Earned by day work from 1st of January to 1st of August 1849, £16 11 shillings and sixpence, averaging 11 shillings and 10 per week. By piecework in August, £5 5 shillings and 8, averaging £1 6 shillings and 5 per week. By day work from 1st of September to 1st of October, £3 8 shillings and 7, averaging 17 shillings and a penny 3 farthings per week. Total earnings £25 5 shillings and 9. Total of averages £2 15 shillings and 4 3 farthings. If then 13 shillings be the average amount of weekly earnings by the most provident, industrious, and fortunate of the casual labourers at the docks, and that at the best season, it may be safely asserted that the lowest grade of workmen there do not gain more than 5 shillings per week throughout the year. It should be remembered that the man himself says some don't get half what he does. And from a multiplicity of inquiries that I have made upon the subject, this appears to be about the truth. Moreover, we should bear in mind that the average weekly wages of the dock labourer, miserable as they are rendered even more wretched by the uncertain character of the work on which they depend. Were the income of the casual labourer at the docks 5 shillings per week from one year's end to another, the workman would know exactly how much he had to subsist upon, and might therefore be expected to display some little providence and temperance in the expenditure of his wages. But where the means of subsistence occasionally rise to 15 shillings a week, and occasionally sink to nothing, it is absurd to look for prudence, economy, or moderation. Regularity of habits are incompatible with irregularity of income. Indeed, the very conditions necessary for the formation of any habit whatsoever are that the act or thing to which we are to become habituated should be repeated at frequent and regular intervals. It is a moral impossibility that the class of labourers who are only occasionally employed should be either generally industrious or temperate, both industry and temperance being habits produced by constancy of employment and uniformity of income. Hence, where the greatest fluctuation occurs in the labour, there of course will be the greatest idleness and improvidence. Where the greatest want generally is, there we shall find the greatest occasional excess. Where from the uncertainty of the occupation prudence is most needed, there, strange to say, we shall meet with the highest imprudence of all. Previous to the formation of a canal in the north of Ireland, says Mr. Porter in The Progress of the Nation, the men were improvident even to recklessness. Such work as they got before came at uncertain intervals. The wages insufficient for the comfortable sustenance of their families were wasted at the whisky shop, and the men appeared to be sunk in a state of hopeless degradation. From the moment, however, that work was offered to them, which was constant in its nature and certain in its duration, men who before had been idle and dissolute were converted into sober, hard-working labourers, and proved themselves kind and careful husbands and fathers. And it is said that, notwithstanding the distribution of several £100 weekly in wages, the whole of which must be considered as so much additional money placed in their hands, the consumption of whisky was absolutely and permanently diminished in the district. Indeed, it is a fact worthy of notice, as illustrative of the tendency of the times of pressure and consequently of deficient and uncertain employment to increase spirit drinking, that whilst in the year 1836, a year of the greatest prosperity, the tax on British spirits amounted only to £2,390,000. Yet, under the privations of 1841, the English poorer classes paid no less than £2,600,000 in taxes upon the liquor they consumed, thus spending upwards of £200,000 more in drink at a time when they were less able to afford it, and so proving that a fluctuation in the income of the working classes is almost invariably attended with an excess of improvidence in the expenditure. Moreover, with reference to the dock labourers, we have been informed, upon unquestionable authority, that some years back there were near upon 220 ships waiting to be discharged in one dock alone, and such was the pressure of business then that it became necessary to obtain leave of Her Majesty's Customs to increase the usual time of daily labour from 8 to 12 hours. The men employed, therefore, earned 50% more than they were in the habit of doing at the briskest times. But so far from the extra amount of wages being devoted to increase the comforts of their homes, it was principally spent in public houses. The riots and confusion thus created in the neighbourhood were such as had never been known before, and indeed were so general among the workmen that every respectable person in the immediate vicinity expressed a hope that such a thing as overtime would never occur again. It may then be safely asserted that though the wages of the casual labourer at the docks average 5 shillings per week, still the weekly earnings are of so precarious and variable a nature that when the time of the men is fully employed, the money which is gained over and above the amount absolutely required for subsistence is almost sure to be spent in intemperance, and that when there is little or no demand for their work, and their gains are consequently insufficient for the satisfaction of their appetites, they and those who depend upon their labour for their food must at least want, if not starve. The improvidence of the casual dock labourer is due, therefore, not to any particular malformation of his moral constitution, but to the precarious character of his calling. His vices are the vices of ordinary human nature. 99 in every 100, similarly circumstanced, would commit similar enormities. If the very winds could whistle away the food and firing of wife and children, I doubt much whether, after a week's or a month's privation, we should many of us be able to prevent ourselves from falling into the very same excesses. It is consoling to moralise in our easy chairs after a good dinner and to assure ourselves that we should do differently. Self-denial is not very difficult when our stomachs are full and our backs are warm. But let us live a month of hunger and cold, and assuredly we would be as self-indulgent as they. End of section 62. Section 63 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Dock Labourers, Part 3. I have devoted some time to the investigation of the state of the casual labourers at the other docks, and shall now proceed to set forth the result of my inquiries. The West India Docks. The West India Docks are about 1.5 miles from the London Docks. The entire ground that they cover is 295 acres, so that they are nearly 3 times larger than the London Docks and more than 12 times more extensive than those of St. Catherine's. Hence they are the most capacious of all the great warehousing establishments in the Port of London. The export dock is about 870 yards, or very nearly half a mile in length, by 135 yards in width. Its area therefore is about 25 acres. The import dock is the same length as the export dock and 166 yards wide. The south dock, which is appropriated both to import and export vessels, is 1,183 yards, or upwards of 2/3 of a mile long, with an entrance to the river at each end. Both the locks, as well as that into the Blackwall Basin, being 40 feet wide and large enough to admit ships of 1,200 tons burden. The warehouses for imported goods are on the 4 quays of the import dock. They are well contrived and of great extent, being calculated to contain 180,000 tons of merchandise. And there has been at one time on the quays and in the sheds, vaults and warehouses colonial produce worth £20 million sterling. The East India Docks are likewise the property of the West India Dock Company, having been purchased by them of the East India Company at the time of the opening of the trade to India. The import dock here has an area of 18 acres and the export dock about 9 acres. The depth of water in these docks is greater, and they can consequently accommodate ships of greater burden than any other establishment on the river. The capital of both establishments, or of the United Company, amounts to upwards of 2 million of money. The West India import dock can accommodate 300 ships, and the export dock 200 ships of 300 tons each, and the East India import dock 84 ships, and the export dock 40 ships of 800 tons each. The number of ships that entered the West India dock to load and unload last year was 3,008, and the number that entered the East India dock 298. I owe the above information, as well as that which follows, to the kindness of the Secretary and Superintendent of the docks in question. To the politeness and intelligence of the latter gentleman I am specially indebted. Indeed, his readiness to afford me all the assistance that lay in his power, as well as his courtesy and gentlemanly demeanour, formed a marked contrast to that of the Deputy Superintendent of the London Docks, the one appearing as anxious for the welfare and comfort of the labouring men, as the other seemed indifferent to it. The transition from the London to the West India Docks is of a very peculiar character. The labourers at the latter place seem to be more civilised. The scrambling and scuffling for the day's hire, which is the striking feature of the one establishment, is scarcely distinguishable at the other. It is true, there is the same crowd of labourers in quest of a day's work, but the struggle to obtain it is neither so fierce nor so disorderly in its character. And yet here the casual labourers are men from whom no character is demanded as well as there. The amount of wages for the summer months is the same as at the London docks. Unlike the London docks, however, no reduction is made at the East and West India docks during the winter. The labour is as precarious at one establishment as at the other. The greatest number of hands employed for any one day at the East and West India docks in the course of last year was nearly 4,000, and the smallest number about 1,300. The lowest number of ships that entered the docks during any one week in the present year was 28, and the highest number 209, being a difference of 181 vessels, of an average burden of 300 tons each. The positive amount of variation, however, which occurred in the labour during the briskest and slackest weeks of last year, was a difference of upwards of 2,500 in the number of extra workmen employed, and of about £2,000 in the amount of wages paid for the 6 days' labour. I have been favoured with a return of the number of vessels that entered the East and West India docks for each week in the present year, and I subjoin a statement of the number arriving in each of the first 14 of those weeks. In the first week of all, there were 86, the second 47, the third 43, the fourth 48, the fifth 28, the sixth 49, the seventh 46, the eighth 37, the ninth 42, the 10th 47, the 11th 42, the 12th 131, the 13th 209, and the 14th 85. Hence it appears that in the second week the number of ships coming into dock decreased nearly one half. In the fifth week they were again diminished in a like proportion, while in the sixth week they were increased in a similar ratio. In the 12th week they were more than 3 times what they were in the 11th. In the 13th the number was half as much again as it was in the 12th, and in the 14th it was down below half the number of the 13th, so that it is clear that the subsistence derived from dock labour must be of the most fickle and doubtful kind. The St. Catherine's Dock. Nor are the returns from St. Catherine's Dock of a more cheerful character. Here it should be observed that no labourer is employed without a previous recommendation, and indeed it is curious to notice the difference in the appearance of the men applying for work at this establishment. They not only have a more decent look, but seem to be better behaved than any other dock labourers I have yet seen. The ticket system is here adopted, that is to say, the plan of allowing only such persons to labour within the docks as have been satisfactorily recommended to the company, and furnished with a ticket by them in return. This ticket system, says the statement which has been kindly drawn up expressly for me by the superintendent of the docks, may be worth notice, at a time when such efforts are making to improve the condition of the labourers. It gives an identity and locus standi to the men which casual labourers cannot otherwise possess. It connects them with the various grades of officers under whose eyes they labour, prevents favouritism, and leads to their qualifications being noted and recorded. It also holds before them a reward for activity, intelligence, and good conduct, because the vacancies in the list of preferable labourers which occur during the year are invariably filled in the succeeding January by selecting, upon strict inquiry, the best of the extra ticket labourers, the vacancies among the permanent men being supplied in like manner from the list of preferable labourers, while from the permanent men are appointed the subordinate officers as markers, samplers, and so on. Let us, however, before entering into a description of the class and number of labourers employed at St. Catherine's, give a brief description of the docks themselves. The lofty walls, which constitute it, in the language of the Custom House, a place of special security, enclose an area of 23 acres, of which 11 are water, capable of accommodating 120 ships, besides barges and other craft. Cargoes are raised into the warehouses out of the hold of a ship without the goods being deposited on the quay. The cargoes can be raised out of the ship's hold into the warehouses of St. Catherine's in 1/5 of the usual time. Before the existence of docks, a month or 6 weeks was taken up in discharging the cargo of an East Indiaman of from 800 to 1,200 tons burden, while 8 days were necessary in the summer and 14 in the winter to unload a ship of 350 tons. At St. Catherine's, however, the average time now occupied in discharging a ship of 250 tons is 12 hours, and one of 500 tons 2 or 3 days, the goods being placed at the same time in the warehouse. There have been occasions when even greater dispatch has been used, and a cargo of 1,100 casks of tallow, averaging from 9 to 10 hundredweight each, has been discharged in 7 hours. This would have been considered little short of a miracle on the legal quays less than 50 years ago. In 1841, about 1,000 vessels and 10,000 lighters were accommodated at St. Catherine's Dock. The capital expended by the dock company exceeds 2 million of money. The business of this establishment is carried on by 35 officers, 105 clerks and apprentices, 135 markers, samplers and foremen, 250 permanent labourers, 150 preferable ticket labourers, proportioned to the amount of work to be done. The average number of labourers employed, permanent, preferable and extras, is 1,096. The highest number employed on any one day last year was 1,713, and the lowest number 515, so that the extreme fluctuation in the labour appears to be very nearly 1,200 hands. The lowest sum of money that was paid in 1848 for the day's work of the entire body of labourers employed was £64 7 shillings and sixpence, and the highest sum £214 2 shillings and sixpence, being a difference of very nearly £150 in one day, or £900 in the course of the week. The average number of ships that enter the dock every week is 17. The highest number that entered in any one week last year was 36, and the lowest 5, being a difference of 31. Assuming these to have been of an average burden of 300 tons, and that every such vessel would require 100 labourers to discharge its cargo in 3 days, then 1,500 extra hands ought to have been engaged to discharge the cargoes of the entire number in a week. This, it will be observed, is very nearly equal to the highest number of the labourers employed by the company in the year 1848. The remaining docks are the Commercial Docks and Timber Ponds, the Grand Surrey Canal Dock at Rotherhithe, and the East Country Dock. The commercial docks occupy an area of about 49 acres, of which 4/5 are water. There is accommodation for 350 ships, and in the warehouses for 50,000 tons of merchandise. They are appropriated to vessels engaged in the European timber and corn trades, and the surrounding warehouses are used chiefly as granaries, the timber remaining afloat in the dock until it is conveyed to the yard of the wholesale dealer and builder. The Surrey Dock is merely an entrance basin to a canal and can accommodate 300 vessels. The East Country Dock, which adjoins the commercial docks on the south, is capable of receiving 28 timber ships. It has an area of 6.5 acres and warehouse room for 3,700 tons. In addition to these, there is the Regent's Canal Dock between Shadwell and Limehouse, and though it is a place for bonding timber and deals only, it nevertheless affords great accommodation to the trade of the port by withdrawing shipping from the river. The number of labourers, casual and permanent, employed at these various establishments is so limited that, taken all together, the fluctuations occurring at their briskest and slackest periods may be reckoned as equal to that of St. Catherine's. Hence the account of the variation in the total number of hands employed and the sum of money paid as wages to them by the different dock companies when the business is brisk or slack may be stated as follows. At the London dock, the difference between the greatest and smallest number is 2,000 hands. At the East and West India Dock, 2,500 hands. At the St. Catherine's Dock, 1,200 hands. At the remaining docks, say 1,300 hands. Total number of dock labourers thrown out of employ by the prevalence of easterly winds, 7,000 hands. The difference between the highest and lowest amount of wages paid at the London dock is £1,500. At the East and West India Dock, £1,875. At the St. Catherine Dock, £900. At the remaining docks, £975. Total £5,250. From the above statement, then, it appears that by the prevalence of an easterly wind, no less than 7,000 out of the aggregate number of persons living by dock labour may be deprived of their regular income, and the entire body may have as much as £5,250 a week abstracted from the amount of their collective earnings at a period of active employment. But the number of individuals who depend upon the quantity of shipping entering the Port of London for their daily subsistence is far beyond this amount. Indeed, we are assured by a gentleman filling a high situation in St. Catherine's Dock, and who, from his sympathy with the labouring poor, has evidently given no slight attention to the subject, that taking into consideration the number of wharf labourers, dock labourers, lightermen, riggers and lumpers, shipwrights, caulkers, ship's carpenters, anchor-smiths, corn porters, fruit and coal meters, and indeed all the multifarious arts and callings connected with shipping, there are no less than from 25,000 to 30,000 individuals who are thrown wholly out of employ by a long continuance of easterly winds. Estimating, then, the gains of this large body of individuals at 2 shillings and 6pence per day, or 15 shillings per week when fully employed, we shall find that the loss to those who depend upon the London shipping for their subsistence amounts to £20,000 per week, and considering that such winds are often known to prevail for a fortnight to 3 weeks at a time, it follows that the entire loss to this large class will amount to from £40,000 to £60,000 within a month, an amount of privation to the labouring poor which it is positively awful to contemplate. Nor is this the only evil connected with an enduring easterly wind. Directly a change takes place, a glut of vessels enters the metropolitan port, and labourers flock from all quarters. Indeed, they flock from every part where the workmen exist in a greater quantity than the work. From 500 to 800 vessels frequently arrive at one time in London after the duration of a contrary wind, and then such is the demand for workmen, and so great the press of business, owing to the rivalry among merchants, and the desire of each owner to have his cargo the first in the market, that a sufficient number of hands is scarcely to be found. Hundreds of extra labourers, who can find labour nowhere else, are thus led to seek work in the docks. But, to use the words of our informant, 2 or 3 weeks are sufficient to break the neck of an ordinary glut, and then the vast amount of extra hands that the excess of business has brought to the neighbourhood are thrown out of employment, and left to increase either the vagabondism of the neighbourhood, or to swell the number of paupers and heighten the rates of the adjacent parishes. End of section 63. Section 64 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. Cheap lodging houses. I now come to the class of cheap lodging houses usually frequented by the casual labourers at the docks. It will be remembered, perhaps, that I described one of these places, as well as the kind of characters to be found there. Since then I have directed my attention particularly to this subject, not because it came first in order according to the course of investigation I had marked out for myself, but because it presented so many peculiar features that I thought it better, even at the risk of being unmethodical, to avail myself of the channels of information open to me rather than defer the matter to its proper place and so lose the freshness of the impression it had made upon my mind. On my first visit, the want and misery that I saw were such that, in consulting with the gentleman who led me to the spot, it was arranged that a dinner should be given on the following Sunday to all those who were present on the evening of my first interview, and accordingly enough beef, potatoes, and material for a suet pudding were sent in from the neighbouring market to feed them every one. I parted with my guide, arranging to be with him the next Sunday at 1:30. We met at the time appointed and set out on our way to the cheap lodging-house. The streets were alive with sailors and bonnetless and capless women. The Jews' shops and public houses were all open, and parties of jolly tars reeled past us, singing and bawling on their way. Had it not been that here and there a stray shop was closed, it would have been impossible to have guessed it was Sunday. We dived down a narrow court, at the entrance of which lolled Irish labourers smoking short pipes. Across the court hung lines, from which dangled dirty white clothes to dry, and as we walked on, ragged, unwashed, shoeless children scampered past us, chasing one another. At length we reached a large open yard. In the centre of it stood several empty costermongers' trucks and turned-up carts, with their shafts high in the air. At the bottom of these lay two young girls, huddled together, asleep. Their bare heads told their mode of life, while it was evident from their muddy Adelaide boots that they had walked the streets all night. My companion tried to see if he knew them, but they slept too soundly to be roused by gentle means. We passed on, and a few paces further on, there sat grouped on a doorstep 4 women of the same character as the last 2. One had her head covered up in an old brown shawl and was sleeping in the lap of the one next to her. The other 2 were eating walnuts, and a coarse-featured man in knee breeches and ankle jacks was stretched on the ground close beside them. At length we reached the lodging-house. It was night when I had first visited the place, and all now was new to me. The entrance was through a pair of large green gates, which gave it somewhat the appearance of a stable-yard. Over the kitchen door there hung a clothesline, on which were a wet shirt and a pair of ragged canvas trousers, brown with tar. Entering the kitchen, we found it so full of smoke that the sun's rays, which shot slanting down through a broken tile in the roof, looked like a shaft of light cut through the fog. The flue of the chimney stood out from the bare brick wall like a buttress, and was black all the way up with the smoke. The beams which hung down from the roof and ran from wall to wall were of the same colour, and in the centre, to light the room, was a rude iron gas pipe, such as are used at night when the streets are turned up. The floor was unboarded, and a wooden seat projected from the wall all around the room. In front of this was ranged a series of tables on which lolled dozing men. A number of the inmates were grouped around the fire, some kneeling, toasting herrings, of which the place smelt strongly. Others without shirts, seated on the ground close beside it for warmth, and others drying the ends of cigars they had picked up in the streets. As we entered, the men rose, and never was so motley and so ragged an assemblage seen. Their hair was matted like flocks of wool, and their chins were grimy with their unshorn beards. Some were in dirty smock frocks, others in old red plush waistcoats with long sleeves. One was dressed in an old shooting jacket with large wooden buttons, a second in a blue flannel sailor's shirt, and a third, a mere boy, wore a long camlet coat reaching to his heels, and with the ends of the sleeves hanging over his hands. The features of the lodgers wore every kind of expression. One lad was positively handsome, and there was a frankness in his face and a straightforward look in his eye that strongly impressed me with a sense of his honesty, even although I was assured he was a confirmed pickpocket. The young thief who had brought back the 11 halfpenny change out of the shilling that had been entrusted to him on the preceding evening was far from prepossessing, now that I could see him better. His cheekbones were high, while his hair, cut close on the top, with a valance of locks, as it were, left hanging in front, made me look upon him with no slight suspicion. On the form at the end of the kitchen was one whose squalor and wretchedness produced a feeling approaching to awe. His eyes were sunk deep in his head, his cheeks were drawn in, and his nostrils pinched with evident want, while his dark, stubbly beard gave a grimness to his appearance that was almost demoniac. And yet there was a patience in his look that was almost pitiable. His clothes were black and shiny at every fold with grease, and his coarse shirt was so brown with long wearing that it was only with close inspection you could see that it had once been a checked one. On his feet he had a pair of ladies' side-laced boots, the toes of which had been cut off so that he might get them on. I never beheld so gaunt a picture of famine. To this day the figure of the man haunts me. The dinner had been provided for 30, but the news of the treat had spread, and there was a muster of 50. We hardly knew how to act. It was, however, left to those whose names had been taken down as being present on the previous evening to say what should be done, and the answer from one and all was that the newcomers were to share the feast with them. The dinner was then half portioned out in an adjoining outhouse into 25 platefuls, the entire stock of crockery belonging to the establishment numbering no more, and afterwards handed into the kitchen through a small window to each party as his name was called out. As he hurried to the seat behind the bare table, he commenced tearing the meat asunder with his fingers, for knives and forks were unknown there. Some, it is true, used bits of wood like skewers, but this seemed almost like affectation for such a place. Others sat on the ground with the plate of meat and pudding on their laps, while the beggar boy, immediately on receiving his portion, danced along the room, whirling the plate round on his thumb as he went, and then, dipping his nose in the plate, seized a potato in his mouth. I must confess, the sight of the hungry crowd gnawing their food was far from pleasant to contemplate. So while the dinner was being discussed, I sought to learn from those who remained to be helped how they had fallen to so degraded a state. A sailor lad assured me he had been robbed of his mariner's ticket, that he could not procure another under 13 shillings, and not having as many pence, he was unable to obtain another ship. What could he do? He said. He knew no trade. He could only get employment occasionally as a labourer at the docks, and this was so seldom that if it had not been for the few things he had, he must have starved outright. The good-looking youth I have before spoken of wanted but £3 10s to get back to America. He had worked his passage over here, had fallen into bad company, been imprisoned 3 times for picking pockets, and was heartily wearied of his present course. He could get no work. In America he would be happy, and among his friends again. I spoke to the gentleman who had brought me to the spot, and who knew them all well. His answers, however, gave me little hope. The boy, whose face seemed beaming with innate frankness and honesty, had been apprenticed by him to a shoe-stitcher. But no, he preferred vagrancy to work. I could have sworn he was a trustworthy lad, and shall never believe in looks again. The dinner finished, I told the men assembled there that I should come some evening in the course of the week and endeavour to ascertain from them some definite information concerning the persons usually frequenting such houses as theirs. On our way home, my friend recognised among the females we had before seen huddled on the step outside the lodging-house a young woman whom he had striven to get back to her parents. Her father had been written to and would gladly receive her. Again the girl was exhorted to leave her present companions and return home. The tears streamed from her eyes at mention of her mother's name, but she would not stir. Her excuse was that she had no clothes proper to go in. Her father and mother were very respectable, she said, and she could not go back to them as she was. It was evident by her language she had at least been well educated. She would not listen, however, to my friend's exhortations. So, seeing that his entreaties were wasted upon her, we left her and wended our way home. Knowing that this lodging-house might be taken as a fair sample of the class now abounding in London, and moreover having been informed by those who had made the subject their peculiar study, that the characters generally congregated there constituted a fair average of the callings and habits of those who resort to the low lodging-houses of London, I was determined to avail myself of the acquaintances I made in this quarter in order to arrive at some more definite information upon those places than had yet been made public. The only positive knowledge the public have hitherto had of the people assembling in the cheap lodging-houses of London is derived chiefly from the report of the Constabulary Commissioners, and partly from the report upon vagrancy. But this information, having been procured through others, was so faulty that, having now obtained the privilege of personal inspection and communication, I was desirous of turning it to good account. Consequently, I gave notice that I wished all that had dined there on last Sunday to attend me yesterday evening, so that I might obtain from them generally an account of their past and present career. I found them all ready to meet me, and I was assured that, by adopting certain precautions, I should be in a fair way to procure information upon the subject of the cheap lodging-houses of London that few have the means of getting. However, so as to be able to check the one account with another, I put myself in communication with a person who had lived for upwards of 4 months in the house. Strange to say, he was a man of good education and superior attainments. Further than this, I am not at liberty to state. I deal with the class of houses, and not with any particular house, be it understood. The lodging-house to which I more particularly allude makes up as many as 84 bunks, or beds, for which 2d per night is charged. For this sum, the parties lodging there for the night are entitled to the use of the kitchen for the following day. In this, a fire is kept all day long, at which they are allowed to cook their food. The kitchen opens at 5 in the morning and closes at about 11 at night, after which hour no fresh lodger is taken in, and all those who slept in the house the night before, but who have not sufficient money to pay for their bed at that time, are turned out. Strangers who arrive in the course of the day must procure a tin ticket by paying 2d at the wicket in the office, previously to being allowed to enter the kitchen. The kitchen is about 40 feet long by about 40 wide. The bunks are each about 7 feet long and 1 foot 10 inches wide, and the grating on which the straw mattress is placed is about 12 inches from the ground. The wooden partitions between the bunks are about 4 feet high. The coverings are a leather or a rug, but leathers are generally preferred. Of these bunks there are 5 rows of about 24 deep, 2 rows being placed head to head, with a gangway between each of such 2 rows and the other row against the wall. The average number of persons sleeping in this house of a night is 60. Of these there are generally about 30 pickpockets, 10 street beggars, a few infirm old people who subsist occasionally upon parish relief and occasionally upon charity, 10 or 15 dock labourers, about the same number of low and precarious callings such as the neighbourhood affords, and a few persons who have been in good circumstances but who have been reduced from a variety of causes. At one time there were as many as 9 persons lodging in this house who subsisted by picking up dogs' dung out of the streets, getting about 5 shillings for every basketful. The earnings of one of these men were known to average 9 shillings per week. There are generally lodging in the house a few bone grubbers who pick up bones, rags, iron, and so on out of the streets. Their average earnings are about 1 shilling per day. There are several mudlarks, or youths who go down to the waterside when the tide is out to see whether any article of value has been left upon the bank of the river. The person supplying this information to me, who was for some time resident in the house, has seen brought home by these persons a drum of figs at one time and a Dutch cheese at another. These were sold in small lots or slices to the other lodgers. The pickpockets generally lodging in the house consist of handkerchief stealers, shoplifters, including those who rob the till as well as steal articles from the doors of shops. Legs and breasts of mutton are frequently brought in by this class of persons. There are seldom any housebreakers lodging in such places because they require a room of their own and mostly live with prostitutes. Besides pickpockets, there are also lodging in the house speculators in stolen goods. These may be dock labourers or Billingsgate porters, having a few shillings in their pockets. With these, they purchase the booty of the juvenile thieves. "I have known," said my informant, "these speculators wait in the kitchen, walking about with their hands in their pockets, till a little fellow would come in with such a thing as a cap, a piece of bacon, or a piece of mutton. They would purchase it, and then either retail it amongst the other lodgers in the kitchen, or take it to some fence, where they would receive a profit upon it. The general feeling of the kitchen, excepting with 4 or 5 individuals, is to encourage theft. The encouragement to the gonaf, a Hebrew word signifying a young thief, probably learnt from the Jew fences in the neighbourhood, consists in laughing at and applauding his dexterity in thieving. And whenever anything is brought in, the gonaf is greeted for his good luck, and a general rush is made towards him to see the produce of his thievery. The gonafs are generally young boys. About 20 out of 30 of these lads are under 21 years of age. They almost all of them love idleness, and will only work for 1 or 2 days together, but then they will work very hard. It is a singular fact that, as a body, the pickpockets are generally very sparing of drink. They are mostly libidinous, indeed universally so, and spend whatever money they can spare upon the low prostitutes round about the neighbourhood. Burglars and smashers generally rank above this class of thieves. A burglar would not condescend to sit among pickpockets. My informant has known a housebreaker to say with a sneer, when requested to sit down with the gonafs, "No, no, I may be a thief, sir, but thank God, at least I'm a respectable one." The beggars who frequent these houses go about different markets and streets, asking charity of the people that pass by. They generally go out in couples, the business of one of the two being to look out and give warning when the policeman is approaching, and of the other to stand shallow, that is to say, to stand with very little clothing on, shivering and shaking, sometimes with bandages round his legs, and sometimes with his arm in a sling. Others beg scran, note broken victuals, end note, of the servants at respectable houses, and bring it home to the lodging-house where they sell it. You may see, I am told, the men who lodge in the place and obtain an honest living watch for these beggars coming in, as if they were the best victuals in the city. My informant knew an instance of a lad who seemed to be a very fine little fellow, and promised to have been possessed of excellent mental capabilities, if properly directed, who came to the lodging-house when out of a situation as an errand boy. He stayed there a month or 6 weeks, during which time he was tampered with by the others, and ultimately became a confirmed gonaf. The conversation among the lodgers relates chiefly to thieving and the best manner of stealing. By way of practice, a boy will often pick the pocket of one of the lodgers walking about the room, and if detected, declare he did not mean it. The sanitary state of these houses is very bad. Not only do the lodgers generally swarm with vermin, but there is little or no ventilation to the sleeping rooms, in which 60 persons, of the foulest habits, usually sleep every night. There are no proper washing utensils, neither towels, nor basins, nor wooden bowls. There are 1 or 2 buckets, but these are not meant for the use of the lodgers, but for cleaning the rooms. The lodgers never think of washing themselves. The cleanliest among them will do so in the bucket, and then wipe themselves with their pocket handkerchiefs or the tails of their shirts. A large sum to be made by 2 beggars in 1 week is 20 shillings, or 10 shillings apiece, one for looking out and the other for standing shallow. The average earnings of such persons are certainly below 8 shillings per week. If the report of the Constabulary Force Commissioners states that 20 shillings per week is the average sum earned, I am told the statement must have been furnished by parties who had either some object in overrating the amount or else had no means of obtaining correct information on the subject. From all my informant has seen as to the earnings of those who make a trade of picking pockets and begging, he is convinced that the amount is far below what is generally believed to be the case. Indeed, nothing but the idle, roving life that is connected with the business could compensate the thieves or beggars for the privations they frequently undergo. After obtaining this information, I attended the lodging-house in pursuance of the notice I had given, in order to ascertain from the lodgers themselves what were the callings and earnings of the different parties there assembled. I found that from 50 to 60 had mustered purposely to meet me, although it was early in the evening, and they all expressed themselves ready to furnish me with any information I might require. The gentleman who accompanied me assured me that the answers they would give to my questionings would be likely to be correct from the fact of the number assembled, as each would check the other. Having read to them the account in the Morning Chronicle of my previous interview with them, they were much delighted at finding themselves in print, and immediately arranged themselves on a seat all round the room. My first question was as to the age of those present. Out of 55 assembled, I found that there were 1 from 60 to 70 years old, 4 from 50 to 60, 1 from 40 to 50, 15 from 30 to 40, 16 from 20 to 30, and 18 from 10 to 20. Hence it will be seen that the younger members constituted by far the greater portion of the assembly. The 18 between 10 and 20 were made up as follows. There were 3 of 20 years, 8 of 19 years, 3 of 18 years, 4 of 17 years, 1 of 16 years, and 2 of 15 years. Hence there were more of the age of 19 than of any other age present. My next inquiry was as to the place of birth. I found that there were 16 belonging to London, 9 to Ireland, 3 to Bristol, 3 to Liverpool, 2 were from Norfolk, 2 from Yorkshire, 2 from Essex, 2 from Germany, and 2 from North America. The remaining 14 were born respectively in Macclesfield, Bolton, Aylesbury, Seacombe, Deal, Epping, Hull, Nottinghamshire, Plumstead, Huntingdonshire, Plymouth, Shropshire, Northamptonshire, and Windsor. After this, I sought to obtain information as to the occupations of their parents, with a view of discovering whether their delinquencies arose from the depraved character of their early associations. I found among the number 13 whose fathers had been labouring men, 5 had been carpenters, 4 millers and farmers, 2 dyers, 2 cabinet makers, a tallow chandler, a wood turner, a calico glazer, a silversmith, a compositor, a cotton spinner, a hatter, a grocer, a whip maker, a sweep, a glover, a watchmaker, a madhouse keeper, a bricklayer, a shipbuilder, a cow keeper, a fishmonger, a millwright, a coastguard, a rope maker, a gunsmith, a collier, an undertaker, a leather cutter, a clerk, an engineer, a schoolmaster, a captain in the army, and a physician. I now sought to learn from them the trades that they themselves were brought up to. There were 17 labourers, 7 mariners, 3 weavers, 2 bricklayers, and 2 shoemakers. The rest were respectively silversmiths, dyers, blacksmiths, wood turners, tailors, farriers, caulkers, French polishers, shopmen, brickmakers, sweeps, ivory turners, cowboys, stereotype founders, fishmongers, tallow chandlers, rope makers, miners, bone grubbers, engineers, coal porters, errand boys, beggars, and one called himself a prig. I next found that 40 out of the 55 could read and write, 4 could read, and only 11 could do neither. My next point was to ascertain how long they had been out of regular employment, or to use their own phrase, had been knocking about. One had been 10 years idle, 1 9, 3 8, 2 7, 4 6, 5 5, 6 4, 9 3, 10 2, 5 1, 3 6 months, and 1 2 months out of employment. A bricklayer told me he had been 8 summers in and 8 winters out of work, and a dock labourer assured me that he had been 11 years working at the dock, and that for full 3/4 of his time he could obtain no employment there. After this, I questioned them concerning their earnings for the past week. One had gained nothing, another had gained 1 shilling, 11 had earned 2 shillings, 8 3 shillings, 9 4 shillings, 5 5 shillings, 4 6 shillings, 4 7 shillings, 6 8 shillings, 1 10 shillings, 1 11 shillings, and 1 18 shillings. From 3 I received no answers. The average earnings of the 52 above enumerated are 4 shillings and 11 pence per week. Respecting their clothing, 14 had no shirts to their backs, 5 had no shoes, and 42 had shoes that scarcely held together. I now desired to be informed how many out of the number had been confined in prison, and learnt that no less than 34 among the 55 present had been in jail once or oftener. 11 had been in once, 5 had been in twice, 5 in 3 times, 3 4 times, 4 6 times, 1 7 times, 1 8 times, 1 9 times, 1 10 times, 1 14 times, and 1 confessed to having been there at least 20 times, so that the 34 individuals had been imprisoned altogether 140 times, thus averaging 4 imprisonments to each person. I was anxious to distinguish between imprisonment for vagrancy and imprisonment for theft. Upon inquiry, I discovered that 7 had each been imprisoned once for vagrancy, 1 twice, 1 3 times, 2 4 times, 1 5 times, 2 6 times, 2 8 times, and 1 10 times, making in all 63 imprisonments under the Vagrant Act. Of those who had been confined in jail for theft, there were 11 who had been in once, 7 who had been in twice, 2 3 times, 3 6 times, 1 8 times, and 2 10 times, making a total of 77 imprisonments for thieving. Hence, out of 140 incarcerations, 63 of those had been for vagrancy and 77 for theft, and this was among 34 individuals in an assemblage of 55. The question that I put to them after this was how long they had been engaged in thieving, and the following were the answers. One had been 15 years at it, one 14 years, two 12 years, three 10 years, one 9 years, one 8 years, two 7 years, one 6 years, two 5 years, three 4 years, and one 3 years, one 18 months, one 7 months, two 6 months, and one 2 months. Consequently, there were, of the 500 and odd individuals there assembled, thieves of the oldest standing and the most recent beginning. Their greatest gains by theft in a single day were thus classified. The most that one had gained was 3d. The greatest sum another had gained was 7d. Another 1 shilling and 6d. Another 2 shillings and 6d. Another 6 shillings. 5 had made from 10 shillings to 15 shillings. 3 from £1 to £2. 1 from £2 to £3. 6 from £3 to £4. 1 from £4 to £5. 2 from £20 to £30. And 2 from £30 to £40. Of the latter two sums, one was stolen from the father of the thief, and the other from the till of a counter when the shop was left unoccupied, the boy vaulting over the counter and abstracting from the till no less than 7 £5 notes, all of which were immediately disposed of to a Jew in the immediate neighbourhood for £3 10 shillings each. The greatest earnings by begging had been 7 shillings and 6d, 10 shillings and 6d, and £1, but the average amount of earnings was apparently of so precarious a nature that it was difficult to get the men to state a definite sum. From their condition, however, as well as their mode of living whilst I remained among them, I can safely say begging did not seem to be a very lucrative or attractive calling, and the lodgers were certainly under no restraint in my presence. I wanted to learn from them what had been their motive for stealing in the first instance, and I found upon questioning them that 10 did so on running away from home. 5 confessed to have done so from keeping flash company and wanting money to defray their expenses. 6 had first stolen to go to theatres. 9 because they had been imprisoned for vagrants and found that the thief was better treated than they. 1 because he had got no tools to work with. 1 because he was hard up. 1 because he could not get work. And 1 more because he was put in prison for begging. The following is a list of articles that they first stole: 6 rabbits, silk shawl from home, a pair of shoes, a Dutch cheese, a few shillings from home, a coat and trousers, a bullock's heart, 4 tiles of copper, 15 and 6d from master, 2 handkerchiefs, half a quartern loaf, a set of tools worth £3, clothes from a warehouse worth £22, a Cheshire cheese, a pair of carriage lamps, some handkerchiefs, 5 shillings, some turnips, watch chain and seals, a sheep, 3 and 6d, and an invalid's chair. This latter article, the boy assured me, he had taken about the country with him and amused himself by riding downhill. Their places of amusement consisted, they told me, of the following: the Britannia Saloon, the City Theatre, the Albert Saloon, the Standard Saloon, the Surrey and Victoria theatres when they could afford it, the Penny Negroes, and the Earl of Effingham concerts. 4 frequenters of that room had been transported, and yet the house had been open only as many years, and of the associates and companions of those present, no less than 40 had left the country in the same manner. The names of some of these were curious. I subjoin a few of them: the Banger, the Slasher, the Spider, Flash Jim, White Coat Mush, Lanky Thompson, Tom Sales, note, he was hung, end note, and Jack Sheppard. Of the 55 congregated, 2 had signed the Temperance Pledge and kept it. The rest confessed to getting drunk occasionally, but not making a practice of it. Indeed, it is generally allowed that, as a class, the young pickpockets are rather temperate than otherwise, so that here at least we cannot assert that drink is the cause of the crime. Nor can their various propensities be ascribed to ignorance, for we have seen that out of 55 individuals, 40 could read and write, while 4 could read. It should be remembered at the same time that out of the 55 men, only 34 were thieves. Neither can the depravity of their early associations be named as the cause of their delinquencies, for we have seen that, as a class, their fathers are men rather well-to-do in the world. Indeed, their errors seem to have rather a physical than either an intellectual or a moral cause. They seem to be naturally of an erratic and self-willed temperament, objecting to the restraints of home, and incapable of continuous application to any one occupation whatsoever. They are essentially the idle and the vagabond, and they seem generally to attribute the commencement of their career to harsh government at home. According to the report of the Constabulary Force Commissioners, there were in the metropolis in 1839 221 of such houses as the one at present described, and each of these houses harboured daily, upon an average, no less than 11 of such characters as the foregoing, making in all a total of 2,431 vagrants and pickpockets sheltered by the proprietors of the low lodging houses of London. The above twopenny lodging house has, on an average, from 50 to 60 persons sleeping in it nightly, yielding an income of nearly £3 per week. The threepenny lodging houses in the same neighbourhood average from 15 to 20 persons per night, and produce a weekly total of from 20 shillings to 25 shillings profit, the rent of the houses at the same time being only from 5 shillings to 6 shillings per week. There is still one question worthy of consideration. Does the uncertainty of dock labour generate thieves and vagabonds? Or do the thieves and vagabonds crowd round the docks so as to be able to gain a day's work when unable to thieve? According to returns of the Metropolitan Police Force, the value of the property stolen in this district in the year 1848 was £2,007, of which only £365 were recovered. The number of robberies was 521, the average amount of each robbery being £3 17 shillings and a halfpenny. The amount recovered averaged 14 shillings on each robbery. End of section 64. Section 65 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendry. On the Transit of Great Britain and the Metropolis, Part 1. As the entire transit system of Great Britain, with all its railroads, turnpike roads, canals, and navigable rivers, converges on London, I propose to make it the subject of the present section by way of introduction to my inquiry into the condition of the metropolitan labourers connected therewith. "There is a very great amount of labour employed," says Mr. Stuart Mill, "not only in bringing a product into existence, but in rendering it, when in existence, accessible to those for whose use it is intended. Many important classes of labourers find their sole employment in some functions of this kind. There is the whole class of carriers by land and water, waggoners, bargemen, sailors, wharfmen, porters, railway officials, and the like. Good roads," continues the same eminent authority, "are equivalent to good tools, and railways and canals are virtually a diminution of the cost of production of all things sent to market by them." In order to give the public as comprehensive an idea of this subject as possible, and to show its vastness and importance to the community, I shall, before entering upon the details of that part of it which more immediately concerns me, namely the transit from and to the different parts of the metropolis, and the condition and earnings of the people connected therewith, I shall, I say, furnish an account of the extent of the external and internal transit of this country generally. Of the provisions for the internal transit I shall speak in due course, first speaking of the grand medium for carrying on the traffic of Great Britain with the world, and showing how, within the capital of an island which is a mere speck on the map of the earth, is centred and originated, planned and executed so vast a portion of the trade of all nations. I shall confine my observations to the latest returns and the latest results. The mercantile marine. The number of vessels belonging to the United Kingdom was in 1848 nearly 25,000, having an aggregate burden of upwards of 3,000 tons, and being manned by 180,000 hands. To give the reader, however, a more vivid idea of the magnitude of the mercantile marine of this kingdom, it may be safely asserted that in order to accommodate the whole of our merchant vessels, a dock of 15,000 square acres would be necessary, or in other words, there would be required to float them an extent of water sufficient to cover 4 times the area of the City of London, while the whole population of Birmingham would be needed to man them. But besides the 20,000 and odd British, with their 180,000 men that are thus engaged in conveying the treasures of other lands to our own, there are upwards of 13,000 foreign vessels, manned by 100,000 hands, that annually visit the shores of this country. Of the steam vessels belonging to the United Kingdom in 1848, there were 1,100. Their aggregate length was 125,283 feet, their aggregate breadth 19,748 feet, their aggregate tonnage 255,371, and their aggregate of horsepower 92,862. It may be added that they are collectively of such dimensions that by placing them stem to stern, one after the other, they would reach to a distance of 23.5 miles, or form one continuous line from Dover to Calais, while by placing them abreast or alongside each other, they would occupy a space of 3.5 miles wide. According to the calculations of Mr. G. F. Young, the eminent shipbuilder, the entire value of the vessels belonging to the mercantile marine of the British Empire is upwards of £38 million sterling. The annual cost of the provisions and wages of the seamen employed in navigating them, £9.5 million. The sum annually expended in the building and outfitting of new ships, as well as the repairing of the old ones, is £10.5 million, while the amount annually received for freight is £28,500. The value of the merchandise thus imported or exported has still to be set forth. By this we learn not only the vast extent of the international trade of Great Britain, but the immense amount of property entrusted annually to the merchant seamen. It would perhaps hardly be credited that the value of the articles which our mercantile marine is engaged in transporting to and from the shores of this kingdom amounts to upwards of £100,000,000 sterling. Such, then, is the extent of the external transit of this country. There is scarcely a corner of the earth that is not visited by our vessels, and the special gifts and benefits conferred upon the most distant countries thus diffused and shared among even the humblest members of our own. To show the connection of the metropolis with this vast amount of trade involving so many industrial interests, I shall conclude with stating that the returns prove that 1/4 of the entire maritime commerce of this country is carried on at the Port of London. As a sad contrast, however, to all this splendour, I may here add that the annual loss of property in British shipping wrecked or foundered at sea may be assumed as amounting to nearly £3,000,000 sterling per annum. The annual loss of life occasioned by the wreck or foundering of British vessels may be fairly estimated at not less than 1,000 souls in each year, so that it would appear that the annual loss by shipwreck amongst the vessels belonging to the United Kingdom is, on an average, 1 ship in every 42, and the annual loss of property engaged therein, £1 in every 42 pounds, while the average number of sailors drowned amounts to 1 in every 203 persons engaged in navigation. I now come to speak of the means by which the vast amount of wealth thus brought to our shores is distributed throughout the country. I have already said that there are 3 different modes of internal communication. 1, to convey the several articles coastwise from one port to another, 2, to carry them inland from town to town, and 3, to remove them from and to the different parts of the same town. I shall deal first with the communication along the coast. In 1849, the coasting vessels employed in the intercourse between Great Britain and Ireland made upwards of 26,000 voyages, and the gross burden of the vessels thus engaged amounted to more than 3,500,000 tons. The coasters engaged in the carrying trade between the different ports of Great Britain in 1849 made no less than 255,000 voyages, and possessed collectively a capacity for carrying upwards of 20 million tons of goods. Of the steam vessels employed coastwise in the United Kingdom, the number that entered inwards, including their repeated voyages, was 17,800, having an aggregate burden of upwards of 4 million tons, while 14,500 and odd steam vessels of not quite the same amount of tonnage were cleared outwards. This expresses the entire amount of the coasting trade in connection with the several ports of Great Britain. London, as I have shown before, has 4 times the number of sailing vessels and 10 times the amount of tonnage over and above any port in the kingdom, whilst of steam-impelled coasting vessels it has but little more than 1/3, compared with Liverpool. Turnpike roads and stagecoaches. The next branch of my subject that presents itself in due order is the means by which the goods thus brought to the several ports of the kingdom are carried to the interior of the country. There are 2 means of effecting this, that is to say, either by land or water carriage. Land carriage consists of transit by rail and transit by turnpike roads. The water carriage of transit by canals and navigable rivers. I shall begin with the first mentioned of these, namely turnpike roads, and then proceed in due order to the others. The turnpike roads of England present a perfect network of communication, connecting town with town and hamlet with hamlet. It was only within the present century, however, that these important means of increasing commerce and civilization were constructed according to scientific data. Before that, portions of what were known as the Great Coaching Roads were repaired with more than usual care. But until Mr. Macadam's system was generally adopted about 40 years back, all were more or less defective. It would be wearisome were I to add to the number of familiar instances of the difficulties and dilatoriness of travelling in the old days, and to tell how the ancient heavy coaches were merged in the fast light coaches, which in their turn yielded to the greater speed of the railways. In 1818, according to the Government report on the turnpike roads and the railways of England and Wales, there existed, in England and Wales, paved streets and turnpike roads to the extent of 19,725 miles. Other public highways, 95,104 miles. Total 114,829 miles. Other parliamentary returns show that in 1829 the length of only the turnpike roads in England and Wales was 20,875 miles, or upwards of 1,000 miles more than they, together with the paved streets, extended to 10 years before. In 1839, the length of the turnpike roads and paved streets throughout England and Wales amounted to 22,534 miles, while all other highways were 96,993 miles long, making in all 119,527 miles of road. By this it appears that in the course of 20 years, upwards of 4,500 miles of highway had been added to the resources of the country. As these are the latest returns on the subject, and it is probable that, owing to the establishment of railways, there has been no great addition since that period to the aggregate extent of mileage above given, it may be as well to set forth the manner in which these facilities for intercommunication were distributed among the different parts of the country at that time. The counties containing the greatest length of turnpike road, according to their size, were Derby, Worcester, Flint, Gloucester, Somerset, Monmouth, Stafford, Hereford, Southampton, and so on, which severally contained 1 mile of turnpike road to about each 1,000 statute acres, the average for the entire country being nearly double that amount of acres to each mile of road. Those counties, on the other hand, which contained the shortest length of turnpike roads in relation to their size, were Anglesey, in which there were only 5 miles of road to 173,000 statute acres, being in the proportion of 1 mile to 34,688 acres. Then Westmoreland, Suffolk, Essex, Norfolk, Pembroke, and Cumberland. The counties containing the greatest length of paved streets at the above period were first Middlesex, where there was 1 mile of street to every 774 acres, second Suffolk, third Lancaster, fourth Warwick, fifth Surrey, and sixth Chester. The average number of acres to each mile of paved street was 12,734, and in the districts above specified, the number of acres to the mile ranged from 3,600 to 6,900. Those counties, on the contrary, which contained the shortest length of streets were Radnor and Anglesey, in which there were no paved streets whatever. Brecon, which has only 1 mile, and Carnarvon, which has only 2, whereas Middlesex, the county of the capital, has as many as 232 miles of streets extending through it. The cost of the repairs of the roads and streets in the different counties is equally curious. In Merioneth, the rate of the expenditure is 12 shillings and 11 3 farthings per mile. In Montgomery, £1 14 shillings and twopence halfpenny. In Radnor, £1 18 shillings and a penny. In Brecon, £2 6 shillings and sixpence halfpenny. In Carnarvon, £2 10 shillings and a penny 3 farthings. In Anglesey, £3 8 shillings. In Cardigan, £3 3 shillings and a halfpenny, whereas in Middlesex the cost amounts to no less than £87 1 shilling and sixpence halfpenny per mile. In Lancashire, the next most expensive county, it is £32 2 shillings and sixpence. In the West Riding of Yorkshire, it comes to £23 4 shillings and threepence, and in Surrey, the other metropolitan county, to £19 1 shilling and a penny halfpenny, the average for the whole country being £10 12 shillings and a penny halfpenny per mile, or £1,267,848 for the maintenance of 119,527 miles of public highways throughout England and Wales. These roads were used for a threefold purpose: the conveyance of passengers, letters, and goods. The passengers, letters, and parcels were conveyed chiefly by the mail and stagecoaches, the goods by wagons and vans. Of the number of passengers who travelled by the mail and stagecoaches, no return was ever made. I am indebted, however, to Mr. Porter for the following calculation as to the number of stagecoach travellers before their vehicles, to adopt their own mode of expression, were run off the roads by the steam engine. Quote, "In order to obtain some approximation to the extent of travelling by means of stagecoaches in England, a careful calculation has been made upon the whole of the returns to the Stamp Office, and the licences for which coaches were in operation at the end of the year 1834. The method followed in making the application has been to ascertain the performance of each vehicle, supposing that performance to have been equal to the full amount of the permission conveyed by the licence, reducing the power so given to a number equal to the number of miles which one passenger might be conveyed in the course of the year. For example, a coach is licensed to convey 15 passengers daily from London to Birmingham, a distance of 112 miles. In order to ascertain the possible performance of this carriage during the year, if the number of miles is multiplied by the number of journeys, and that product multiplied again by the number of passengers, we shall obtain as an element a number equal to the number of miles along which one person might have been conveyed, namely 112 multiplied by 365 multiplied by 15 equals 613,200. In this case, the number of miles travelled is 40,880, along which distance 15 persons might have been carried during the year. But for the simplification of the calculation, the further calculation is made, which shows that amount of travelling to be equal to the conveyance of one person through the distance of 613,200 miles. Upon making this calculation for the whole number of stagecoaches that possessed licences at the end of the year 1834, it appears that the means of conveyance thus provided for travelling were equivalent to the conveyance during the year of one person for the distance of 597,159,420 miles, or more than 6 times between the earth and the sun. Observation has shown that the degree in which the public avail themselves of the accommodation thus provided is in the proportion of 9 to 15, or 3/5 of its utmost extent. Following this proportion, the sum of all the travelling by stagecoaches in Great Britain may be represented by 385,295,652 miles. We shall probably go the utmost extent in assuming that not more than 2 millions of persons travel in that manner. It affords a good measure of the relative importance of the metropolis to the remainder of the country, that of the above number of 597,159,420, the large proportion of 409,052,644 is the product of stagecoaches which are licensed to run from London to various parts of the kingdom." End quote. In this calculation, the stagecoach travelling of Ireland is not included, nor is that of Scotland, when confined to that kingdom. But when part of the communication is with England, it is included. Of course, only public conveyances are spoken of. All the travelling in private carriages, or post-chaise, or hired gigs is additional. The number of stagecoachmen and guards in 1839 were 2,619. In 1840, 2,507. In 1841, 2,239. In 1842, 2,107. In 1843, 146. The expenditure on account of these roads in 1841 amounted to £1,551,000, the revenue derived from them for the same year having been £1,574,000. A great change has been induced in the character of the turnpike roads of England. The liveliness imparted to many of the lines of road by the scarlet coats of the drivers and guards, and by the sound of the guard's bugle, as it announced to all the idlers of the country place that the London coach was coming in, these things exist no longer. Now, on very few portions of the 1,448 miles of the turnpike road of Yorkshire, or the 840 of Gloucestershire, is a stagecoach and four to be seen. And the great coaching inns by the wayside, with the tribes of ostlers and helpers changing horses, with a facility almost marvellous, have become farmhouses or mere wayside taverns. The greatest rate of speed attained by any of the mail coaches was 11 miles an hour, including stoppages. That is, 11 miles notwithstanding the delay incurred in changing horses, which was the work of from 1 minute to 3, depending upon whether any passenger was taken up or set down at that stage. Note, the word station is peculiar to railways. End note. If there was merely a change of horses, about a minute was consumed. The horses were not unfrequently unsuccessful racehorses, and they were generally of good blood. Some would run daily on the same stages 8 and 10 years. About 10 5/8 miles was an average rate for the mail, and 8½ to 9 miles for the stagecoaches. They often advertised 10 miles an hour, but that was only an advertisement. So rapid, so systematic, and so commended was the style of stagecoach travelling that some of the great coach proprietors dreaded little from the competitive results of railway travelling. One of these proprietors on the Great North Road used to say, "Railways are just a bounce, all speculation. People will find it out in time, and there'll be more coaching than ever. Railways can never answer." So punctual, too, were these carriages, that one gentleman used to say he set his watch by the Glasgow mail, as she passed his door by the roadside at 3 minutes to 10. Nor is it only in the discontinuance of stagecoaches that the roads of the kingdom have experienced a change in character. Until the prevalence of railways, posting was common. A wealthy person travelled to London in his own carriage, which was drawn by 4 horses, almost as quickly as by the mail. The horses were changed at the several stages. The ostler's cry of "First turn out," summoning the stablemen and the postilions with a readiness second only to that in the case of the passengers' coaches. The horses, however, were ridden by postilions in red or light blue jackets with white buttons, light-coloured breeches, and brown top boots, instead of being driven four in hand. This was the aristocratic style of travelling, and its indulgence was costly. For a pair of good horses, 1 shilling and sixpence a mile was the average charge, and threepence a mile had to be given in the compulsory gratuities of those days to the postilion. 3 shillings a mile was the charge for 4 horses, but sometimes rather less. Thus, supposing that 500 noblemen and gentlemen posted to London on the opening of Parliament, each, as was common, with 2 carriages and 4, and each posting 200 miles, the aggregate expenditure, without any sum for meals or for beds, and to sleep on the road was common when ladies were travelling, would be £35,000, and to this add 5% for the turnpike tolls, and the whole cost would be £36,750, an average of £73 10s for each nobleman and gentleman, with his family, and the customary members of his household. The calculation refers merely to a portion of the members of the 2 houses of the legislature, and is unquestionably within the mark, for though many travelled shorter distances and by cheaper modes, many travelled 400 miles, and with more carriages than 3. No lady condescended to enter a stagecoach at the period concerning which I write. As the same expense was incurred in returning to the castle, hall, park, abbey, wood, or manor, the annual outlay for this one purpose, of merely a fraction of the posters to London, was £73,500. It might not be extravagant to assert that more than 5 times this outlay was annually incurred, including pairs and fours, or a total of £367,500. This mode of travelling, I believe, is now almost wholly extinct, if indeed it be not impossible, since there are no horses now kept on the road for this purpose. I have been informed that the late Duke of Northumberland was the last, or one of the last, who, in dislike or dread of railways, regularly posted to and from Alnwick Castle to London. End of section 65.